Good morning, and thank you so much for waking up with us here on Live Now from Vox. I'm Jeanne Francine here with you on this Thursday morning. It is March 7th. We have so many live events, top stories, and headlines to share with you. So let's go ahead and give you a brief overlook of what you can expect today here on Live Now from Vox. That top left box, a live look out at the White House this morning, now at 5:59 on the East Coast, as we are looking ahead to the State of the Union. United States President Joe Biden is set to deliver the third State of the Union address of his presidency, an opportunity for him to highlight his success and chart a path forward. Then that top right box, a live look as we continue to give you the latest of the James Crumbley trial. A jury has been seated in the manslaughter trial for James Crumbley. He's the father of Oxford High School shooter Ethan Crumbley. And again, this trial is about his role in that shooting. Then that bottom left box relates to the Lewiston, Maine mass shooting investigation. Today, a commission will investigate the circumstance of the Lewiston mass shooting, holding their fifth meeting. However, this time, representatives from the U.S. Army will be present. And then that bottom right box, a live look out in Gaza as we continue to talk about the very latest of the Israel-Hamas war. We know pressure is growing this morning on Israel to open more aid routes into Gaza by land and sea as hunger worsens at this hour, now at 6 o'clock. Right now, I want to bring this shot full, that top left box of the White House. Again, a live look out as we continue to bring you the very latest as we anticipate the State of the Union address. We know United States President Joe Biden is to deliver the third State of the Union address of his presidency, an opportunity for him to highlight his successes and chart a path forward. But this State of the Union speech will also be his first since he announced his re-election bid last year. That makes it a pivotal moment for Biden as the Democrat faces fierce criticism from both within his party and from the Republican opposition. Well, joining us live to further break all of this down is political analyst and UCF professor, Dr. Larry Walker. Dr. Walker, good morning to you. Thank you so much for waking up with us this morning here on Live Now from Fox. This is a very big and anticipated event.
It is. It's a huge event. And, it's funny because, seeing you talk and seeing that picture of the White House, often thought of my times as a congressional staffer, in the Capitol during the State of the Union. So it's a full circle moment and a big night for President Biden.
Dr. Walker, as we look ahead, first, can you explain to people maybe this is their first time seeing a State of the Union address? Why is this important, and what can people expect to hear from this speech?
Yeah, the State of the Union, speech is critically important. Obviously, even if it wasn't an election year, it allows the president to kind of outline, as you said, this is the third State of the Union, what that president has done so far, right? What are some of the success stories with some of the legislation I've helped usher through, and then also talk about the future. What do I want to do over the next couple months? But you highlighted this is an election year, and obviously polls indicate that this is going to be a very close election, similar to we saw 4 years ago. So once again, it allows President Biden to talk about what has he done over the last 4 years as president of the United States in terms of working with, the House and the Senate, that at times has a different opinion in terms of what is important in terms of a priority in terms of Americans. So once again, this allows him to talk about all the things he's done so far as president.
I'm so glad you mentioned that. That actually segues into my next question. What are some of those key topics that people can expect to hear tonight in that State of the Union address? We have so many things ranging from the border crisis, the migrant crisis, tax incentives, the tax rate, and even people talking about recent deaths on college campuses.
Yeah, so, the President Biden has quite a bit, as you highlighted, of things to talk about. So first thing he's going to talk about, as we kind of highlight meat and potato issues for average Americans. So let's start with some of the domestic issues. And so undoubtedly, one of the topics he's going to discuss, and we see that based on some of the individuals they'll be sitting in the box with his wife, Dr. Biden, is women's reproductive rights. So, a right for women to have an abortion. We already know what happened with the Supreme Court, and then certain states have taken steps to make sure women have access, or in some cases, those who, some suggested won't have as much access. And we saw recently what happened a few weeks ago with IVF when in the state of Alabama, even though the governor within the last several hours signed a IVF bill, which some Republicans from the GOP in Alabama suggest will protect those families who want to utilize IVF. So another issue can expect them to discuss is, the student loan. So we know the Supreme Court, not essentially wouldn't allow the president to implement the student loan program that he wanted to. But the Department of Education and working with the White House has still, were able to forgive over $130 billion in student loans. And that's had a tremendous impact on those individuals in terms of disposable income, be able to buy houses, cars, and everything to kind of stimulate the economy. And so another topic you're going to hear President Biden talk about undoubtedly is our low unemployment rate. And so now we're in the early stages of 2024. And one of certain things you're going to hear him talk about is how low the Black unemployment rate was last year. For the first time in U.S. history, and I think the Department of Labor has been keeping data on, unemployment since I think 1972, Black unemployment was below 6% for the entire year for the first time in U.S. history. And then last April, we had the lowest unemployment rate ever recorded for the Black community, which certainly he's going to talk about. He's obviously going to talk about, the United Auto Workers Union in terms of the deal they were signed with, auto companies, which certainly will help, those individuals who come from working class families move up to the middle class, buy homes once again, and, send their kids off to college. And obviously the big international issue is going to be funding for Ukraine and Israel, what the president's talked about, and Taiwan. And so we haven't had those bills in the House being brought to the floor. We've already heard Speaker Johnson say he's not going to bring those bills to the floor. But those international issues are also going to be really key because the president, once again, has talked about the importance of international funding. And then you talked about, some of the challenges at the border, which we have to note is a bipartisan issue that's existed for decades. And, the president compromised on certain issues, and we saw the bipartisan bill come out of the Senate. And once again, Speaker Johnson has been clear that that bill will not get a vote in the House. But you're certainly going to hear the president talk about how he, compromised on the bipartisan, border bill in the Senate. And he wants Speaker Johnson to bring it to the floor in the House so that he can sign it.
Very detailed breakdown there, Dr. Walker. Thank you so much for sharing that. You did mention that bipartisan border and aid package, and I want to ask you about that because that's kind of been one of the key points that former President Donald Trump has been highlighting during his rally, saying the border has never been in as bad shape as it is now. Recently, the former president, current president, went down to Texas to talk to those people down at Operation Lone Star, where, the Texas governor got some of those Texas military troops to be down there and protect. Can you kind of break that down for us? Because you just said that, this has been a crisis long before President Joe Biden became president.
Yeah, so when you look at, polls, we see the economy, which always is number one issue, still is number one issue, but border security is second. And so you saw like former President Trump and President Biden just a few days ago, as you said, visit the border. And listen, this is a political issue, and it's a political, hot potato, so to speak. And so, you've heard Speaker Johnson and former President Trump, talk about, particularly President Trump admitted that he's told Republicans that they should not support the bipartisan bill that came out of the Senate. But, this issue has to be resolved. And President Biden, in terms of the bipartisan bill that came out of the Senate, really compromised on some issues that a lot of progressives throughout the United States, particularly in the House, may not feel is ideal. Particularly, there's no pathway to citizenship for millions of Americans, and that's been a Democratic priority for some time. But as you said, they visited the border. A few weeks ago, we had a delegation led by Speaker Johnson on the GOP that headed down with more than a dozen members of Republican members down to the border, talk about some of the challenges. You see Democrats visit the border. Let's highlight that you have a lot of even some Democratic mayors in New York and certainly in Chicago who've had some of the migrants shipped to those cities, that this, highlighting this is a challenge. But once again, this is a bipartisan issue that has to be solved. And so there's a lot of political posturing because it's an election year, but we have to have comprehensive immigration reform. And like I said, let's be clear, it's not just the southern border. We also have to address some challenges that may happen in the northern border. I think a lot of Americans forget that we share a border with Canada, and there are also undocumented individuals from Canada that are also present here in the United States.
Great point there, Dr. Walker. And recently, right before we actually came on the air, we got a notice from the White House press room saying that the corporate tax rate could be addressed during this State of the Union address, where the current president, President Joe Biden, could propose to increase it to 28%. We do know back in 2017, at the time that was President Donald Trump's presidency, he actually slashed that. Talk about the importance of that, what raising it would do, and what the former president did for that corporate tax rate.
Yeah, so I think some of the thinking behind that is that, now we're post-pandemic. You're seeing companies do quite well. I know that particularly in media, you've seen a lot of jobs being slashed. But the reality is that, there are a lot of companies that are doing quite well. And some individuals may argue that, while some prices for some various services are still high, that may come from corporations, finding ways to add to their bottom line. But he proposed, it sounds like increasing taxes. He may be highlighting some of that money can be used for some, other domestic issues. So that's interesting that they highlighted. Maybe somebody from the White House is watching this broadcast right now and wanted us to talk about that. But you all also talked about former President Trump in terms of dropping that rate, which is a tax cut. And some, Democrats might highlight as a tax cut for corporations that are, like I said, post-pandemic. At that time, maybe not doing as well. But also when you have tax cuts like that, it increases the deficit. And so it sounds like what President Biden may propose is, maybe increasing some taxes on those businesses that are doing really well, to make sure we can give that money back to the American people, and hopefully, put that back in their pockets, and maybe provide funding for other critical programs that we need to take care of, education among other, healthcare among other issues, to make sure that Americans have the kind of lives they expect to live.
Dr. Walker, very detailed overview and breakdown as we anticipate tonight's State of the Union address. Is there anything else you'd like to add?
Yeah, I think it's really important for Americans to watch the State of the Union. And, because, like I said, President Biden's going to talk about the infrastructure bill, the CHIPS and Science Act. He's probably talking about, the insulin being capped at $35. So there are a lot of other, successes the Biden, President Biden's going to talk about tonight. And then you're going to have to counter after he gets the State of the Union. Republicans will have their counter to the President's State of the Union, where they will highlight the things that they think are a priority that they've, been able to do over the last couple of years, and why they are the party that should, continue to be part of, run the House, control the Senate and the White House, and what their priorities are. So it should be a very interesting evening and an interesting few months.
Absolutely. Dr. Larry Walker, we appreciate you joining us this morning, bright and early, here on Live Now from Fox. Thank you again. I always appreciate your expertise when it comes to all things politics. You enjoy the rest of your day.
You too. Thanks for having me.
Thank you so much. And as we continue to give you detailed coverage, don't forget we'll have extensive coverage all day long leading up to the State of the Union address. And of course, you can watch the address here on Live Now from Fox at 9 p.m. Eastern Time. Immediately after, we will have that post analysis with my colleague, Andrew Kraft. Right now, giving you a live look out at the White House there in Washington, D.C. Good morning to you. If you're just now tuning in, it's Thursday, March 7th, now 6:12 on the East Coast. We're going to go ahead and go to our first 2-minute commercial break of the hour. We'll be right back with more top stories and headlines. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. I'm Jeanne Francine. Continuing with top stories and headlines this morning, we know a jury has been seated in the manslaughter trial for James Crumbley, the father of Oxford High School shooter Ethan Crumbley, over his role in the shooting. James Crumbley is charged with 4 counts of involuntary manslaughter, one for each of the 4 students killed when Ethan, at that time 15 years old, opened fire in November of 2021. Opening arguments are scheduled to begin this morning. Well, joining us live to break down what we can expect is distinguished lecturer with the University of New Haven and former police officer Dan Maxwell. Mr. Dan, good morning to you. Thank you so much for being here.
Thanks for having me.
Absolutely. So take us back in time. What happened on this tragic day where Ethan Crumbley walked into this high school and started firing shots, killing students?
Well, he went to school. Apparently his parents had purchased a handgun. And from what I've read, that's something that he had wanted. Somehow he managed to get his hands on it. And on that tragic day, he went into school. I believe he had it in his backpack. I think he had expressed some concerns of his, maybe his personal mental health or something. School officials had brought him, into the office to speak to him. They called his parents. His parents came to school, and it looks like his parents thought that he was okay, that it wasn't necessary to take him home. So they kept him in school. And then, a short time later, the shooting started, and, we wind up with 4 victims in his high school. Investigation is conducted, and both of his parents are arrested on 4 charges, I believe, of involuntary manslaughter.
Dan, thank you for catching us up. And that actually brings us to this point. So Ethan, he did have his day in court. And then most recently, his mother, Jennifer Crumbley, was in court. And if you were listening, basically, I know some viewers were wanting to know, well, why are the parents being charged? But it stemmed from the parents providing the weapon as a Christmas gift that Ethan used. Break that down for us with what happened with Jennifer Crumbley, the wife of James Crumbley, and then, getting us up to date with her husband now in trial.
So both Jennifer and James are charged with involuntary manslaughter, which is basically a charge where someone's killed, but it wasn't intentional. It wasn't, there was no premeditation. It's usually a case of gross negligence or, gross recklessness. Every state has a different way of couching these types of offenses, but it basically gets down to, did the parents take ordinary care, reasonable care that an ordinary parent would take to secure the weapon, and to keep their son away from it, I guess you could say.
So we know the jury has been seated for James Crumbley's trial. Those opening statements expected to happen today. With you being a former police officer, break down what you think will be asked, the type of questions, even the detailed process of finding the proper jury for this type of trial.
Well, I think in the case of James, both the prosecution and the defense already have a blueprint from the trial of the mother. So I think both sides paid attention to that closely. But something to consider, the jury in the case of the mother is going to be different than the one that we have in the current case with the husband. There's a juror selection process that they go through. Jurors are interviewed by both the prosecution and the defense. Each side gets to, have a little bit of say in how to shape the jury. They get what's called peremptory challenges, where they can excuse jurors just based on the profile of the typical juror that they're looking for. I think in this case, each side got 8 peremptory challenges, but the jury is now seated and they're ready to go. So it's just going to be a kind of a normal criminal trial process, with the prosecution going first, with opening statements, and the defense will get a chance to give an opening statement. Then prosecution is going to put on its evidence, and I'm going to guess it's going to be fairly similar to that of the mother's trial.
I'm glad you mentioned that. You said fairly similar, but still different trials. I'll tell you, Mr. Dan, when I was actually watching Jennifer Crumbley's trial, it was pretty much the blame game. Everything was her husband's fault. And I was sitting back thinking, are they still married? The way everything was unfolding. How will his trial be different than what we saw with Jennifer Crumbley?
I'm not sure it's going to be all that much different. I think they're going to go through kind of the basic tenets because they still have to, they're trying to prove the exact same charge that was brought against the mother. So they have to go through the basic elements of that charge. I think a lot of this case is going to focus on the allegation that James Crumbley was in charge of the gun and not the mother. Not that, I don't know how they're going to parse that out. When you're a parent in a two-parent household, is there this definitive line of you're in charge of this and you're in charge of that? So it'll be interesting to see how they work that through this case.
When it comes to gun laws, providing your children with guns as a Christmas gift, with your expertise in law enforcement, I mean, talk about how that affects and could potentially lead to these mass shootings that happen. I mean, I'm sure you've responded to things, you've seen things, and we always hear the community saying we need to band together, we need to help prevent these type of things. But when you see the gun being presented as a gift, do you think that's counteractive?
Well, a lot of people like to go shooting. A lot of people like to go hunting. There are, millions of responsible legal gun owners, parents teaching their children the safe way to handle firearms and the safe way to use them. I think a lot of this boils down to following reasonable practices of securing firearms, making sure, if you're going to get into this with your children, making sure they understand the ramifications and the responsibilities that come along with it. But also, there's a mental health aspect to all of this. If you look at most of the mass shootings that have occurred, in the last 20, 25 years, most of the shooters have had some kind of mental health issue going on. And, a big question I know the communities have is, what are we doing about mental health along with, reasonable gun control?
Absolutely. And how does that work when you're going to purchase a firearm? Is it the person selling it? They would say, okay, we see some warning signs of mental health concerns. We're not going to sell this gun. In this case, I know the parents were saying they knew of mental concerns. He was actually getting therapy from what Jennifer was saying in the trial. What needs to happen if someone has a mental health concern and they already have a firearm, or they're trying to get one and maybe the person selling the firearm doesn't know?
Well, this is the difficult part about it. You've got 50 states with 50 different sets of firearms regulations. Some states are more strict than others. For example, we're in Connecticut here. For you to purchase a handgun, you have to have a pistol permit. And to get that permit, you have to go through an application process, starting with your local police department. Then it goes through the state of Connecticut. So it's a pretty involved process. As far as the mental health aspect of it, that's kind of a difficult thing to do. How would a gun dealer or even a police department for that matter know if there's a mental health issue with someone making an application to purchase a gun or to get a pistol permit? So this is a difficult thing.
Absolutely. Dan Maxwell, I've thoroughly enjoyed speaking with you this morning here on Live Now from Fox. Is there anything else you'd like to add maybe about this case or even gun control and safety?
I would just say if just the parents and people in general, if you see someone that has some kind of connection to a firearm and you believe something's wrong, if you believe there's a mental health issue going on, you need to speak up about it. You need to bring it to somebody's attention. Even the slightest thing could, snowball into something catastrophic. So it's always good if you can seek help or help somebody get some help. That would probably go a long way.
Dan Maxwell, thank you again for waking up bright and early with us here on Live Now from Fox to shed some light and expertise on this top story. You enjoy the rest of your day.
Thanks for having me.
Thank you so much. And as we continue to bring you this detailed coverage of this James Crumbley trial, we're going to try to check in with our content partners over at Fox 2 Detroit as they work to bring us the very latest information, but also letting you all know that trial is set to start at 8:30 this morning Eastern time. And if there is a camera inside of the courtroom, of course, we will work to bring you those events. The time now 6:24 on the East Coast. Good morning to you if you're just now tuning in. We're going to go to our second 2-minute commercial break of the hour. We'll be right back. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. I'm Jeanne Francine. We have so many live events to share with you. And as we continue to bring you the very latest updates, right now I actually want to transition to another top story we are following this morning where you can expect to get those updates here on Live Now from Fox. We know a commission investigating the circumstance of the Lewiston mass shooting is actually holding its 5th meeting, this time with representatives from the U.S. Army. This morning, joining us live, we'll have Professor of Forensic Studies and Criminal Justice at Florida Gulf Coast University and a veteran police officer, Dr. David J. Thomas. He'll actually be joining us to break down what this commission is investigating. I will tell you all today with this commission investigation, they'll have representatives for the first time from the U.S. Army breaking all of that down. So a lot to get to with this story. Let's check in now with Professor of Forensic Studies and Criminal Justice at Florida Gulf Coast University and veteran police officer, Dr. David J. Thomas. Good morning to you. Thank you so much for being here with us.
Good morning. Thanks for having me.
Truly a pleasure having you here. So first off, for those that are unfamiliar with this Lewiston, Maine mass shooting, truly a tragic day. Doctor, could you take us back in time and explain those tragic events that unfolded?
Oh, wow. This is the incident. There's so many of them that happened. It's almost hard to track them. But in this case, this is where the gentleman went in, and it was he went to a bowling alley and he shot up the bowling alley, killing multiple people, as well as, shooting kids. And I mean, it was a horrible incident.
And you raise a great point there, Dr. Thomas. Unfortunately, these events are becoming more and more common. One thing that I know you specialize in are those red flag gun laws and the laws that surround guns. Talk about those red flag gun laws and how it relates to this and how it could have potentially even prevented this tragedy.
Well, it's interesting because Maine has what they call a yellow flag law, which is different than a red flag law. So I'll differentiate the two. A red flag law is something that we have here in Florida, which simply states that what happens is I, as a citizen, or I, as a police officer, I can go and get a petition to be able to take somebody's guns away from them if they're deemed a threat. In Maine, however, they have a yellow flag law, which means that a police officer is the only person that can petition. And as a result of that, that person also has to be seen by a medical professional, a mental health counselor or a therapist, in order for them to be able to take those guns away. So it's a little bit more difficult in Maine because it has to come from a police officer. It has to begin there, not from a family member.
And you raise a great point. I think that's where the controversy surrounds it, because if an officer approaches you saying you look like you might be a threat, and then let's say you aren't, then there's profiling. It could be racial profiling. Talk about the controversy that surrounds this and why it kind of makes it harder to get guns out of potential threats.
Well, here's the rub. Most oftentimes when an officer is called to somebody with a mental health issue, then that officer has to make that determination, is a person a threat to themselves or a threat to somebody else. So during that encounter, those questions are usually asked very simply, do you plan on harming yourself, or are you going to, do you plan on hurting somebody else? Or in the interim, have they done something to show that they're not capable of maintaining or taking care of themselves? So the law is very specific. There's criteria. I just can't walk up to somebody and go, you look like you're a threat. But the law is very specific in the criteria that have to be met. If that criteria is not met, then you have to let that person go.
We know a commission meeting is today for the 5th time where they are actually investigating what happened on this tragic day. Break down what happens during these commission investigations. What do they mean when they say understand the findings?
All right. The commission is really, it's several things happen. One is so that the victims have an opportunity, victims and survivors have an opportunity to tell their story. So the public kind of understands what has transpired. The second part of that meeting or that discussion has to take place with what can we do? What can we do to prevent this in the future? I know out of Florida, what happened here is out of the Marjorie Stoneman Douglas Act. One of the things the commission found is, and everybody thought it was crazy about arming teachers. I'll never forget this. I'm sitting actually in the training and I'm listening to them say, we want to arm teachers. So, but the reason behind that was very logical, because when you arm the teacher, time is a factor in stopping the threat. So anything beyond 2 minutes, they had estimated you could kill 100 people in 2 minutes. So the idea is to try to create to try to figure out what we can do in order to prevent this from happening in the future. That's the role of the commission, actually.
I'm so glad you said that, because for the first time, representatives of the U.S. Army will actually be in attendance with this commission meeting investigation. Do you think that's why they will be in attendance, to add that level of expertise of the finding and even the weapons and the timing, as you just mentioned?
I think that's part of it, but I also think because he was a member of a reserve unit. And so if you think about it, then the question will be, what could they have done in order to prevent this? Because from my understanding, he had made several threats when he was on call. So while he was on the base, he had made several threats to members. So then it becomes, what could you have done? What could you have done to prevent this? So I think that they're going to try to determine what their culpability is. And in the future, what would be the best practice?
Absolutely. And with him being a former reserve member, the thought of mental health comes to mind, as people who are surrounded in several branches of the military, sometimes when they do get out, PTSD and other things. What can you share of what's being done to help those when they do exit? Not saying that's what led to this, but, it could be one of the options.
Well, I will honestly tell you that I know when the people have been deployed and they come back, the military has done a great job in tracking them I know I've had several friends where they've even called their family, like the spouses and their family members, to determine exactly, what their status is, how they were adjusting. And then they also have, the VA does a great job in working with them to make sure those things are taken care of.
Dr. Thomas, I've thoroughly enjoyed speaking with you on this. Unfortunately, a tragic situation. I want to ask you, we mentioned off the top of this interview that unfortunately these incidents happen more often than they should. How do we propel this conversation forward so that these don't become a monthly occurrence here in the U.S.?
I'm gonna be honest with you. I don't know if we can. I know mental health is the key. And I know that us being aggressive in that area of mental health, that is going to be the key in order to provide services to people that need it. Without that, I don't think there's much that we can do.
Dr. Thomas, thank you again for waking up with us bright and early here on Live Now from Fox. I'm sure the viewers, as well as myself, learned a lot of things as we look ahead to this 2 p.m. Eastern Time Commission investigation meeting. Again, for the first time, members of the U.S. Army will be in attendance. Is there anything else you'd like to add?
No, ma'am. No, there's nothing I can add to this.
Awesome. Well, I guess I did my job asking some great questions. Thank you so much, Dr. Thomas, for joining us this morning, and you enjoy the rest of your day.
Thanks for having me. Have a great day.
Absolutely, you too. Thank you. Yeah. The time now, 6:35 on the East Coast. We have several live events top stories to shed with you throughout the day and share with you as we shed light on the stories. Let's go ahead and go to our third 2-minute commercial break of the hour. And when we come back, continuing and furthering the conversation, I think we're going to get into the very latest of the Israel-Hamas war as we go to our third break right now on your screen, giving you a live look out in Gaza. I will tell you all, usually when we go to these cameras very early in the morning, there's a lot of haze in the distance showing you those missile strikes apparent from the war. This is one of the very few times that it's actually been bright and sunny, showing some glimpse of hope in that area. So when we come back, we're going to get more into the very latest of this war, specifically discussing the latest of this humanitarian crisis. The time now, 6:36 on the East Coast. We'll be right back. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. I'm Jeanne Francine, and good morning to you if you're just now tuning in. As promised, we're going to now transition to give you the very latest information on the Israel-Hamas war, giving you a live look now out at a sunny Gaza on this Thursday morning, March 7th. I was telling you all, normally around this time when I'm showing you all these live pictures out here in this area, it's very cloudy, very hazy, very grim, a shot you would expect to see for a war. And you can still see the devastation there in the distance, but for a rare time, it looks like there's light in this area. I can tell you all, according to our content partners over at the Associated Press, over the last 5 months, Israel has killed thousands of Hamas fighters, destroyed dozens of their tunnels, and wreaked unprecedented destruction on the Gaza Strip. But it still faces a dilemma that was clear from the start of the war and will ultimately determine its outcome. It can either try to annihilate Hamas, which would mean almost certain death for the estimated 100 hostages still held in Gaza, or it can cut a deal that would allow the militants to claim a historic victory. Either outcome would be excruciating for Israelis. Either would likely seal an ignominious end for Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu's long political career, and either might be seen as acceptable by Hamas, which actually valorizes martyrdom. On the flip side, as we continue to bring you the very latest of this war, we know efforts to get desperately needed humanitarian aid to war-wrecked northern Gaza have gained momentum this morning, with the European Union increasing pressure for the creation of a sea route from Cyprus to Gaza, and British Foreign Minister David Cameron even saying that Israel's allies were losing patience. While aid groups say all of Gaza is experiencing a humanitarian crisis, the situation in the largely isolated north stands out. Many of the estimated 300,000 people still living there have been reduced to eating animal fodder to survive. The UN saying that 1 in 6 children younger than 2 in the north suffer from acute malnutrition. Well, joining us live this morning to further break all of this down is senior lecturer in criminal justice and homeland security at the University of New Haven, Mr. Ken Gray. Mr. Ken, good morning to you. Thank you so much for being here.
Good morning, Jeanne. Glad to be with you again.
Absolutely. You know, you're that expert I like to go to with all things international news. First, I'd like to ask you if you could give us a brief update of the latest information you're hearing as it relates to the Israel-Hamas war, please.
Yeah, so the most interesting part that I've seen in the last day or two is that the IDF and Shin Bet, which is the Israeli National Security, Internal Security Group, conducting operations around Khan Yunis, had around 250 Hamas and Palestinian Islamic Jihad members surrender to them. They also found caches of weapons, and they found scuba diving equipment and other weapon systems there in Khan Yunis. And so that was interesting that they found such a pocket that was ready to surrender to them. I think it shows the desperation on the part of the Palestinians, and especially that of Hamas and PIJ at this point. Underneath this area is a series of tunnels. The head of Hamas, Sinwar, is thought to perhaps be in those tunnels underneath Khan Yunis. So with the surrender of these members of Hamas and Palestinian Islamic Jihad, it may be that the time is running out for Sinwar.
So many great points you just mentioned, Mr. Ken. Let's tie in the desperation to the tunnels, if you don't mind. We know several Palestinian people out in that area desperate for humanitarian aid. And you mentioned the tunnels. And I remember when we first spoke towards the beginning of October 7th, when this tragedy unfolded, Hamas was actually taking that humanitarian aid into the tunnels. I don't know if you remember that picture where they were brought out of the tunnels by the IDF. All of them looked like they had eaten all the food that was supposed to be given to the Palestinian people. Talk about how these tunnels are being used to not only traffic hostages, but also take the aid that is further leading to this humanitarian crisis.
So you're absolutely right that this is a humanitarian crisis, that starvation, people are in near starvation or starvation status at this point. And this is especially impactful on infants, is that mothers are unable to produce milk because they are not getting enough nutrition. And so there is a very large number of babies at risk already dying of starvation, and the possibility of a large number of babies dying from starvation at this point. And the ability to provide aid has really been impacted because of security measures. The Palestinians had an internal police force there that they used as a regular police, and they had been accompanying humanitarian aid trucks coming into the Gaza Strip, and they have come under fire at times with the IDF. Therefore, they're not providing the security escorts to these trucks, and that is slowing down the humanitarian aid getting in there. 40% of all humanitarian aid that is getting into the country, only 40% of the humanitarian aid that is outside the country trying to come across the border into the Gaza Strip is actually able to get there. And so people are really at a starvation basis. You got to remember that even before the Gaza Strip and these operations since October 7th, the Palestinians were subsisting off of humanitarian aid coming into the Gaza Strip. And so with the limitation of that humanitarian aid because of the conflict, the Palestinians are desperate. As you say, the tunnels, there's an extensive series of tunnels underneath the Gaza Strip, and that Hamas uses those tunnels not only for their refuge, but also to store weapons. And the hostages, many of the hostages are being held in tunnels. And when they seize humanitarian aid, that's where they bring the humanitarian aid to, where they're bringing the food to, is for the most part down into the tunnels. Consequently, those tunnels are a very, very big part of this. I say it's a huge network, 250 miles of tunnels underneath the Gaza Strip. So this is an enormous series here. And it's very difficult for the IDF to go down into these tunnels and to clear the tunnels, one, because of the length of them, but also because there's so many hiding places and areas which can be booby-trapped or have Hamas members waiting for IDF to come into to engage them in fire. So the tunnels themselves are a very, very dangerous environment to work in, and IDF is entering them carefully. They even considered trying to flood the tunnels, but of course hostages are being held in the tunnels, so flooding them is not really a good solution.
You know, you raised so many great points, Mr. Ken. When you talk about the network, it made me think of like those phone maps or something where you just see the lines going every which way. And, you know, you mentioned them being booby traps, so how the IDF has to be careful going into them to capture Hamas. But not only that, the location. There have been tunnels found at schools. So they can't just storm in because there might be kids there learning. It's very strategic how this is all unfolding, would you say?
So Hamas was very clever in where they put the tunnel entrances. They're underneath hospitals, they are underneath schools, they are underneath apartment complexes. So, you know, this is a system that was designed with the idea of being hard to locate and hard to attack, because attacking them means attacking structures that are on top of them also. By the way, these tunnels, some of these tunnels, the ones down in under Rafah, extend into Egypt. And some of the tunnels also extended over across the wall into Israel. And so these tunnels are just a very difficult system for the IDF to defend against.
As we look ahead, Mr. Ken, this humanitarian crisis, you said very vividly that unfortunately, there was already a crisis for many of the Palestinian people before this war broke out back on October 7th. I'll tell you, a few days ago, there were actually visuals and videos of them dropping food and aid supplies down. It looked like small little parachutes, like what you would see at a basketball game when they drop the T-shirts down for the fans. That's literally how it looked out in that area. Do we see this problem of humanitarian aid getting solved anytime soon? The U.S. actually stepped in to actually drop those little parachutes of food down, but it seems like there needs to be more people stepping on to help resolve this already prevalent issue.
So to put this into perspective, there's 1.5 million Palestinians there that are in need of the humanitarian aid. These airdrops are dropping tens of thousands of meals, not tens of thousands of weeks of meals, but tens of thousands of meals. The airdrop that the U.S. dropped had 38,000 meals on it that was airdropped on, I think it was on Tuesday. And so this is a drop in the bucket, so to speak, as far as being able to actually provide aid. The president of the European Union traveled to Cyprus on Wednesday to look at providing this maritime route of humanitarian aid coming ashore into the Gaza Strip to provide a continuous flow of supplies to avoid having to go through checkpoints in Egypt or in Israel, and to deliver that aid directly to the Palestinians. And so that might be a solution to this problem, being that the Israelis are concerned about other supplies coming in, weapons and such coming into the Gaza Strip, and so they have to search those deliveries before they come in. And as I say, also the Hamas is trying to seize those supplies. Well, if you have this sea route dropping supplies directly onto the beaches of the Gaza Strip, that might be another solution to this. But again, these people are desperate. They are on the verge of dying from starvation. Some are already dying of starvation. And we're at 30,000 people have died so far since October 7th. There in the Gaza Strip. Numbers, of course, provided through the Ministry of Health, which is controlled by Hamas. So you have to question whether that's an accurate number or not, but somewhere on that order is probably true. And so we're talking about a humanitarian crisis that needs to be resolved. Now we're on the verge of perhaps of this ceasefire, and with this ceasefire, there's a promise of the delivery of humanitarian aid, of an increase in the delivery of humanitarian aid. And so that may also help relieve the starvation. But starvation is only the beginning of it. Malnutrition has been mounting up over the last couple of months. And so this is really a crisis.
So sad and tragic, and also scary, Mr. Ken, because unfortunately desperation can lead to some inhumane things, to say the least. Thank you so much for joining us bright and early here on Live Now from Fox. I think this is the earliest I've had you on, Mr. Ken, so I appreciate you waking up early to join me and, share your insight and expertise with the viewers. Is there anything else you'd like to add before I let you go?
There was a meeting between Benny Gantz and David Cameron here the other day. This is interesting in that Benny Gantz has been suggested as the rival to Netanyahu as prime minister. So I think that meeting shows Benny Gantz's ascendancy as the most likely replacement for Netanyahu after this is all over.
Great point there, because as we know, on Saturdays, many Israelis gather out in Tel Aviv at Hostage Square with those rallies protesting against the Israeli government, specifically Benjamin Netanyahu. Mr. Ken, thank you again for waking up with us here on Live Now from Fox, giving us the very latest updates on the Israel-Hamas war. You enjoy the rest of your day.
Anytime.
Thank you so much. Giving you a live look now on your screen out out in Gaza as we continue to further the conversation of the Israel-Hamas war. You can see the devastation there in the distance. Also wanting to show you a live look out at the Lebanon border there, Israel-Lebanon border. As we know, Lebanon's Hezbollah has been one of those terrorist organizations also, as we know, with Hamas that has been terrorizing this area. The time now 6:53 on the East Coast. Good morning to you if you're just now tuning in. Let's go ahead and go to our final 2-minute commercial break of the hour. And when we come back, continuing with top stories, headlines, and live events. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. I'm Jeanne Francine. Want to show you all a different shot as we stay on topic of the Israel-Hamas war. You're seeing a missile strike. That one feed I was showing you all, everything looked bright and happy on this Thursday morning, even though we know the war rages on at this hour. But as you zoom in, you can see this war has no signs of letting up anytime soon, as we have been told that ceasefire talks have stalled as Israel works to get more information about hostage release. So we appreciate our content partners giving us these different images as we continue to further the conversation. I'm trying to see, I know they're focusing in on the camera, so this is perfect timing. We literally, before the break, were speaking with Mr. Ken Gray, and he was talking about the aid that drops in, and that's what you're seeing on your screen. So I was trying to break it down to you, maybe if you're unfamiliar with this, to something you might have seen at a basketball game when they'll drop the t-shirts from the sky for the fans. And that's kind of what you're seeing here on your screen. We know the U.S. has teamed up with allies there in this region to drop food down in this area as there is a humanitarian crisis looming at this hour. Now it's 6:57 on the East Coast, but I can tell you all, as Mr. Ken so eloquently put it, even before October 7th happened, there was already a humanitarian crisis in this area. So you can only imagine how bad it now is. I will tell you all, staying on topic of the Israel-Hamas war, this morning in the UK, family members of hostages held in Gaza spoke to reporters at the Israeli embassy in London. Truly sad testimony being given, but very compelling. Take a listen.
השנייה, ראשון מימין. גילי, מיכל. מה זה?
כמה שאפשר. להתחשב בנסיבות.
פעם ראשונה שלי.
קטן עלייך. קטן עלייך. שתדברי מהלב.
משהו להדביק את זה.
את תגידי את כולם.
אתם כבר דיברתם?
יצא לי לצערי, אבל זה קשה כל פעם מחדש, זה לא משתפר.
חסרה לנו מיכל. לא, תזכירי לנו. אני 4, מיכל 5. מי 8? למה לא לפי הסדר שאנחנו יושבים בשורה האחרונה? כן, לא יהיה בגלל כל הסדר. אורלי, אי אפשר לפי הסדר שאנחנו יושבים פשוט. הכי טוב.
תקצר לזה.
כן, לא משנה. שזוכר. אני תגיד.
מתחילה מלהציג? כאילו זה מתחיל ממישהו מציג משהו או שפשוט אני מתחיל לדבר?
את רוצה את אח שלך בבית?
Hello everyone, good morning. Thank you for coming. My name is Oli Goldschmidt. I'm the spokesperson for the Israeli embassy here in the UK. We are 5 months, 153 days since the horrible attacks on the 7th of October, and since Hamas took over more than 240 of our people, children, women, young people, elderly people. In November we had a truce, but still we have more than 130 people there in Gaza, and we have today representatives of some of the families who have agreed to come and speak about their close ones. I will also remind everyone that we still have, out of the 133 hostages, 2 hostages that are dual British citizens. It's important to remember. We have here with us, you will introduce yourself. I think it will be easier. We have a lot of representatives. I just say a few logistics before we start. Everyone will speak for a few minutes, and then there'll be time for questions from the journalists. And then at the end of the press conference, for those journalists who will be interested in having a one-on-one interview with the families of the hostages, you can come to me or to my team. Where are they? Ilan and Or, you see them, and you can ask for interview with specific relatives. And we will arrange that as well. There is plenty of time, so not to worry. Thank you, everyone, and Michael, please start.
Hello, everyone. My name is Michael, or Michael. I'm Or Levi's brother. Up until 5 months ago, if you told me that I'll come to London, the reason was probably business or pleasure. And then my brother decided to go to a music festival. And since then, my life mission is to bring him back. Or and his wife Einav went to a music festival. They left their 2-year-old son Almog at home. When they got there, they had to run away into a bomb shelter because of a missile attack. For a second, they thought they were safe, and then the terrorists arrived and threw grenades into this bomb shelter and sprayed it with bullets. His wife, Einav, was murdered. My little brother had to watch his wife being murdered in front of his eyes before he was abducted. She was only 32 years old. Their 2-year-old son, Almog, is now left without a dad. He's somewhere in the tunnels of Gaza held by monsters, and without a mom. I have only one thing I want you to remember. Take a look at this face, and whenever someone takes it to politics, please remember this face. This is not about politics. It's about human beings, that their only crime was that they wanted to go and celebrate peace and love in a music festival, or wake up in their own homes and spend a quiet weekend with their families. And they were brutally attacked by monsters. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Diana. I'm the grandmother of Shai Levinson. Shai Levinson was 19 years old and 4 months when he was murdered. He was an IDF soldier, he was a tank commander, and he was stationed in the border of the Gaza Strip between Kibbutz Be'eri and Kibbutz Re'im. I think that they were probably one of the first tanks engaged in the war, about 6:25 in the morning of that cursed Sabbath, and they fought for half an hour, very bravely, very courageously, against dozens and dozens and dozens of invaders, murderers, until an anti-tank rocket flew to the tank. The crew was contained of 4 people. 2 people died, and Shai, being the tank commander, flew out of the tank because of the blast of the rocket. We didn't know a lot about him until 2 weeks later, when we were told that he was probably kidnapped to Gaza, and his situation was unknown. And this is how we lived between heaven and earth, not knowing anything about him, until the 21st of January, when the army told us that he died on that Saturday. No burial, no grave. The body is still in Gaza. We just said Shiv'ah. Shiv'ah is a Jewish custom, sitting 7 days and receiving people and family, consoling us. And this is it. But we still have 137 kidnapped people there with unknown, we don't know how they are. They are not taken care of medically. They are hardly given to eat anything, and they don't see daylight. And every day, every extra day is damaging their possibility of coming home alive. So you are our ambassadors, and please write and say things. We need them back. We didn't start that war. We want our people back. Thank you.
Hi everyone. First of all, thank you for coming to cover our stories. I think it's vital and very important to all of us. My name is Gili Roman, and I will try to be a voice of hope this morning. My sister Yarden has been kidnapped from Kibbutz Be'eri alongside her husband and her little kid, Geffen, and her sister-in-law, Carmel. They were taken brutally from the house. Yarden alone and Geffen put in a vehicle. Tal Shoam, their neighbor, was put in the trunk. And just before the border, they managed to escape. They ran away from the car, jumped off the car, and while the terrorists were running, chasing them, shooting at them, the three of them, Yarden alone and Geffen, tried to run away, but at a certain point it was too difficult for Yarden to hold her little child in her arms, and she had to give her to Alon to be separated, and he saved Geffen's life and came back safely to Be'eri on October 8th. But Yarden had to stop, protect her body from the bullet, and she's been kidnapped and was held hostage for 54 days in Gaza alone, in a house with 3 terrorists. It is a hopeful story because Yarden has been returned to us after 54 days in the last deal. It is also a hopeful story because Carmel, her sister-in-law, who is still in Gaza, we know from people who were released at that deal, who were with her, that told us that she kept their mental health by practicing yoga and kidnapping in very harsh, violent conditions in captivity. Exactly 100 days ago, Yarden got back from the house where she was held, assembled with other hostages, and waited for the whole day for Carmel to join them to get back home. In the end, just before they were released, she left her a note, and she said, "We love you, we are not giving up on you." And I think that none of us can give up on our loved ones or people who are held in hell, but at the same time we can be hopeful, and I believe that as my sister came back, all of your loved ones can come back. And I think it's a lot about you as well. At the moment, Hamas is watching every news report, every political statement to see if the world is backing this deal, or can they postpone it and manipulate us. In the end, we all need to push them to do the humanitarian thing and to agree to the humanitarian deal that is on the table. This is what can save our family member. This is what saves my sister, and we are waiting for Carmel, we are waiting for Tal, we are waiting for everyone. But I want to say again, it is also about you. It's about your messaging. It's about your stand. And we all need to be very firm that at this point, we need to see all of them back.
Good morning. My name is Inbal. I'm cousin of Tal. Tal was kidnapped from Kibbutz Be'eri with his wife and the kids. In my family, 7 people kidnapped and 3 were murdered. Now I can tell that Tal saved their life. They started to burn the house and to get on the house with D9, and Tal talked with the terrorist outside, and he asked them, "Take me and keep the wife and the kids inside safe." So Tal was taken first, and then Alon and Yarden saw him in the trunk when they put him in the trunk of the car. I don't know if he knows that at the end the kids also were kidnapped and released in the deal in the day 50. They are here in the house, and we are taking care of them, but they cannot be healing without the father. Tal is family. The family is the first thing on his life. The most important thing for him is the kids, Yael and Naveh. Yael asked for her birthday for all the fathers to come back home. She celebrate for just one day after Tal. We celebrate for Tal in the Kikar in Tel Aviv, and we asked Yael, what you want for your birthday? She said, I want all the daddies come back home. She don't know there is soldiers and other young ladies. Today it's 153 days, 5 months. We need them back home, all of them, and we need you to do actions and to talk and to put our stories, our loved ones, in the top of the agenda of everything. Nothing is more important than them. Please look at them, look at all of them. They are family members, they are fathers, they are kids, they are grandchilds, brothers, friends, and it's happened to us. It can happen to you as well. Now it's just knocking our doors, but show us and show them that they are not alone and you are supporting them, your country, and you as people, not just the reporters. We need them back home to heal the family, to heal the hearts of all of us, and to try to make ourselves as a country strong again, but we can't make it without them. Thank you for coming here tonight.
This morning.
Good morning. My name is Michal. I'm Elia's Cohen's sister. Elia was kidnapped from the Nova party on October 7th. And on that day, when Elia and Ziv, his girlfriend, started to hear alarms, they immediately ran to the nearest shelter to hide. About an hour later, the terrorists arrived, started throwing grenades and RPGs and shooting live fire into the shelter. Bodies fell on Ziv, and she was buried under the bodies for more than 3 hours, not breathing, thinking like she is dead. And this is how she was saved. And Elia was shot in his leg. He screamed and fell. And the terrorists noticed that and took him from the shelter and throw him to the van and take him to Gaza. Since then, we don't know nothing about Elia. We only know that Hamas does not give them a medicine and he does not treat their injuries, which means that Elia entered Gaza with a bleeding leg that he could lose her. He also experienced an epileptic attack years ago that developed from stress and can erupt at any moment. You know that 3 days before Elia was kidnapped, he came to our house with great excitement to show us the ring he bought for Ziv, with which he intended to propose her soon after the festival. But now he is kidnapped in Gaza. And now I'm asking you, on October 7th, we could not help our lovers, but now we can. I believe that we can see them at home soon. I believe that I would see Elia healthy soon. I believe that I would see Elia and Ziv getting married and starting a family soon. But we need you to press and publicize wherever possible the distress of the hostages. Help us to bring them home.
My name is Orit, and I'm Almog's Meir Jan's mother. Almog was brutally kidnapped from Nova Festival to Gaza on October 7th. Almog, my son, is a happy boy, loved by everyone, by everybody, and sensitive. He has a special bond with his grandfather. His grandfather had a lower back surgery 2 weeks before Almog was kidnapped. The grandpa was handicapped, and Almog showered him on a daily basis. Before going to the festival, he showered his grandfather. Think about how it affected us all. How I miss him. I miss the coffee we used to drink together. I miss our arguments and our daily conversations. What a big crisis our life had. Our life come to halt. On October 7th, I was home alone. I really wanted to help, to get him, but I couldn't. There was terrorist attack. There were some missiles. How much I wanted to save him, but I was alone. Today I'm not alone. There are so many good people surround me who are taking actions to return the hostages. Think of people you know who can help to promote a deal that will bring back the hostages. Today there is an opportunity for a deal. Politician can call to another politician in the Western world. The Israeli government will put the hostages top priority and will do everything possible to bring them home. They don't have time. They languish in Hamas tunnels for 153 days. It's unbelievable. Unbelievable. You know, soon we are celebrating Passover in Israel, the holy day of freedom. And we're leaving a chair to Elijah the prophet. I want my son to sit with us. Come join us, and bring the miracle of unity until so that no seat will remain empty on Seder with the families of the abductees. I would like to thank the Israeli forces and the IDF for defending our state and doing everything possible to return the hostages. לכולם. Amen. Amen. It means, and boys return to the borders. Amen. Thank you.
Good morning, everybody. My name is Yehuda Cohen, father of Nimrod Cohen, age 19. Nimrod was stationed there as an infantry soldier to defend the border. He was kidnapped along with all his team while trying to defend the border, while trying to avoid the invasion of Hamas, trying to avoid the murdering and killing and slaughtering and raping of Israeli civilians. A few words about my son, age 19, he's a boy. A normal boy like every other boy. I got some pictures back 7 years ago where we were in London. He was a 13 years old boy. You can see at Greenwich in London Tower. I just want to say that you have a son, you have a family. We all normal people living our normal life, when suddenly, with no reason, the Hamas attacked our border for the only reason of killing, raping, burning, humiliating, and kidnapping people. It doesn't matter if they are civilians or soldiers. Soldiers were there to defend the border. Soldiers were not there to attack anybody in Gaza. And the simple word is, if 134 kidnappers would be marched from Gaza back to Israel, this whole issue, this whole suffering from both sides will end. So what we want after 153 days, 22 weeks, 5 months, to bring all our loved ones back home. We know he's alive there. Just to give another point of how innocent my boy is, we heard from kidnappers who returned words about him, and one of the things is that the day he was kidnapped, they were asking the kidnappers what medicines they need. He just did a tattoo a week before. And he was so innocent that he was asking if there could be a possibility to bring him a cream for the tattoo. Something that needs to be treated when the tattoo is fresh. I mean, he wasn't there to harm anyone. He was there to defend. He's an innocent boy. Hamas took innocent children, innocent women, and kidnapped them just for the spite of it. And we want them all back home. Thank you very much.
My name is Avivit Yablonka. This is the first time that I talk to English, because I go everywhere when I speak Hebrew. And they said that I must to come and to talk about my brother. He only 50. He has 2 children. My mom wants to see him. She wants to see him again. We don't know if he's alive, if he's dead. We don't know nothing about Hanan. We don't have a video or something that we see how they take him to Gaza. Hanan was missing 3 months. 3 months that I think that my brother is not in life. And after 3 months they tell us that he kidnapped to Gaza. But they can't tell us how they kidnapped. Oh, it's like my mom. In Bal, it's like my sister over here. And I ask you, how you can feel it to see her, to see me with my brother, go every day with this picture of me. I don't buy nothing. I go all day with this, with my brother. I'm 48. I have 2 children in my home. I left my home to be here. Only I want to see my brother. I hope that we see him again. I hope that we see everybody come again. And thank you that you come.
Thank you. Thank you, everyone, for sharing a little bit of what is happening in your lives, in your loved one. Yes, please, questions. Lucy, can you introduce yourself?
Hello, my name is Lucy Manning. I work for BBC News. Sharing your stories with us. I wanted to ask you, there are reports that Hamas is demanding a total ceasefire, a full withdrawal. Is that something you would wish the Israeli government to accept?
Let's say we wish anything done so the hostages will be released. We're not dealing with politics, we're not a part of the negotiation. We are the victims. And as the victims, what we want is that this issue will end, as I said before. All the hostages will be returned, and whatever agreement it will take, this is, of course, the responsibility of the government. They should do it and make sure everybody will come home. What happened afterwards, if it's politics, it's not our part.
Is that something that
If you're just now tuning into Live Now from Vox, family members of Hamas hostages speaking at the Israeli embassy in London this morning. You're listening raw and unfiltered, and on the left side of your screen following top stories here. Coming up at 8:30 this morning Eastern Time, the trial begins for the father of that Michigan school shooter, Ethan Crumbley. The father, James Crumbley, now on trial. And then at 2 p.m. Eastern Time, Maine officials holding a public meeting on that Lewiston, Maine mass shooting. And then tonight, 9 p.m. Eastern Time, we're following as President Joe Biden will give that State of the Union address. The time now is 7:30 on the East Coast. Good morning to you if you're just now tuning in. Giving you a live look there at downtown Philadelphia. We're going to take our first 2-minute commercial break of the hour. And when we come back, heading out to Philadelphia to get the latest updates on those 8 Philadelphia school students who were shot Wednesday afternoon as they waited at a bus stop. We'll be right back in just 2 quick minutes. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. I'm Jeanne Francine, and good morning to you if you're just now tuning in. Giving you a live look again out in Philadelphia, as this morning we are following breaking news out of that area. An update as 8 Philadelphia school students were shot Wednesday afternoon as they were waiting for a SEPTA bus at a stop in Northeast Philadelphia. Let's check in now with our content partners over at Fox 29 Philly as they have team coverage updates.
The city know that we will not be held hostage, that we will use every legal tool in the toolbox to ensure the public health and safety of the people of our city.
Everybody agrees with the mayor. Enough is enough, for God's sake. So Councilman Anthony Phillips joins us now from the 9th District.
Yes.
The shooting happened in the 9th District,
yes,
right?
Yes.
Northeast High School is just blocks away, just out of your district.
Absolutely,
Yeah.
absolutely. Northeast High School has hundreds of kids who are part of the 9th District, from Longcrest all the way to Borough Home, Somerdale, and Oxford Circle, and those families are devastated right now.
Oh,
I mean, they're at a point where they're saying, we're going to send our children to school, next week. They're asking questions about, safety, but, I'm here to let them know that we're going to get this right. And
By the way, we're looking at Northeast High School. They're all virtual today.
Yeah.
The kids are not in that building.
Yeah, yeah. And, it's unfortunate that, a lot of parents made decisions to have their children virtual, even though their children probably could benefit from being in person.
From being there, yeah.
Because of situations like this.
But you don't blame them for also being so scared and concerned, because you would think that you'd be able to send your child to school and they can wait at the bus stop to come home and not have to worry about things like this.
We can't blame them. And that's why, as city leaders, it's time more than ever. The reason why the city of Philadelphia elected Cheryl Parker to become mayor, because they knew that they were going to be able to put together a police commissioner like Kevin Bethel and also come up with new policies and new plans. The policies and ideas that we had around this issue under the previous administration, God bless them, was not going to work. Now we have a city council that's going to be fully behind Mayor Parker and what she's doing.
And what is the difference then? Because I think some people are also saying, we've been saying that this is enough, right?
Yeah.
And we've been talking about gun violence and what needs to be done. So what do you think, besides just a change in power, is the ideologies? What will be different now that we can stop this?
What I can tell you is going to be different is the following. In a third world country like Lagos, Nigeria, there's 15 million people. In 2022, they had 300 and some odd murders. In 2022 in Philadelphia, we had 500 and some odd murders. So there's slums, there's also poverty in Lagos. But the difference is that there's also an accountability mechanism among policing that's happening across that country. What's going to happen this time around with Mayor Parker is that she's going to do all of the violence prevention programs and also support programs that has already been happening. But what Mayor Parker and Kevin Bethel is going to do, they're also going to utilize police tactics that are going to really not only focus on diversion programs, but harder accountability for people who commit crime. So people become more aware that if you commit a crime in the city of Philadelphia, you're going to be found, and you're also going to get the accountability measures that you need.
These 4 guys, because there's a getaway driver out of this blue car too. Those 4, they're going to get caught,
yes, sir.
And their lives will be now ruined about what they did, probably over something stupid, something petty. What are you hearing? Is this a revenge shooting from something earlier in the week?
We are hearing that there's a potential gang-related activity. The area I represent includes Longcrest and Albany. There is a feud between Longcrest and Albany. One of the victims, I believe a 16-year-old boy, is actually from Longcrest, so we're trying to get that information. But it could be potentially that, or it could not be. So we're waiting for all the information.
Because they just sprayed. I mean,
and that's the reality. It's like no care, and it was done in the ski mask. The last time I came to see you all was about ski masks.
Right. That got passed, right?
And it got passed.
Yeah.
And so now it's about enforcing that law, which I've talked to the commissioner about. But also, at the end of the day, people know who these children are and who did this, right? Mm-hmm. And they have us. Not only that, they probably saw this coming before it happened, and no one ever said, "Get these kids."
All right. So what's going to happen today to keep these kids safe?
Right, because the violence prevention programs, that's more long-term. What's going to be done when they have to go physically back to school and back to that bus stop?
What our team is doing is something we've already been doing, but we're going to make sure that we not only do some support programs for the young people and their parents starting next week when they return to school. We're going to make sure that we wrap our neighbors around that, but we're going to do a safe corridor where I know the mayor and the Kevin Bethel talked yesterday about doing some safe corridor programming.
Well, we've had safe corridors, but there was not a safe corridor around this?
No, there was no safe corridor.
that's
around
something that
Northeast.
Commissioner Bethel did back when he was with the Philadelphia Public Schools.
Yes. And so they're looking at, they're going to bring policing out a little bit more. And they also want to do that community policing effort a little bit more around Northeast area. So
hang in there, man.
Thank you. Pray for me.
And I understand you're going to go to the hospital today and speak with families. Please give them our love and support.
Thank you. That's the plan. Thank you.
We're coming back.
Live, real, and unfiltered. It's Fox.
All right, we appreciate our content partners over at Fox 25 Philly giving us those updates. Again, a very tragic situation. You're getting a live look there. Now at 7:38 on the East Coast. This news we got in yesterday here into our Live Now from Fox Studios. 8 Philadelphia school students shot Wednesday. Truly a tragic situation. I actually want to show you all some video from that tragic event. There it is on your screen. 8 Philadelphia school students shot Wednesday afternoon as they waited for a SEPTA bus at a stop in Northeast Philadelphia. The police commissioner, Kevin Bethel, saying a number of students from Northeast High School were waiting for the bus and waiting to get on the bus just before that gunfire broke out. We heard live there with our content partners over at Fox 29 Philly from a council member in that area just discussing how tragic this situation is. And then, you know, a quick update for you. The high school in close proximity to where the shooting happened, they have canceled all in-person classes for the rest of the week. So again, giving you a live look there at downtown Philadelphia now at 7:39 on the East Coast. Let's go ahead and go to our second 2-minute commercial break of the hour. When we come back, continuing with live events, top stories, and headlines of the day. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. I'm Jeanne Francine, and good morning to you if you're just now tuning in. Right now, we want to turn to a developing and bizarre story coming out of Haiti. Gangs in that area are trying to overthrow the government there, and that's forced one local group out in Florida to put their work on hold, delivering life-saving supplies. Fox 13 Tampa's Matthew McClellan joining us live this morning with an update. Matthew, good morning to you. You actually just spoke with the group.
Jeanne, good morning. Yeah, and this group is in a holding pattern. We'll have more from them in just a second. But one human rights expert on Haiti this week saying, look, I've never ever seen it this bad. He says the situation there absolutely catastrophic, and this is the reason that we're seeing this nonprofit group, Agape Flights, based out of Venice, about 60 miles to the south of Tampa, delaying a mission supply flight to Haiti that was planned for today, also delaying some flights there that were scheduled for tomorrow. The group helps deliver life-saving medical supplies and food to people in need, and its CEO says he reluctantly made this decision to temporarily suspend operations after speaking with a senior official in Haiti's aviation authority. Agape Flight says considering this week's attacks on Port-au-Prince Airport, as well as the potential for violence at other airport locations, the group will wait to fly until the situation on the ground is more stable. The nonprofit sharing this photo late Wednesday, a group of parents and children who fled the violence in the capital. They have clean clothes, they have food, but missionaries on the ground say there's not a lot to smile about.
Even around the country, they're just waiting to see what's going to transpire with both the interim prime minister coming back into the country, if he's coming back or not, who's going to be in control. So there's a lot of anticipation as well as tension mounting there because of the unrest and the unanswered questions.
The situation continuing to deteriorate, with highly organized gangs attacking political targets like police stations and prisons. And on Tuesday, they tried taking over the main airport in the capital. Gang leaders, Gine, now making it clear their ultimate goal is to overthrow the government of Prime Minister Ariel Henry. When this group, Agape Flights, is able to return to their operations, whether they'll be able to resume on, say, Monday or even over the weekend, that remains to be seen. But of course, they're looking out for their teams and their missionary affiliates there in Haiti. They want everybody to be able to stay safe amid all of this uncertainty and unrest and violence. Gina.
Matt, just so much going on in the world. I want to ask you, this organization, they are familiar with going out in different areas and providing aid, but have they spoken to you about any concerns of safety so that they can get back to their loved ones?
Right, so this group, Agape Flights, does not have staff on the grounds. Their operation typically consists of flying in and out of these airports to deliver those supplies. So it's really almost like a drop-off. With these airports being targets right now, in Haiti, also in the Dominican Republic, you're seeing some similar activity. These groups just are not able to safely land and take off when there's the threat of a plane being ambushed, for example, by the gangs that are targeting these airports.
Matt McClellan there with Fox 13 Tampa. Matt, thank you for putting things into perspective. It's always very stellar and detailed reporting. Thank you so much for joining us this morning on Live Now from Fox. You enjoy the rest of your day.
Anytime.
Thank you so much. The time now 7:45 on the East Coast. Let's go to a quick 2-minute commercial break. And when we come back, I'll comb through the live feeds, giving you those live events and, of course, the top stories and headlines of the day. We'll be right back. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. Right now, we're going to take a live look out in Washington, D.C. The time now 7:48 on the East Coast. It is Thursday, March 7th, or as I like to call Thursdays, Friday Eve. You're getting a live look there in D.C. at the White House. It seems like some windy conditions this morning. You can see the flag waving there on top of the White House. As we look ahead today, we know United States President Joe Biden is set to deliver the third State of the Union address of his presidency. It's an opportunity for him to highlight his successes and chart a path forward. But this State of the Union speech will also be his first since he announced his re-election bid last year. That makes it a pivotal moment for Biden as the Democrat faces fierce criticism from both within his own party as well as from the Republican opposition. Off the top of our newscast this morning at 6 o'clock, we spoke with Dr. Larry Walker, breaking all of this down. And of course, we will have several more interviews throughout the day. I can tell you all slated for this 8 o'clock hour, we can expect to hear from Fox News Channel's Doug Luzader, giving us an update on this State of the Union address. And then as we look ahead to the 9 o'clock hour, checking in with political journalists and national affairs expert Nicolai Corte. So a lot of extensive coverage. And then, of course, as we look ahead tonight, don't forget, you can watch that State of the Union address right here on Live Now from Fox, slated for 9 p.m. Eastern Time. And then, of course, we will have that post-analysis of that State of the Union address with my colleague, Andrew Kraft. The time now 7:49 on the East Coast, giving you another live look there in Washington, D.C. at the White House. Let's go to our final 2-minute commercial break of the hour. We'll be right back. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. We've been stateside for about the past hour. So right now I want to give you all an international shot as we get shots from all around the world here on Live Now from Fox. This one coming out of Paris. As soon to take those two podiums you see on your screen, the French President Emmanuel Macron will meet with his Moldovan counterpart there in Paris to discuss the situation in Ukraine as it relates to the Russia-Ukraine war. No word yet from our content partners if this will be in English, but of course you all know we will be monitoring it, and if it is in English, bring it to you live, raw, and unfiltered. As we await this event right now, I want to take you out to Romania, where this morning the European Union's leading political group voted to endorse European Commission President Ursula von der Leyen as their candidate to run the bloc's powerful executive, something very important as we also know that March is Women's History Month, a very compelling conversation happening out there. I want to play that for you now, raw and unfiltered.
This with a strong record, what she did in the past, in the last 5 years. I, as party president, say Europe was in good hands and will be in good hands. That's why congratulations to the nomination. And we also experienced the family to being together as European People's Party to get also motivation for the upcoming campaign. I want to add 2 points. First, for us, the upcoming European elections are a battle about Europe and are a battle about democracy. We are the party who is defending the values of Europe. Christian Democrats were building up today's European Union, and that's why all the extremists and populists are our enemies. We will fight against them. We will protect our European Union. I defined in my speech our clear criteria to build up a firewall against the extremists. No one can be partner who is taking Europe into question. No one can be partner who is friend of Putin and is not supporting Ukraine. And no one can be partner who is destroying or harming rule of law. Clear principles. And in Poland, in Slovakia, in Czech Republic, in Malta, and in Spain, we can see that we as EPP are doing this in everyday work on the ground. And the final point I want to make is that from now on, campaign starts. We want to show alternatives. Europeans should have a democratic perspective about what they can decide about the future. We offer different ideas for the way to achieve our common goals. But I want to also underline that in the democratic field, to our socialist partners, to our socially Renew partners, we do this in respect to all the democratic parties inside of Europe. So let's practice a strong democratic campaign, but also with respect towards each other. That is what we want to offer to our democratic competitors, and we want to motivate as much as we can Europeans to participate. Ursula, I would give you.
Thank you very much, Manfred. And I would like to say once again how touched and grateful I am for the trust that I've gotten by you, by the EPP. This is amazing and this is energizing to move forward now, the 90 days till election day. We all know that our European Union is the most precious thing we have to preserve and to develop for the future generations. That's what we're fighting for. Manfred, I think we've done a lot of things right together in the last 5 years. The track record shows that. Europe has stood its ground under most difficult circumstances, and we have laid the foundation for a successful future. Now we must tackle the stages ahead of us with full concentration and with unity. And this is why I'm running for another term at the helm of the European Commission. I mentioned in my speech all the different geopolitical challenges. Putin must not win the war with which he attempted to shift borders by force again. And we will stand by Ukraine and support it on its further steps towards Europe, because this is the only way that we can preserve the security and the prosperity of the European Union. And it is the right way to tell the autocrats of this world that we will defend our democracies and stand up for our values. We want to maintain a European Union that is strong and secure, that is peaceful and prosperous, and that is democratic and united. We will continue to fight against climate change. We have to think climate protection, economy, and energy as one. This creates good jobs here at home, and we need to invest significantly in more effort in Europe's security. Citizens sense that the risks to our European way of life are there, and we want to give them the answer how to preserve that democracy, prosperity, and security. We know that you cannot have one without the others, and this is why we want to run the election campaign now with all vigor. And this is why EPP and I are campaigning for what EPP and I are campaigning for in the next weeks. I'm very much looking forward to that. As I said, 90 days to go, And thank you very much again for the trust and the support I felt today and in the last weeks and months, for the weeks and months to come.
Thank you so much. I would hand over to Thanasis for the moderation, please.
Thank you. Thank you very much indeed. Microphones will be distributed. Please state your name and source, please.
Yeah, Andy Bounds from the Financial Times. Your manifesto talks about settling asylum seekers in third countries in accordance with the Geneva Conventions and the ECHR. Could you name some of these countries? And if you can't, aren't you making a promise that you can't keep? Thanks.
I think that it is absolutely clear that whatever we do will be in full respect of our obligations under EU and international law. That's what I also said in my speech. And the concept of safe third countries is not new. It is already established in the EU law. So therefore, the quote that you just gave is in full compliance with the EU law. Our manifesto is written in view of the EU law.
Yes. So.
Thank you. President von der Leyen, the New York Times is suing for access to your texts with Pfizer CEO Albert Bourla. Are you concerned about the outcome of that lawsuit? Can you tell us about that exchange? And do you think political transparency and integrity are legitimate issues in your campaign for a new term? Thank you.
Everything necessary about that has been said and exchanged, and we will wait for the results.
Thomas Kutschker.
Thomas Kutschka, Frankfurter Allgemeine Zeitung. Thanks for the question. Getting back to migration, you said everything in the manifesto is in view of EU law, but of course it deviates strongly from EU law when it suggests that the Rwanda model is something the EPP favors. Clearly, this is a model where everyone, and that's what's said in the text, could be brought to any third country without any prior link to it, which is now the requirement in EU law and also according to the next Pact on Migration, which was agreed. So, could you please say what you think yourself about the Rwanda model and whether you will promote it during the election campaign? Thank you.
So what I just said is that everything which is in the manifesto is in full respect of our international obligations and the European law, and has to be in full respect of the European law. And the concept of the third countries is already in the EU law. So it's nothing new, it's already in there, and we're building on exactly what the treaties say.
And as party president, let me also underline that when you read the manifesto, we clearly express that the Geneva Convention and the asylum right, the two pillars of being a continent of humanitarian approach, is our basic principle. We stick to this. It's clearly mentioned. So our values have to be preserved, has to be protected. But on the other hand, people all over Europe expecting from us that we have to reduce the number of illegal migrants. And that's why what our candidate, what Commission President von der Leyen also said in her speech, that the state decide on the external border and that the smugglers decide who is entering, is exactly our party political message to the citizens. They can count on us that we will use all means we have, all legally possible means we have, to reduce the arrivals of illegal migrants in Europe.
Second row to the left.
Hi, Andra Timo from Bloomberg. I have a question regarding the help for Ukraine. Why do you think it's taking so long to use the frozen Russian assets to help Ukraine? And do you think there's any chance we'll see any of these funds going to Ukraine this year? Thank you so much.
So we've done already important steps forward concerning the windfall profits and the proceeds, of the frozen assets. We have taken the necessary legal steps now to be able to use the proceeds for Ukraine. And now it's more a decision on what how will we invest them for Ukraine, but that we will use them is now legally secured and decided in the European Union. What the assets are concerned, the immobilized assets themselves are concerned, we have a process in G7 where we are discussing how to deal with them. This process is not finished, but as I said, we are already working with the proceeds in favor of Ukraine.
Gentlemen.
Consul Yaska, News Italy. I would like to go back to the migration issue, not so much to contest the idea that Israel is not in the EU law, international law, but don't you think that this single point characterizes the candidature of Mrs. von der Leyen as too much, as a centre-right candidacy, which would not be supported probably by...
If you're just now tuning into Live Now from Fox, you're listening in this morning in Romania. The EU political group known as the EPP, European People's Party, they voted to endorse the EU Commission president. And speaking of elections, we know that tonight we are anticipating that State of the Union address right here on Live Now from Fox coming up at 9 p.m. Eastern time tonight. There on your screen, that bottom box, a live look at the White House. But right now I want to bring it full since they just walked up there to the podium as we work to give you live events, raw and unfiltered, as they unfold here on Live Now. You're taking a live look out in Paris as the French president, Emmanuel Macron, is meeting with his Moldovan counterpart, discussing the situation in Ukraine. I'm hoping that there is an English translation, but let's listen in together.
Cette avancée historique, pour laquelle la France a inlassablement œuvré, ouvre un chemin vers l'adhésion pleine et entière de votre pays à l'Union européenne. C'est la reconnaissance des mérites de la Moldavie et je voudrais saluer tout particulièrement, Madame la Présidente, votre détermination à mettre en œuvre sans relâche les réformes difficiles mais essentielles dans le cadre de ce processus d'adhésion qui est maintenant un cap clair pour votre pays. Alors que la guerre d'agression conduite par la Russie...
All right, so checking out all of the different audio channels, there is not an English translation, but nevertheless, you're getting to see it there on your screen as the French president that's who's speaking right now, Emmanuel Macron. He's meeting with his Moldovan counterpart, giving discussions on the situation in Ukraine as it relates to the Russia-Ukraine war. The time now, 8:05 on the East Coast. Perfect time to go to our first 2-minute commercial break of the hour. And when we come back, we'll regroup, check for some more live events, and of course, giving you those top stories and headlines of the day. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. I'm Jeanne Francine. Before the break, we were out in Romania, where this morning the European Union's leading political group, known as the EPP, which stands for the European People's Party, that's the center-right group, they voted this morning to endorse European Commission President Ursula von der Leyen, she's there on your screen, as their candidate to run the bloc's powerful executive. Right now, she's answering some media questions. All of this happening on this Women's History Month, which is allocated for the month of March. Let's continue to listen.
We care about the demands, the requests, the concerns of our citizens in Europe. They want to have control about our external border, and that is what we pick up with our proposals, having in mind that the majority of people arriving are illegal migrants and not asylum seekers and not Geneva Convention migrants. That means we have a real problem. We are answering, we're giving an answer to this problem. And let me underline that in a few days we will vote in the European Parliament about the current migration pact. My group, the European People's Party, we will support this pact because we do another step to solve it, to bring again control on our external border and keeping our values alive. But I tell you that I have no certainty from the Greens in this moment of time. And I think everybody is responsible now to give a solid answer. The best concept to fight against extremism is to solve the concerns of our citizens and to give proper answer on this. And that's why we want to solve them, because people are asking us to do so.
Before we go to a final question, please let me express our gratitude as a political family for your presence here and your interest in these 2 days in Bucharest. Final question, and we conclude.
Thank you. Jade Quentin from French daily L'Opinion. Do you think that the French right, les Républicains, have lost their compass, that they are no longer pro-EU? And who is your biggest ally in France? Is it the EPP in France or Renew, the party of Emmanuel Macron?
For us, it's very important, as Manfred already said, that the ones we work together with, that is the democratic parties, and we want to hold the center. That is very important. They are pro the European Union, they are pro-Ukraine, and they are pro-rule of law. And we have seen very clearly with the Rassemblement that they question the European Union and that they are friends of Putin, so that you cannot rely on them. But all those who are very clear what the protection of our values is concerned, again, the European values and the support for Ukraine, which implies that you have to be very clearly distancing you from the aggressor, and the support for the rule of law. These are the criteria for us to cooperate with others in the democratic center.
And I'm proud, having the process in mind, that the European People's Party is also presenting a real European party. We had today a secret ballot. The socialists in Rome had by acclamation their nomination of the candidate, no secret ballot. So we do this in a democratic way. We offer this all in a democratic way. We take our manifesto serious. We stick to this. We believe in what we present to the voters. And let me also underline that also the idea to present before the elections the future Commission President, the person who will then lead if we get the support from the citizens, and also the manifesto, to be transparent on the candidate and also on the content, is our Europe, a democratic Europe, where we want to show up in front of elections, present the Europeans our ideas, and I'm sure that this will help us a lot to win the elections. So thank you also as President for your interests, and wish you a good day. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you to our lead candidate.
So this meeting wrapping up out in Romania as the EU political group voting to endorse EU Commission President Ursula von der Leyen. On the left side of your screen, following those Live Now top stories. Coming up at 8:30 this morning Eastern Time, the trial begins for the father of Michigan school shooter Ethan Crumbley. Then looking ahead to 2 p.m. Eastern Time, Maine officials holding that public meeting on that Lewiston, Maine mass shooting. And then tonight at 9 p.m. Eastern Time, President Joe Biden to give that State of the Union address. And speaking of of that. They're on your screen, a live look at the White House now at 8:13 on the East Coast. We're going to go ahead and go to our second 2-minute commercial break of the hour. But when we come back, checking in with Fox News Channel's Doug Luzader, getting a preview of what we can expect tonight. We'll be right back in just 2 quick minutes. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox, and good morning to you. If you're just now tuning in, it is now 8:15 on the East Coast, giving you a live look out in Washington, D.C. There, the White House is on your screen as we look ahead. President Biden now just hours away from his State of the Union address tonight. It's one of the biggest political events of the year as he makes his case for a second term. Doug Luzader joining us now live in Washington, D.C. Doug, good morning.
Good morning. These are always important events for any president, but never more so than during an election year with a re-election bid in play. The security fence has already gone up around the U.S. Capitol in anticipation of tonight's big event, with the White House offering just a vague preview.
You will hear the president lay out the historic achievements he has delivered on for the American people and his vision for the future.
Mr. Speaker, the President of the United States.
As usual, there is certain to be a bipartisan welcome, but the elbows here may be a little sharper tonight.
He's going to try to stand up here and convince the American people that the State of the Union is strong and that we're on the right track. But everybody knows that's just simply not true. The State of the Union is in decline.
But look for the president to tout his accomplishments and argue that the economy is doing well, with signs that inflation is easing. He'll likely confront one of his weakest issues, immigration, head on and blame Republicans for inaction. Abortion rights are expected to be a major theme, but at the same time, he'll have to tread carefully talking about the war between Israel and Hamas that has created fractures within his own party. The president's schedule has been largely cleared in recent days to prepare for the big speech.
You know, both Republicans and Democrats are going to be looking for any indication of fatigue or stumbling over his words.
And that could make tonight's appearance a critical campaign event for both sides. All right, and the official Republican response will be delivered by Alabama Senator Katie Britt. Back to you guys.
All right, Doug Luzader there with Fox News Channel. We appreciate you joining us this morning here on Live Now from Fox, Doug. I know a lot of eyes also on those corporate tax rates. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
And as we look ahead there on your screen, as we know, the State of the Union address tonight, 9 p.m. Eastern time, we will have extensive coverage as we just had with Doug Luzader leading up to this anticipated event. And of course, we will have analysis after the speech is given with my colleague, Andrew Kraft. The time now 8:18 on the East Coast. Let's go to a quick 2-minute commercial break. And when we come back, we will actually head out to Gaza, giving you a live look there at this hour now at 8:18, as I just mentioned, giving you the very latest updates of the Israel-Hamas war and that looming humanitarian crisis. We'll be right back. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. On your screen, a live look out in Gaza. Very hazy now. When we first came on the air, it was sunny in that area, not a lot of haze in the sky, but since then there have been some missile strikes. We've also seen those parachutes dropping down humanitarian aid to those needing basic needs, including food. This morning, out in the UK, there was a live event, and we know that family members of hostages held in Gaza spoke to reporters at the Israeli embassy in London. Take a listen.
With the families of the hostages, you can come to me or to my team. Where are they? Ilan and O, you see them, and you can ask for interview with specific relatives. And we will arrange that as well. There is plenty of time, so not to worry. Thank you, everyone, and Michael, please start.
Hello everyone, my name is Michael, or Michael. I'm Or Levy's brother. Up until 5 months ago, if you told me that I'll come to London, the reason was probably business or pleasure. And then my brother decided to go to a music festival. And since then, my life mission is to bring him back. Or and his wife Einav went to a music festival. They left their 2-year-old son Almog at home. When they got there, they had to run away into a bomb shelter because of a missile attack. But for a second, they thought they were safe. And then the terrorists arrived and threw grenades into this bomb shelter and sprayed it with bullets. His wife Einav was murdered. My little brother had to watch his wife being murdered in front of his eyes before he was abducted. She was only 32 years old. Their 2-year-old son, Almog, is now left without a dad. He's somewhere in the tunnels of Gaza held by monsters, and without a mom. I have only one thing I want you to remember. Take a look at this face, and whenever someone takes it to politics, please remember this face. This is not about politics. It's about human beings, that their only crime was that they wanted to go and celebrate peace and love in a music festival, or wake up in their own homes and spend a quiet weekend with their families. And they were brutally attacked by monsters. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Diana. I'm the grandmother of Shai Levinson. Shai Levinson was 19 years old and 4 months when he was murdered. He was an IDF soldier, he was a tank commander, and he was stationed in the border of the Gaza Strip between Kibbutz Be'eri and Kibbutz Re'im. I think that they were probably one of the first tanks engaged in the war, about 6:25 in the morning of that cursed Sabbath, and they fought for half an hour, very bravely, very courageously, against dozens and dozens and dozens of invaders, murderers, until an anti-tank rocket flew to the tank. The crew was contained of 4 people. 2 people died, and Shai, being the tank commander, flew out of the tank because of the blast of the rocket. We didn't know a lot about him until 2 weeks later, when we were told that he was probably kidnapped to Gaza, and his situation was unknown. And this is how we lived between heaven and earth, not knowing anything about him, until the 21st of January, when the army told us that he died on that Saturday. No burial, no grave. The body is still in Gaza. We just said Shiv'ah. Shiv'ah is a Jewish custom, sitting 7 days and receiving people and family, consoling us. And this is it. But we still have 137 kidnapped people there with unknown, we don't know how they are. They are not taken care of medically. They are hardly given to eat anything, and they don't see daylight. And every day, every extra day is damaging their possibility of coming home alive. So you are our ambassadors, and please write and say things. We need them back. We didn't start that war. We want our people back. Thank you.
Hi everyone. First of all, thank you for coming to cover our stories. I think it's vital and very important to all of us. My name is Gili Roman, and I will try to be a voice of hope this morning. My sister Yarden has been kidnapped from Kibbutz Be'eri alongside her husband and her little kid, Geffen, and her sister-in-law, Carmel. They were taken brutally from the house. Yarden, Alon, and Geffen put in a vehicle. Tal Shon, their neighbor, was put in the trunk. And just before the border, they managed to escape. They ran away from the car, jumped off the car, and while the terrorists were running, chasing them, shooting at them, the three of them, Yarden, Alon, and Geffen, tried to run away, but at a certain point, it was too difficult for Yarden to hold her little child in her arms, and she had to give her to Alon to be separated, and he saved Geffen's life and came back safely to Be'eri on October 8th. But Yarden had to stop, protect her body from the bullet, and she's been kidnapped and was held hostage for 54 days in Gaza alone, in a house with 3 terrorists. It is a hopeful story because Yarden has been returned to us after 54 days in the last deal. It is also a hopeful story because Carmel, her sister-in-law, who is still in Gaza, we know from people who were released at that deal, who were with her, that told us that she kept their mental health by practicing yoga and kidnapping in very harsh, violent conditions in captivity. Exactly 100 days ago, Yarden got back from the house where she was held, assembled with other hostages, and waited for the whole day for Carmel to join them to get back home. In the end, just before they were released, she left her a note, and she said, "We love you. We are not giving up on you." And I think that none of us can give up on our loved ones or people who are held in hell. But at the same time, we can be hopeful, and I believe that as my sister came back, all of your loved ones can come back. And I think it's a lot about you as well. At the moment, Hamas is watching every news report, every political statement to see if the world is backing this deal. Or can they postpone it and manipulate us? In the end, we all need to push them to do the humanitarian thing and to agree to the humanitarian deal that is on the table. This is what can save our family member. This is what says my sister, and we are waiting for Carmel, we are waiting for Tal, we are waiting for everyone. But I want to say again, it is also about you. It's about your messaging. It's about your stand. And we all need to be very firm that at this point, we need to see all of them back.
Good morning. My name is Inbal. I'm cousin of Tal. Tal was kidnapped from Kibbutz Be'eri with his wife and the kids. In my family, 7 people kidnapped and 3 were murdered. Now I can tell that Tal saved their life. They started to burn the house and to get on the house with D9, and Tal talked with the terrorist outside, and he asked them, "Take me and keep the wife and the kids inside safe." So Tal was taken first, and then Alon and Yarden saw him in the trunk when they put him in the trunk of the car. I don't know if he knows that at the end the kids also were kidnapped and released in the deal in the day 50. They are here in the house, and we are taking care of them, but they cannot be healing without the father. Tal is family. The family is the first thing on his life. The most important thing for him is the kids, Yahel and Naveh.
Yael asked for her birthday for all the fathers to come back home. She celebrate for just one day after Tal. We celebrate for Tal in the Kikar in Tel Aviv, and we asked Yael, what you want for your birthday? She said, I want all the daddies come back home. She don't know there is soldiers and other young ladies. Today it's 153 days, 5 months. We need them back home, all of them, and we need you to do actions and to talk and to put our stories, our loved ones, in the top of the agenda of everything. Nothing is more important than them. Please look at them, look at all of them. They are family members, they are fathers, they are kids, they are grandchilds, brothers, friends, and it's happened to us. It can happen to you as well. Now it's just knocking our doors, but show us and show them that they are not alone and you are supporting them, your country, and you as people, not just the reporters. We need them back home to heal the family, to heal the hearts of all of us, and to try to make ourselves as a country strong again, but we can't make it without them. Thank you for coming here tonight.
This morning.
Good morning. My name is Michal. I'm Elia Cohen's sister. Elia was kidnapped from the Nova party on October 7th. And on that day, when Elia and Ziv, his girlfriend, started to hear alarms, they immediately ran to the nearest shelter to hide. About an hour later, the terrorists arrived, started throwing grenades and RPGs and shooting live fire into the shelter. Bodies fell on Ziv, and she was buried under the bodies for more than 3 hours, not breathing, thinking like she is dead. And this is how she was saved. And Elia was shot in his leg. He screamed and fell. And the terrorists noticed that and took him from the shelter and throw him to the van and take him to Gaza. Since then, we don't know nothing about Elia. We only know that Hamas does not give them a medicine and he is not treat their injuries, which means that Elia entered Gaza with a bleeding leg that he could lose her. He also experienced an epileptic attack years ago that developed from stress and can erupt at any moment. You know that 3 days before Elia was kidnapped, he came to our house with great excitement to show us the ring he bought for Ziv, with which he intended to propose her soon after the festival. But now he is kidnapped in Gaza. And now I'm asking you, on October 7th, we could not help our lovers, but now we can. I believe that we can see them at home soon. I believe that I would see Elia healthy soon. I believe that I would see Elia and Ziv getting married and starting a family soon. But we need you to press and publicize wherever possible the distress of the hostages. Help us to bring them home.
My name is Orit.
and I'm Almog Smeil Jan mother. Almog was brutally kidnapped from Nova Festival to Gaza on October 7th. Almog, my son, is a happy boy, loved by everyone, by everybody, and sensitive. He has a special bond with his grandfather. His grandfather had a lower back surgery 2 weeks before Almog was kidnapped. The grandpa was handicapped, and Almog showered him on a daily basis. Before going to the festival, he showered his grandfather. Think about how it affected us all. How I miss him. I miss the coffee we used to drink together. I miss our arguments and our daily conversations. What a big crisis our life had. Our life come to halt. On October 7th, I was home alone. I really wanted to help, to get him, but I couldn't. There was terrorist attack. There were some missiles. How much I wanted to save him, but I was alone. Today I'm not alone. There are so many good people surround me who are taking actions to return the hostages. Think of people you know who can help to promote a deal that will bring back the hostages. Today, there is an opportunity for a deal. Politician can call to another politician in the Western world. The Israeli government will put the hostages top priority and will do everything possible to bring them home. They don't have time. They languish in Hamas tunnels for 153 days. It's unbelievable. Unbelievable. You know, soon we are celebrating Passover in Israel, the holiday of freedom. And we're leaving a chair to Elijah the prophet. I want my son to sit with us. Come join us and bring the miracle of unity until so that no seat will remain empty on Seder with the families of the abductees. I would like to thank the Israeli forces and the IDF for defending our state and doing everything possible to return the hostages. Amen. It means and boys return to the borders. Amen. Thank you.
Good morning, everybody. My name is Yehuda Cohen, father of Nimrod Cohen, age 19. Nimrod was stationed there as an infantry soldier to defend the border. He was kidnapped along with all his team while trying to defend the border, while trying to avoid the invasion of Hamas, trying to avoid the murdering and killing and slaughtering and raping of Israeli civilians. A few words about my son, age 19, he's a boy. A normal boy like every other boy. I got some pictures back 7 years ago where we were in London. He was a 13 years old boy. You can see at Greenwich in London Tower. I just want to say that you have a son, you have a family. We all normal people living our normal life, when suddenly with no reason the Hamas attacked our border for the only reason of killing, raping, burning, humiliating and kidnapping people. It doesn't matter if they are civilians or soldiers. Soldiers were there to defend the border. Soldiers were not there to attack anybody in Gaza. And the simple word is, if 134 kidnappers would be marched from Gaza back to Israel, this whole issue, this whole suffering from both sides will end. So what we want after 153 days, 22 weeks, 5 months, to bring all our loved ones back home. We know he's alive there. Just to give another point of how innocent my boy is, we heard from kidnappers who returned words about him, and one of the things is that the day he was kidnapped, they were asking the kidnappers what medicines they need. He just did a tattoo a week before. And he was so innocent that he was asking if there could be a possibility to bring him a cream for the tattoo. Something that needs to be treated when the tattoo is fresh. I mean, he wasn't there to harm anyone. He was there to defend. He's an innocent boy. Hamas took innocent children, innocent women, and kidnapped them just for the spite of it. And we want them all back home. Thank you very much.
My name is Avivitia Blanca. This is the first time that I talk to you English, because I go everywhere when I speak Hebrew. And they said that I must to come and to talk about my brother. He only 50. He has 2 children. My mom wants to see him. She wants to see him again. We don't know if he's alive, if he's dead. We don't know nothing about Hanan. We don't have a video or something that we see how they take him to Gaza. Hanan was missing 3 months. 3 months that I think that my brother is not in life. And after 3 months they tell us that he kidnapped to Gaza. But they can't tell us how they kidnapped. Or it's like my mom. In Bal, it's like my sister over here. And I ask you, how you can feel like to see me with my brother, go every day with this picture of me. I don't buy nothing. I go all day with this, with my brother. I'm 48. I have 2 children in my home. I left my home to be here. Only I want to see my brother. I hope that we see him again. I hope that we see everybody come again. And thank you that you come.
Very compelling testimony there in London, UK this morning as family members of Hamas hostages spoke at the Israeli embassy there in London. Their remarks wrapping up there now. On the right side of your screen, that top box, the court just now convening as the father of Ethan Crumbley, James Crumbley, is on trial. A live look out there in Pontiac, Michigan. And then tonight, we are looking ahead. Coming up at 9 p.m. tonight, Eastern Time, the State of the Union address, looking like a very cloudy Capitol shot there this morning in D.C. now at 8:48 on the East Coast. The time now, as I just mentioned, 8:48. Let's go ahead and go to our final 2-minute commercial break of the hour. And then when we come back, we can head into the courtroom there live in Pontiac, Michigan, listening as opening statements will soon be underway as the father of Ethan Crumbley, James Crumbley, is on trial. We'll be right back in just 2 quick minutes. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. I'm Jeanne Francine. As promised, let's head back out live to Pontiac, Michigan. The judge speaking on your screen. This relates as a jury has been seated in the manslaughter trial for James Crumbley. He's the father of Oxford High School shooter Ethan Crumbley, and this trial is over his role in the shooting his son did. James Crumbley is charged with 4 counts of involuntary manslaughter, one for each of the 4 students killed when Ethan, at that time 15 years old, opened fire back in November of 2021. The cameraman panning to give you a closer look at James Crumbley. Again, that is the father of Ethan Crumbley. Opening arguments are scheduled to begin this morning. It doesn't look like the jury has entered the courtroom just yet, but right now the judge is going over evidence that will be allowed in this trial and giving some notes to the attorneys there in the courtroom as to what will be allowed and not allowed as far as what they can say. Let's listen in live.
This text in Exhibit 78 is offered by the prosecution under 8033. 8033 applies as an exception to the hearsay rule if the declarant's state of mind is at issue in the case. That's also stated in People versus Lucas 360 Northwest 2nd 162. Also a Michigan case. This one's from 1984. People versus Lucas. That also says the court's ruling that the testimony was admissible under the state of mind exception to the hearsay rule pursuant to MRE 803.3 was also error. Only when the declarant's state of mind is an issue in the case is evidence of his state of mind admissible. In Lucas, they asked about the state of mind of the deputy in the case. And in that case, they determined that the state of mind of the deputy, who was one of the officers in the case, was not at issue. Then there's People versus Fisher, 449, Michigan 441. I believe that's a case that the prosecutor relied on. That case also says talks about statements and marital discord. In that case was the issue. I believe it was a murder, husband and wife. And in that case, Fisher says, in the case at hand, marital discord, motive, and premeditation are all at issue. Thus, the statements of the victim wife are admissible to show the effect they had on the defendant husband. They were found admissible under a state of mind exception to the hearsay rule. I'm not going to admit People 78 because the defendant's, although the defendant's state of mind in this case might be admissible, the shooter's state of mind is not at issue. We all know the shooter's state of mind on November 30th of 2021. Additionally, there were requests for Facebook messages. I believe those are 160. 161 was ruled on, am I correct?
Yes, Judge. I think it was 118, 153.
Was it 133?
Oh, I'm sorry, 118, 133, and 153.
And 153, all right. So, I'm not going to roll on 133 right now. There's something else I want to look into, but I find that 118, the prosecutor notes 801C, I believe that entire chain is hearsay and does not fall under any hearsay exception, so I would not be admitting number 118. I'm sorry, Mr. Keese, did you say 153?
Yes, Judge, 153.
All right, I have 133, but I'm going to pass on that. All right, I'm going to have to look at 153 again.
It's the last text in 118 and 153. They're the same text conversation. It's just a different portion of it. It's the last text. It's the text from Jennifer Crumbley that says, Ethan, don't do it.
Okay. All right. I can get back to you on that, right? You don't need to know before opening. Okay. So with regard to 133 and 153, I will continue my homework assignment later.
Thank you, Judge. Just want to recap to make sure the record's clear. The court's ruled on exhibits 45, 52, 62 today.
Correct.
78 today as well.
Correct.
Yesterday, 308, 321. Those are two different photographs ruled inadmissible yesterday. We redacted photographs 258, 259, and 260. They were an issue. We gave a copy to the defense counsel this morning.
Okay.
We agreed to limit exhibit 80 yesterday. That's the DoorDash text message conversation to just the 26th to 30th of November.
Okay.
And the rest were ruled to be admissible yesterday.
Is that your understanding as well?
Yes, Your Honor.
And the court's to reserve on 133 and 153.
133 and 153, and you don't need a ruling before openings for those.
I do not, Your Honor. And I'm sorry, Mr. Keese, did you indicate 118 was also not admissible?
I should have, yes.
Okay.
133 and 153. I also wanted to ask you, there was some discussion yesterday that members of the media have requested a copy of the questionnaire that was provided to the jurors. I don't have a feeling about it either way, but if you agree to release it, I will. If you don't, I won't. So I don't.
I really don't have an opinion. Now that the jury's in panel, I don't see an issue. Why not?
The defense also does not have an opinion on it, Your Honor.
All right, so anybody who wants one can email the chambers and we'll give it to you. All right. So, are you ready to join in?
One more issue matter. When we were approached, Your Honor.
All right, so it seems like they muted the mics, which is standard procedure when the attorneys do approach the bench to speak to the judge. But again, a close-up shot of Ethan Crumbley's father there on your screen, James Crumbley, a live look inside of this courtroom there in Pontiac, Michigan. A jury has been seated in this manslaughter trial for James Crumbley over his role in the shooting. He's charged with 4 counts of involuntary manslaughter, one for each of the 4 students killed when his son Ethan, at the time who was 15 years old, opened fire in November of 2021. We are awaiting those opening arguments scheduled to begin this morning. Looking to see if we can hear anything at this point. Still no audio, so a perfect time to provide more context. We do know that after Ethan was convicted, his mother, Jennifer Crumbley, James's wife, was on trial, also facing those same 4 counts of involuntary manslaughter. And I can tell you all, at the time, it was pretty much a blame game. She blamed her husband, James, for the entire ordeal. There were also talks of mental health and why Ethan Crumbley was given a weapon in the first place that came out in the evidence that he was given that gun as a Christmas gift. So again, a lot of things will come out. We actually spoke with an expert this morning about this trial, and he stated that some of the same things that the attorneys brought out against Jennifer Crumbley, the mother, will also be brought out against James, the father. So you can see him there as he is tediously looking over his notes. But nevertheless, the attorneys right now speaking at the bench with the judge as she just read out some text messages that will not be allowed, and then also mentioned that the media was wanting to see the questionnaire that the jury had to fill out. So I do see the attorneys there coming back to their seats. So let's see if we can get any more audio on this feed. So we do see that the audio feed is popped back up, but we are still awaiting for the judge to speak. Don't know if they are stalling the jury from coming in or what, but right now I'm going to actually pop up a tag board that was created thanks to my producer Markima as we work to get that. And then I do see one of our shots up as we oh, there it is. It's now fixed. All right. I'm going to pop up some information on the side of the screen as it relates to this trial so that you can continue to watch in, but also have some context as to what's occurring.
I guess I'm going to ask you to remain standing because I'm going to swear you in. All right? Can you all raise your right hand? Members of the jury, you have been chosen to decide a criminal charge made by the state of Michigan against one of your fellow citizens. I'm going to ask you to swear to perform your duty to try the case justly and to reach a true verdict. If your religious beliefs do not permit you to take an oath, you may instead affirm to try the case justly and reach a true verdict. Here is your oath. Do each of you solemnly swear or affirm that in this action now before the court, you decide the questions submitted to you, that unless you're discharged by the court and from further deliberation, you will render a true verdict, and that you will render your verdict only on the evidence introduced and in accordance with the instructions of the court, so help you God. Thank you. Thank you. You may be seated. I appreciate you being on time. I do. I have to give you some initial instructions, and then you're going to hear openings today, all right? And don't try to write down what I say because I speak way too quickly, and because you're going to get a full copy of these instructions when you go to the jury room, all right? I'm going to explain to you some of the legal principles you'll need to follow during the trial. I'm going to tell you the elements of the charge. The defendant is charged with 4 counts of involuntary manslaughter. The prosecutor has alleged 2 separate theories of defendant's guilt, which may be established under either or both of the two theories. The first theory of involuntary manslaughter is doing a grossly negligent act causing death. To prove this charge under the first theory, the prosecutor must prove each of the following elements beyond a reasonable doubt. First, in count 1, that the defendant caused the death of Madison Baldwin. In count 2, the defendant caused the death of Tate Meir. In count 3, the defendant caused the death of Hannah St. Juliana. And in count 4, the defendant caused the death of Justin Schilling. That is, that Madison Baldwin, Tate Meir, Hannah St. Juliana, and Justin Schilling died as a result of storing a firearm and its ammunition so as to allow access to the firearm and ammunition by his minor child. There may be more than one cause of death. It's not enough that the defendant's act made it possible for the death to occur. In order to find that the deaths of Madison Baldwin, Tate Meir, Hannah St. Juliana, and Justin Schilling were caused by the defendant, you must find beyond a reasonable doubt that the deaths were the natural or necessary result of the defendant's act. Second, in doing the act that caused Madison Baldwin, Tate Meir, Hannah St. Juliana, and Justin Schilling's death, the defendant acted in a grossly negligent manner. Gross negligence means more than carelessness. It means willfully disregarding the results to others that might follow from an act or failure to act. In order to find that the defendant was grossly negligent, we must find each of the following 3 things beyond a reasonable doubt. First, that the defendant knew of the danger to another. That is, he knew there was a situation that required him to take ordinary care to avoid injuring another. Second, that the defendant could have avoided injuring another by using ordinary care. Third, that the defendant failed to use ordinary care to prevent injuring another when, to a reasonable person, it must have been apparent that the result was likely to be serious injury. As previously noted, the prosecutor has alleged 2 separate theories of defendant's guilt. The second theory is gross negligence in failing to perform a legal duty. In the second theory, the prosecutor must prove each of the following elements beyond a reasonable doubt. First, that the defendant had a legal duty to Madison Baldwin, Tate Meir, Hannah St. Juliana, and Justin Schilling. The legal duty charged here is one imposed by law. In Michigan, a parent has a legal duty to exercise reasonable care to prevent their minor child from intentionally harming others or prevent the minor child from so conducting themselves in a way that creates an unreasonable risk of harm to others if the parent knows that they have the ability to control their minor child and knows of the necessity and opportunity for exercising such control. Second, that the defendant knew of the facts that gave rise to the duty. Third, that the defendant willfully neglected or refused to perform that duty, and his failure to perform it was grossly negligent to human life. Fourth, that the death of Madison Baldwin as to count 1, Tate Meir as to count 2, Hannah St. Juliana as to count 3, and Justin Schilling as to count 4 were directly caused by defendant's failure to perform this duty. That is, that Madison Baldwin, Tate Meir, Hannah St. Juliana, and Justin Schilling died as a result of defendant's failure to exercise reasonable care to control his minor child, so as to prevent him from intentionally harming others or from so conducting himself so as to create an unreasonable risk of bodily harm to others, knowing that he has the ability to control his child, knowing of the necessity and opportunity to do so. There may be more than one cause of death. It is not enough that the defendant's act made it possible for the death to occur. In order to find that the deaths of Madison...
If you're just now tuning into Live Now from Fox, we are live inside this courtroom there in Pontiac, Michigan. You can tell when they turned the camera, that was when the jury was entering the courtroom. As we know, they are not allowed to be on camera because that would go against the trial. Nevertheless, underway, the judge reading off to the jury the charges that James Crumbley is facing. If you're unfamiliar, he is facing those 4 counts of involuntary manslaughter. She's explaining that to them. And then a little background on the left side of your screen, the father of Oxford school shooter, James Crumbley, he is on trial for manslaughter. The mom has already been convicted. James is accused of purchasing a gun despite his son's mental health concerns. And then his son, Ethan Crumbley, already been sentenced to life in prison after killing 4 students. So we will continue to follow this case and be inside the courtroom, giving you all of the latest details as they unfold. Switching gears now, giving you a live look there at the U.S. Capitol, a very cloudy Friday Eve. It's Thursday, March 7th here at 9:09 on the East Coast. That's giving you a preview of where we are headed next. When we come back from this quick 2-minute break, we're going to check in with Nicolai Corte. He's a political journalist and national affairs expert, giving us a preview of what we can expect tonight as we are hours away from the United States President Joe Biden delivering that State of the Union address. We'll be right back in just 2 quick minutes. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. I'm Jeanne Francine, giving you another live look at a cloudy U.S. Capitol on this Thursday, March 7th. We know that United States President Joe Biden is set to deliver the third State of the Union address of his presidency. It's an opportunity for him to highlight his successes and chart a path forward. But this State of the Union speech will also be his first since he announced his re-election bid last year. That makes it a pivotal moment for Biden as the Democrat faces fierce criticism from within his own party and from Republican opposition. Joining us live to further break all of this down is political journalist and national affairs expert Nicolai Corte. Good morning to you. Thank you so much for being here with us.
Good morning and happy State of the Union Day.
Yes, happy Thursday, or Friday Eve, as I like to call it, Nicolai. So look, many people anticipating this from both sides of the aisle. Concerns with the current president's health, as we've seen him have some slurred speech with some of his speeches. Break down what we can expect today. We know it was hinted briefly yesterday during that White House press briefing.
Well, I think it's important to also note that the president has a stutter and has had a stutter his whole life. And I think sometimes people may read into that. But, I had a chance to talk to some White House senior officials earlier this week. And, they were saying, look, historians will remember the 2020s, for the pandemic, for social upheaval, but also closing some pretty stubborn disparities that have kept too many communities across this country from being able to achieve their promise. And so I think we can expect to hear a lot of real people stories from the president. I would urge the president not to be too gratuitous when it comes to sort of facts and figures and lots of numbers. I think sometimes people get lost in that, but he's got to come out with vigor, with swag. I think a lot of folks are going to be paying extra close attention to the president's tone and his pacing and his energy. The Capitol is no strange place to President Biden, who served as a U.S. Senator for 36 years. And so, this is sort of a homecoming of sorts, although it's likely that this audience, at least the audience in the Capitol, will be fiercely partisan. And so he's got to be prepared for whatever. We heard White House Press Secretary Karine Jean-Pierre just yesterday during the briefing say exactly that. This president will be prepared for whatever.
Look, not you saying he needs to come out with some swag, Nicolai. So we'll see if that in fact happens. I want to talk about the issues, though. Border security, the migrant crisis, even the Israel-Hamas war, things going on in Haiti and Syria. What are some of the topics you think he will discuss tonight and highlight, as he himself is also in the race to the White House?
Well, I think he absolutely has to project a vision. We've heard the president talk often about finishing the job, reelect him to finish the job. And as I've mentioned before, I just think that message is very underwhelming. I think there are folks across the political spectrum that are looking for a vision, looking for a bold vision, but they're also looking for a stark contrast between him and former President Trump. This is a rematch, essentially. It can't be, the same terms of the campaign in 2020. The world has changed. As you mentioned, there is enormous instability, whether we're talking about the Israel-Hamas war or whether we're talking about Russia that's actually gaining ground in Ukraine as we speak, in part because this Congress has refused to pass a supplemental to provide aid to Ukraine. We have a crisis on our border that is really the result of politics being played in the Capitol. There is a bill that has support from Republicans and Democrats. You have a speaker that has been resistant to put that bill on the floor. And so I think you can expect this president to skewer the speaker when it comes to issues like what's happening on the border. But, I think folks are also not feeling the economic breathing room that the president talks about so often. And so I think those real people stories where folks are beginning to feel the effects of that are going to be critically important. This president and his reelection campaign is going to need need to have a lot more third-party validators out there, saying that they indeed are experiencing the relief that the president and vice president so often talk about.
I'm so glad you mentioned that economic aspect. It actually leads into my next question. The White House sending out a memo early this morning saying that President Biden could hint on raising that corporate tax rate. And we do know that former President Trump back in 2017 actually decreased that. Nicolai, can you break down what that corporate tax rate represents and the importance of it? And why would the current president bring that up potentially?
Well, I mean, this is actually nothing new. President Biden, back when he was candidate Biden, ran on a platform of corporate America paying their fair share. And we haven't quite been able to make that happen. And in a divided Congress, I'm not sure if that's going to happen, but I think it's important that the president create as much contrast as he can with former President Trump. Why is it so important to increase the corporate tax? It's not just about a moral duty to make sure that everybody's paying their fair share, but it's also about funding the government. There are so many important priorities to the nation, but we can't fulfill those priorities, if we don't have the resources to do so. And so that's part of the reason why the president brings this up. But I don't think he will stop there. I don't know if you've, you and your viewers, have read a lot about, former President Trump's proposed 2025 plan. But, it is in stark contrast to what the president and vice president, have made the focus of their administration. I saw the Biden-Harris campaign seems to be getting more aggressive about calling out Trump's 2025 plan, which includes a national ban on abortion. It includes really erasing the gains that this administration has prided itself on when it comes to advancing racial equity and racial justice, and so many other things that I think would shock the conscience of too many Americans.
Nicolai, I appreciate you breaking all of that down. I know another thing that you're big on is talking about timing. Current President Joe Biden, as I mentioned off the top of this interview, he's in his own race to stay in the White House. And then we had Nikki Haley drop out of the Republican presidential primary on yesterday. The timing of all of this happening also with former President Trump coming at him, blaming him for everything wrong with America today. This State of the Union happening tonight, could it come at a better time, or is this the perfect time for him?
I think this is the perfect time for the president to paint a contrast between not just him and former President Trump, who is essentially the presumptive GOP nominee for president, but painting a contrast between his vision for the future and what he believes is Trump's vision to turn back the clock. I think there are a lot of Americans that are just now beginning to tune in. And, this president understands that, he's got to reintroduce his argument. And I think that's part of the reason why, for the first time in U.S. history, a president is actually streaming the State of the Union on their Instagram account. President Biden's nearly 19 million Instagram followers can watch the speech on IG. In addition, we see that today the vice president is meeting with digital creators and content creators, to brief them on what they can expect in the State of the Union. And so, this is a Biden-Harris White House that's not taking anything for granted, that is aggressively finding every platform they can to get the president's message out there. And today is no better day to do that.
Nicolai, I've thoroughly enjoyed this conversation with you, your expertise in dialogue, breaking down what we can expect tonight. Is there anything else you'd like to add?
I just want to put a finer point, I think, on the importance of the president's energy. I think a lot of conversation has been had about the president's age. And I think it's going to be interesting to see, how does he lean into that? Does he make fun of himself at some points? Does he lean into the sort of identity as an elder statesman? Or does he attempt to ignore it? I would encourage the president to embrace it. Everybody's talking about it, and everybody's going to be paying attention to his energy throughout the speech. You know, is it uneven? Is it even? Is he engaged with the room? Sometimes the president has a tendency to talk really fast. I would encourage him to slow it down a little bit, you know, and lean into storytelling. Make storytelling his friend. Certainly, great presidents have done that over the years, not just during State of the Unions, but during the course of their presidency. This is a moment where people want to hear a compelling story, and so we shall see.
We sure shall see. Nicolai Corte, thank you again for joining us this morning on Live Now from Fox with your commentary. I'm sure we'll be checking back in with you tomorrow to see if you think the president brought the swag and the confidence and everything else that you said he needs to bring. So thank you so much for joining us this morning.
Thank you.
And as we further the conversation here on Live Now, you heard Nicolai mention that this event will be streamed. And of course, that means we can share it with you right here on Live Now from Fox. That happening at 8 p.m. Eastern time tonight there on your screen. And of course, my colleague Andrew Kraft giving you all of that post analysis from the speech and breaking down those top topics that President Biden might say. The time now 9:23 on the East Coast. Right now, I want to give you a live look out in Gaza. Also, one of the topics for the speech tonight, as it affects you and me, is the Israel-Hamas war. We know a current humanitarian crisis, and this is one of those key topics that all of those presidential candidates are honing in on, among others. When we come back, checking in with the Israeli government for their daily Israeli government briefing, getting an update on this humanitarian crisis, and to see if any talks have continued. At last check, talks had stalled as there were requests for a ceasefire as we are days away from Ramadan. The time now 9:24. Let's go to our second 2-minute commercial break of the hour. We'll be right back. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. I'm Jeanne Francine. Before the break, we were getting the very latest information as far as what we can expect for tonight's State of the Union address. And we know that one of those key topics that could be expressed is the latest on the Israel-Hamas war. We do want to share that Israeli government briefing that played about an hour ago. But before we go to that, opening statements actually underway out here in Pontiac, Michigan. We want to play that for you now, live, raw, and unfiltered as it unfolds. Let's listen in.
This is a post from Jennifer Crumbley, the shooter's mother, the defendant's wife.
that same day, November the 27th of 2021. Mom and son day testing out his new Christmas present. My first time shooting a 9mm, I hit the bullseye. You're going to learn that it wasn't just those 2 extra magazines for the handgun in the plastic case that came with it when James Crumbley made that purchase. You see, he was given the tools to make that firearm safe. He was provided a cable lock. It was provided by the manufacturer, by Sig Sauer. It went to the firearm dealer who sold it to James Crumbley. It was for that gun. This is what it looked like the day the gun was purchased, November the 26th, 2021. This is what it looks like now. Still in its original packaging, still with both keys in the lock. It was never used. The decision that James Crumbley made to buy that gun as a gift for his son was made even though he knew that his son was in the midst of total and complete social isolation and had been in a downward spiral of distress that had been going on for some time. You'll see evidence that as early as spring of 2021, the shooter had expressed to his one and only friend that he had asked his father for help. He told him to suck it up. That was in April of 2021. You'll learn that instead of receiving help or intervention of any kind, James Crumbley instead began to take his son to the shooting range, even buying himself a .22 caliber Kel-Tec semi-automatic pistol, and his son a different gun, .22 caliber 2-shot Derringer. That was June of 2021. They would go to the range together on a consistent basis over the next few months. We have evidence of a number of trips, and you'll see some of that. Some of this background is going to shed light on what happened in November of 2021. This is a pivotal month in the Crumbley home. As I said, the shooter had one and only one friend. That was no secret. James knew about that. You're going to see evidence that the shooter and his friend would communicate with each other throughout the day and throughout the night. The level of data on that text message conversation alone dwarfs everything else on the shooter's phone. You'll hear evidence that there were over 22,000 text messages in just 1 year between the shooter and his friend. Those two shared quite a bit with each other. This is the friend that the shooter confided in when he asked his father for help. That friend was taken from the shooter at the end of October of 21. He didn't just move schools and go to another town. He was taken out of state without warning, without notice, and without a way to communicate. The impact on the defendant's son was severe. His entire social connection was severed, and James was there to know about it. You see, he wasn't working at that time. From November the 1st to November 9th, he didn't have a job. And when he did work before that, it was from home. When he did get a job on November the 10th, it was for DoorDash, where he could set his own schedule and decide when he did work and when he didn't work. It was also during this month of November that the defendant's son began to write in a journal. Some of that is going to be permitted to be shown to you, and Judge Matthews decides what you see and what you don't see. The portions you'll see is that the defendant's son wrote about how he was begging his parents for help, how he was begging for a more powerful 9mm handgun to commit the school shooting, and how he was able to obtain access to the murder weapon. Again, this evidence is important for you as background to what happened on November the 30th, but it also gives you a glimpse into the level of knowledge possessed by James Crumbley when he made the decision to buy that Sig Sauer 9mm handgun for his son on November the 26th, and then, just as importantly, what he decided not to do the morning of the shooting. You see, James Crumbley was afforded what might have been the easiest and most glaring opportunity to prevent the shooting. A full 3.5 hours on November 30th before the first shot was ever fired. Because he was shown this. This is a math worksheet. These are drawings and writings from the defendant's son, November 30th, 2021. One of his teachers saw him doing this, took a picture of that, and sent it to the shooter's counselor. The counselor came down and took the shooter out of class, brought him to his office to find out what was going on. You will learn it took that counselor all of 20 minutes to decide that immediate parental intervention was required. He made that decision even though he had about a fraction of the knowledge possessed by James Crumbley. You see, this drawing, as well as an altered version created by the shooter, were both sent from that counselor to Jennifer Crumbley, who shared it immediately with James Crumbley before they arrived at the school. The severity of the situation wasn't lost on James or Jennifer Crumbley either. They expressed their concern about what they see here, the words "help me," blood everywhere, a picture drawing of a gun, of a person with 2 bullet holes in blood. They expressed their concern about that drawing to themselves in Facebook messages. This is Jennifer Crumbley, she's in blue. Call now, all caps, emergency. This is November the 30th, 2021 at 9:33 in the morning. Followed simply with emergency. Then she sends her husband James, the defendant, both the original drawing as well as the altered version of it that the shooter created. That's at 9:38 in the morning. James Crumbley's response, "My God, WTF." And then he says what he was actually doing that morning. "Vet not here. It's McElmurray's Procurer's horse. Still waiting on the vet." You see, James and Jennifer Crumbley spent quite a bit of time away from the home, tending to their horses. That's what he was doing the morning of the shooting. Jennifer Crumbley, he said he was distraught about last night. "James, we talked about it this morning." "You talked to him?" "Jennifer, can you call?" Then heading to his school, "I'm very concerned." That was at 10:04 in the morning. Unfortunately for everyone, they kept that private concern to themselves. They didn't share it with the school counselor. Despite what they knew, despite what they thought, James Crumbley and his wife, neither one of them, mentioned anything about the gun being purchased for him 4 days before the shooting. James Crumbley didn't say a word about how that picture of the gun that his son drew looked identical, that you will see, of the Sig Sauer 9mm. They didn't say anything about the prior request for help. James Crumbley didn't mention anything about the severity, the real circumstances of the shooter's friend being taken from him. They didn't just fail to inform in that meeting, though. They also failed to act. It was recommended at that meeting that James and Jennifer Crumbley get help for their son then, immediately, that day. And they were provided with a list of resources with mental health providers that would fit any budget, any insurance plan, or even no insurance at all. But they didn't. James Crumbley didn't do anything. Jennifer Crumbley didn't do anything. Neither one of them called. They didn't take him home. The reason given to the counselor is that they had to work. But James didn't mention that. As a DoorDash driver, he set his own schedule. He didn't mention that he hadn't even signed in for the day for DoorDash yet. He was at the vet. Or that as a DoorDash driver, he was able to just put his son next to him in the car. It was one of those glaringly missed opportunities. But instead of seizing that incredible opportunity that was before him, James Crumbley spent the next 2 hours driving around town making deliveries. Never once bothering to stop by his house, which was just a mile away, to check on the whereabouts of the gun that his son drew. Even when he drove by the house to do so. Never once. The gun that he knew was kept unsecured. That is until after the Oxford School District sent out an email blast to all district parents of an active shooter situation. You'll learn that that email reached James Crumbley about 1:10 p.m. And by pure happenstance, James Crumbley was at the exact location that parents of Oxford high school students were told to go in case of emergencies. Their reunification point was the mire on Ray Road next to the high school, directly adjacent to it. By pure coincidence, He happened to be at the exact location where hundreds of people were scrambling to get to. But he didn't stay. That's when he went home. That's when he went home to look for the gun. And that's because he knew. You will hear that there was one and only one person who called the police that day to identify their kid as the suspected shooter. It was James Crumbley. This nightmare, these murders, were preventable by him, foreseeable by him. During this trial, you're going to hear from between 15 and 20 witnesses. I do need to tell you that you won't hear from the shooter. Neither side is entitled to call him to the stand. You won't hear from Jennifer Crumbley. Again, neither side is entitled to call her to the stand. But you will hear a lot about what happened in the days, the weeks, the months before the shooting, specifically November the 26th and November the 30th. Again, those are the critical days. What happened from the 30th, from the time of the meeting to the time that first shot was fired. You're going to learn that throughout the investigation, investigators obtained information from social media accounts, from cell phone forensic analysis. They obtained banking records. They obtained GPS pings. So you're going to be able to put together a bit of a digital footprint of the Crumbley life. You're also going to learn what James and Jennifer Crumbley did after the shooting. Evidence will be presented to you to show that the defendant and his wife withdrew as much cash as they could, and they tried to liquidate their assets. They were found hiding from the police in the city of Detroit in an art studio on December the 4th, 2021. That's after they were charged with these crimes. What you will never hear, and I want to make sure this is clear, you will never hear any allegation that James Crumbley knew what his son was going to do on November the 5th, that he bought the gun knowing what his son was going to do. If he bought a gun knowing his son was going to commit mass murder, then he'd be charged with murder. There is no claim that James Crumbley gave his son that firearm hoping he would murder 4 students. So then the question becomes, how is it that a father can be held responsible for the intentional acts of a teenage son? And the answer to that question is twofold. There's 2 reasons. First, it's important to remember that James Crumbley is not charged with murder. He's charged with involuntary manslaughter. Murder, or aiding and abetting murder, is an intentional crime. Involuntary manslaughter is rooted in negligence. It is by definition causation in an unintentional killing. Second, it's because it takes a rare and specific set of circumstances to rise to the level of involuntary manslaughter when there are multiple causes of death. A rare set of circumstances. Those rare circumstances you will find present in this case. It takes gross negligence. It takes causation of death. And it takes that other person's acts to be reasonably foreseeable. Those are the 3 elements that must be proved. And that's what Judge Matthews is going to tell you. You will learn that the law says that in this situation, there are actually 2 different ways to find this defendant guilty of involuntary manslaughter. You are able to pick either, because the law allows you to do so. Involuntary manslaughter is committed when someone's actions or inactions are grossly negligent, or their failure to perform their legal duty as a parent was grossly negligent. That gross negligence caused death, and not the cause. It was a cause of death. And that's important, because the judge is going to tell you that there may be more than one cause of death, such as this situation, as long as that other cause was reasonably foreseeable to him, to the defendant. Not to everyone else in the world, but to him. The father who bought the gun, the father who raised the shooter, the father who knew what was going on in his life, the father who suspected him as a school shooter, well before his name was made public, well before anyone from the police department told him it was his son. the law allows multiple people to be held responsible in this case. And that's going to come to you from Judge Matthews. Gross negligence is the failure to use ordinary care to avoid a known danger, even though it was apparent to a reasonable person that serious injury would result. It's the willful disregard of danger. And that, ladies and gentlemen, is why we were here. James Crumbley's willful disregard of danger and his failure to use just ordinary care, when he was the one who knew the background, he was the one that knew the origins of this drawing. Him sitting in that counselor's office, looking at this drawing, and then not only staying silent, but then his failure to act. Right there is his willful disregard of danger. Right there. You're going to hear a lot of evidence and arguments in this case. It's important that we all understand that you're not here to decide on parenting. This case isn't about parenting. It's not illegal to be a bad parent. It's not kids doing kids things. We're here to talk about a preventable mass murder. No one will ever suggest to you that every parent can or should be held responsible for everything their teenager does. That's not the law. No one will ever suggest that to you. But in a situation where the father was in a position to reasonably foresee what the son was going to do, because the father armed him 4 days before and was shown a clear statement of intent of what the son was going to do. That is when that rare set of circumstances is present, in these specific set of facts. James Crumbley is in charge with what his son did on November the 30th. James Crumbley is charged with what he did and what he didn't do on November the 30th. That is a very important distinction. That is what the law allows. That is what we were asking you to do. This case is not about guns. It's not about even how all guns should be stored in the home. It's not about gun laws. This case is about this gun for this kid with these issues, not secured, when shown this picture. That's what this case is about. When this kid was begging for a more deadly weapon. That's why we're here. I ask that you listen to the testimony, you review the evidence, and you follow the law. If you do that, you will undoubtedly reach a fair and just verdict. If you do that, you will find that James Crumbley was one of the 3 people in this world criminally responsible for what happened on November the 30th, 2021. And you will find him guilty as charged. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Case. Ms. Lehman.
The attorney there wrapping up their opening arguments there. James Crumbley on your screen facing 4 charges of involuntary manslaughter. We have to go to our third 2-minute commercial break of the hour. The time now 9:45 on the East Coast. But when we come back, we will listen into the other attorney as she gives her opening statements. You're watching Live Now from Fox. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. I'm Jeanne Francine. We see the other attorney there now speaking to the jury, giving her opening arguments. Let's listen in live.
People at the school, including James Crumbley. There's going to be probably quite a bit of discussion about that piece of math homework, ladies and gentlemen, and you're going to hear all about it. Ladies and gentlemen, James Crumbley did not know what his son was going to do. He did not know that his son could potentially harm other people. He did not know what his son was planning. He did not purchase that gun with the knowledge that his son may use it against other people. You will not hear that he did that. The prosecution told you that. The prosecution just told you you're not going to hear that. You're not going to hear that James Crumbley purchased that gun with the knowledge that his son was going to go harm other people. But what the prosecution wants you to believe, the part that's not true, is that James Crumbley knew what his son was going to do and knew that he had a duty to protect other people from his son. Ladies and gentlemen, that's not true. He didn't know. You're going to hear about James Crumbley's relationship with his son. There may be other witnesses who testify about that, about how James interacted with his son, including on the day when that math homework was shown. You're going to hear from other people. They're going to tell you, in their own words, what they observed about James Crumbley and his son, about what they observed about his son, about any concerns they may have had. Other people, not just James Crumbley, but other people with additional education, additional training to evaluate situations like this and evaluate individuals. You're going to hear from those people probably. And they're going to tell you in their own words what they thought about the math homework, about Mr. Crumbley's son, about Mr. Crumbley's interactions with his son. Yes, James Crumbley was a DoorDash driver. We all know that. It's been said multiple times. Ladies and gentlemen, being a DoorDash driver doesn't mean that your job is any less important to you or other people than any other job. It doesn't mean that you don't feel that you have a duty to go to work. And ladies and gentlemen, when you're not aware of an immediate, imminent danger, why would you do anything different than what you normally do? You wouldn't, because you don't have any reason to think you need to. So ladies and gentlemen, you're going to hear the evidence. You've heard a lot of questions in the last couple of days from both the prosecution and myself. You probably have an idea where each side lands on these issues. But you're going to hear the evidence. You're going to hear from people other than us. And you're going to be able to hear in their words what they thought about those days from November 26th to November 30th of 2021. And their feelings, what they observed, any concerns that they may or may not have had. The prosecution has asked you repeatedly to follow the law. I'm going to ask you to do the same thing. Please do follow the law. And I'm confident, we are confident, that if you do that, if you follow the law, that you will find James Crumbley not guilty. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Levy.
The attorney there for James Crumbley wrapping up her opening statements, much briefer than the attorney that spoke, but you can see on the left side of your screen some context as to why he is in trial today. The father there, James Crumbley, of Oxford school shooter Ethan Crumbley, facing 4 charges of involuntary manslaughter. The mother already convicted. James is accused of purchasing the gun despite his son's mental health concerns, and you could see that there on the screen with those text messages that they showed during those opening arguments. And Ethan Crumbley already sentenced to life in prison after killing 4 students. The time now 9:52 on the East Coast. We can see that they have turned the camera. I'm guessing the jury stepping out briefly. Let's go ahead and go to our final 2-minute commercial break of the hour, and when we come back, continuing with your live events, top stories, and headlines of the day. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. I'm Jeanne Francine. So happy to be here with you on this Thursday or Friday Eve, as I like to call it. Taking a live look out inside the courtroom there in Pontiac, Michigan. You can see they have now taken a brief recess. Both attorneys giving those opening arguments as far as Ethan Crumbley's father, James Crumbley, being in the courtroom for trial, facing 4 counts of involuntary manslaughter, 1 for each of the 4 students killed when then Ethan, who was 15 years old, opened fire at that school back in November of 2021. So we will continue to follow all of these live events as they unfold right here on Live Now from Fox. Switching gears now, this was something I promised you all earlier in the newscast as we continue to talk about that State of the Union address tonight with President Joe Biden. We do know that one of the main topics is the Israel-Hamas war and U.S. aid to those out there in Gaza, as we know there is a humanitarian crisis at this hour now at 9:56 on the East Coast. The Israeli government speaking earlier, and we weren't able to play that out for you. I want to play out those comments for you now, raw and unfiltered.
Good afternoon. I'm David Mensa, Israeli government spokesman. This is day 153 of the October 7th war. Day 153 that the hostages have been trapped in the Hamas terror dungeons. I want to start today with an update on our casualties from this war. IDF fatalities since the start of the October 7th massacre have unfortunately risen up to 587. That is up 1 since our last briefing yesterday. The people of Israel grieve with the family of Staff Sergeant David Sasson, aged only 21 years old. Staff Sergeant Sasson was from Ganot Hader in central Israel. He was killed in a fierce battle with Hamas in southern Gaza. He served in the Oketz K9 unit. We know that the IDF K9 units have played a key role in this war with Hamas, saving the lives of Palestinian civilians under fire from Hamas, as well as our own soldiers sniffing out explosives, searching for hostages and discovering tunnels. The IDF and all Israelis share in the terrible grief of their families. We will continue to accompany them at this unbearable time. Our hearts go out to all of the families of those soldiers killed in action, as well as those murdered and taken hostage and wounded. May their memories be a blessing. Now an important update on the approaching month of Ramadan, which this year is from the 10th of March until the 8th of April. It's a source of pride amongst Israelis that our own Declaration of Independence explicitly protects freedom to practice religious beliefs, freedom for all faiths and worship regardless of one's religion. So on behalf of the State of Israel, we want to wish a Ramadan Kareem to all the Islamic world, a holiday full of self-reflection, compassion and generosity in the embrace of their families. We know the unique significance, the religious significance that Ramadan has. So today, we reiterate that this year and every year, Israel will strongly safeguard the freedom of worship for all faiths at all sites in Israel, especially on the Temple Mount and Al-Aqsa. During the first week of Ramadan, the entry of worshippers to the Temple Mount will be permitted, similar to the numbers in previous years. A weekly assessment of the security and safety aspects will be held, and a decision will be made accordingly. Unfortunately, radical Islamic elements are trying to increase incitement. Hamas and Islamic Jihad have already called for attacks on Israelis during Ramadan. Therefore, the National Security Council of Israel are telling the Israeli public to be responsible while traveling abroad and to act in accordance with our travel warnings. Now further news on the UN Special Representative on Sexual Violence in Conflict, the report published this week. Finally, after 5 months, this report was published. The report said that there was clear and convincing information that the hostages trapped in the Hamas terror dungeons have been subject to rape, sexualized torture, and cruel, inhumane, and degrading treatment. The Hamas rapist regime perpetrated sexual violence, gang rape, terrible crimes. This is now recognized by the UN's foremost authority on the matter. I want to make two important points here. Firstly, the State of Israel again calls on the United Nations Security Council to designate Hamas immediately as a terrorist organization. Israel is at a loss to understand why Hamas is not subject to the same international sanctions regime as Al-Qaeda, the Taliban and ISIS. Israel again calls for an urgent meeting of the United Nations Security Council to discuss the report and issue a fierce condemnation of its sexual violence. Failure to carry out these two actions is having a clear result. Hamas and their supporters will conclude that the UN is apathetic to Hamas crimes against humanity, against Israeli civilians, and not least against the hostages it is now abusing right now. In its tacit complicity, the UN will bear indirect responsibility for encouraging further Hamas atrocities. Now an update from COGAT regarding humanitarian aid to civilians in Gaza. In the last 24 hours, 257 trucks loaded with humanitarian aid were transferred to the Gaza Strip. Among these 257 trucks, 153 trucks carried food, the rest carried medical supplies, shelter, equipment and water. In northern Gaza last night, 11 food trucks were delivered, adding to the steady influx of other aid vehicles. Over the last 24 hours, a total of 26 trucks, all from the private sector, have made their way northward. We say again, there is no limit to the amount of movement of aid to northern Gaza. Since the start of this war, we've worked with the USA, our dear friends in the USA, the UAE, Egypt, Jordan, France. We facilitated 25 airdrops, delivered more than 750 vital humanitarian supplies, predominantly targeted at northern Gaza. This concerted effort will be ongoing as we continue working with our international partners to ensure that humanitarian aid reaches civilians in Gaza. Now I want to share with you an operational update on our war to defeat Hamas in Gaza. The IDF targeted raids in Khan Yunis and central Gaza. The IDF have located weapons manufacturing facilities, explosive devices and military equipment and terror tunnel shafts. They have been dismantled. IDF troops killed approximately 10 terrorists over the past day. In Al-Qarara in Khan Yunis, the IDF identified 6 armed terrorists entering a military compound. They too were eliminated. That brings us to the end of today's briefing. I will now take your questions in the chat. Thank you very much.
Okay, so we have a question now from Liar of the Washington Post. According to a Washington Post report, Hamas officials are blaming Israel for the lack of progress in the Cairo talks. Any comment on the negotiations to release the hostages as we're heading into Ramadan?
Thank you for the question. Unfortunately, I can't comment on the minutiae of our efforts to release our hostages in these negotiations. Needless to say, Israel will do whatever it takes to release our hostages. We've made very, very clear, and this has been reiterated by the US, that unfortunately it is Hamas who is the stumbling block right now by not telling us who is alive and who they have in their custody. They must be released right now. Let my people go right now. There is no other excuse. This is a crime against humanity. No one should fall for the Hamas propaganda that this is somehow Israel's fault. It is Hamas that is holding these dear hostages, and they must be set free right now.
That's all the questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The next briefing will be...
All right, so that was a listen in as we were taking a listen to the very latest briefing from the Israeli government as it talks about the ongoing war between Israel and Hamas, as well as the ceasefire talks. This is a live look in Gaza right now, and we do want to bring more on the very latest as the war wages on in Gaza. The first fatal attack by Yemen's Houthi rebels on shipping has threatened to further impact a crucial path for global trade and beyond. The Houthi missile that hit the carrier True Confidence killed 2 Filipinos and 1 Vietnamese national. Already, the White House is warning that there will be a response to Wednesday's attack. What it will look like, that remains unclear. However, the U.S. already has launched round after round of airstrikes targeting the Houthis, which is a rebel group that has held Yemen's capital since 2014, and more are likely on the way. Also happening, and you heard a little bit during the Israeli briefing that we just aired here on Live Now from Fox, Hamas said that its delegation has left Cairo and that talks on a Gaza ceasefire and hostage release will resume next week, making it extremely unlikely that mediators will broker a deal before the Muslim holy month of Ramadan. Now, mediators had looked to Ramadan as an informal deadline because the month of dawn to dusk fasting often sees Israeli-Palestinian violence linked to access to a major Jerusalem holy site. The war already has the wider region on edge, with Iran-backed groups trading fire with Israel and the United States. Egyptian officials had said that negotiations had reached an impasse over Hamas's demand for a phased process culminating in an end to the war. However, they did not rule out a deal before Ramadan that is expected to begin on Sunday. We are going to step away for a 2-minute break here on Live Now from Fox. We will continue to bring you all live events, top stories, and headlines in 2 minutes. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. I'm Stephanie Quinn. Time right now is 10:08 Eastern, 7:08 Pacific. Thanks you so much for taking the time to join us here on Live Now from Fox. We do want to head to Pontiac, Michigan, as you can see this slightly blurry shot right here. However, the reason why we're showing this shot to you is that the involuntary manslaughter trial for the father of a teenager who killed 4 students at Oxford High School, that continues today. And you can see the camera panning to the seal. So it does appear as though this is going to be an extended recess in court. But we do want to recap for you the very latest on this manslaughter trial. Again, this is for James Crumbley. He is the father of Oxford High School shooter Ethan Crumbley. James Crumbley is charged with 4 counts of involuntary manslaughter. Prosecutors are arguing that James Crumbley Crumbley failed to get his son Ethan help for his mental health and allowed him access to a gun and ammunition inside their home. Ethan shot and killed 4 students in 2021. As of note, James' wife, Jennifer Crumbley, she was found guilty of the same charges during a jury trial in early February. James' trial, of course, will have some similarities to her case, although how prosecutors approach unveiling evidence, that might be different. Jennifer and James Crumbley are the very first parents charged in connection to a deadly school shooting. As soon as court resumes, of course, we will bring you back there live. But now we want to go to Washington, D.C., because House lawmakers, they are on the floor talking about a number of issues. So let's listen in.
The Commission has adopted rules on their own to decide that people are going to have to start disclosing their climate impact of how they operate their businesses. Climate impact. You're going to have to start accounting for your CO2 production and report that to a federal entity. Now, this is pretty much going to mean everybody if they're connected to a certain size of business and what have you. So suppliers, small suppliers to larger corporations that are caught in the snare of this will have to account for that. Let's say food production. Let's say you have ingredients that are placed into a larger recipe for food products that you would buy from maybe a larger conglomerate. But there's also individual small growers, say a carrot farmer, say a bean farmer. He's now going to have to disclose his CO2 production on his farm because he might be selling to a larger entity that is caught in the snare of the SEC. Where does this all end? How much time does an individual like that have to chase around and figure out what his CO2 impact is going to be, especially since it's only 0.04% of our atmosphere? And there's much debate about what amount of the CO2 is caused by human activity. Some want to say, oh, it's 50%. Others believe it's a very small, tiny percentage, like maybe 3%. So there's those that want to say, well, the science is settled, merely because they want to move on and take control over so many aspects of our economy. So what are some of the issues that we've seen outgrow that? We have what's known as ESG, environmental, social, and governance. Now, the country of Sri Lanka, just a few short years ago, decided to adopt and try and meet these ESG goals, much to the great harm of their economy. It almost collapsed good portions of their economy because they went whole hog as a whole country on that to try and adopt ESG goals. And so on the environmental side of the E, they forced farmers to completely convert to organic materials for their fertilizer and whatever pesticide products they were able to use organically. What immediately happened? Rice yields in the country dropped 20%. The price of rice went up 50% for consumers. And we saw that that blew a great big hole in the ag economy in that small country. Their country had to come in and start doing bailouts, basically, to help keep those farmers afloat until they finally caught their senses and abandoned a lot of those ESG goals. They're also an important tea exporter, which caused their exports to fall, and they lost hundreds of millions of dollars on that as well. And so their economies collapsed by trying to meet some arbitrary ESG goal brought on by outsiders that really have this idealistic elite whim of what people should be doing instead of what actually works. So I run this all by you here is that the Biden administration has been causing this kind of harm on our own economy in this country. And the focus of every agency seems to be climate, climate, climate all the time because of a tiny increase in CO2. CO2 is a rounding error in the overall atmospheric chart here. And the increase of that is minute. So how much of it do you blame on human activity versus what might be happening with other natural occurring issues? So what do we have? Our economy is being outclassed by China and others in the Pacific Rim that can produce at will, and they're the much larger so-called polluters than we are of CO2. So do you want to have a situation where we can actually have a better control and reasonable regulations on how things are produced in this country? We want to export it all to China and places like that and have basically almost no control on how they're doing that. So what we're going to hear tonight, the president's going to be in this room. He's probably going to talk a whole bunch about climate and some new initiatives on that. Instead, why doesn't he focus on something that could have immediate help for the devastating things going on our border in this country? 8 steps he can take with a swing of a pen to clean up our border problems instead of blaming Republicans for his mess. I yield back.
The chair now recognizes the gentlewoman from Michigan, Ms. Tlaib, for 5 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, I'm from Motown, where our music has changed the world in so many incredible ways forever. But artists in my district and across our country are struggling to make ends meet in an industry where the money just keeps going to executives and shareholders. It would take more than 800,000 streams per month to make equivalent of $15 an hour. In the vast majority of our artists are on platforms like Apple Music, Spotify. And one of the things that, even for them, they never ever get to 800,000 streams in a year. This is a big deal. Streaming now represents 84% of recorded music industry's revenue in the United States. But most of the artists who bring joy to our lives and culture aren't seeing any of it. The Living Wage for Musicians Act, which I introduced for Representative Bowman, would change that by creating a new fund that aims to pay artists at least 1 penny per stream.
All right, so we are taking a listen to House lawmakers, I should say, discussing a variety of topics, including the border, minimum wages, and the economy. We are going to step away for another 2-minute break, but we will be right back. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. We were taking a live look at the U.S. Capitol, an absolutely beautiful day in Washington, D.C. This is where President Biden will deliver his State of the Union address later on tonight. And of course, there are a lot of issues that Americans are concerned about: the economy, border security, Israel-Hamas war, the Ukraine-Russia war, women's rights. And so a lot of people are wondering, what is the president's message and what will be the tone tonight? Well, at 11:40 Eastern, so in just about an hour and a half, we are going to speaking live with U.S. Secretary of Transportation Pete Buttigieg about the president's remarks, about his tone tonight, and a number of issues that are of major concern to Americans. And we also have a programming note that we want to let you know about, because again, the State of the Union address is tonight. We are going to have extensive live coverage right here on Live Now from Fox beginning at 8 p.m. Eastern time. The remarks itself, Biden will deliver at 9 p.m. Eastern time. So again, put that in your calendar. Join us here on Live Now from Fox. Meantime, we are going to head to Pontiac, Michigan, where court appears to have resumed in the manslaughter trial for James Crumbley. And again, he is the father of Ethan Crumbley, the Oxford High School shooter who shot and killed 4 students back in 2021. James Crumbley is charged with 4 counts of involuntary manslaughter for what prosecutors say is his role in this shooting. We are going to see if there is sound so we can listen in. As though the jury members are entering the courthouse, and again, their faces are never shown, which is why the camera is panned to James Crumbley, who is standing right there with the glasses. James Crumbley and his wife, Jennifer Crumbley, are the very first parents ever to be charged in connection to a deadly school shooting. Jennifer Crumbley was found guilty of the same charges during a jury trial in early February, and we brought you her trial here on Live Now from Fox. So again, the question is, if Jennifer Crumbley was found guilty of 4 counts of involuntary manslaughter, will James Crumbley be found guilty, or will he be found innocent? So again, you can see the members right there standing up, because again, as court proceedings happen, they bring these individuals in, and then they bring the jury, and then they bring the judge. And that is when court resumes. So we are going to continue to follow this, because, again, this really is historic that Jennifer Crumbley back in early February was the first parent to be charged in connection to a deadly school shooting. All right, so as we await for this to happen, we do want to pivot right now, because happening now live, the State of the Union comments from the Republican Party. So we're going to head there now so we can listen in.
The processes legally, but have him say, I have a plan to secure the border and I'm going to execute it.
Now, let me ask you about the time change legislation here now. First of all, explain what you were saying about northern Michigan, which is affected uniquely by this because of what happened with the mines in New York and its split in the UP.
Well, our 4 border counties in the Upper Peninsula, which I live in one of those, we border Wisconsin. Wisconsin is Central Time. You know, north of us, where the mines are and were back in the 1800s, the companies that owned the mines and ran them were headquartered in New York, so they wanted them all to be on the same time zone. But the point is, I don't think the cows know. None of the animal kingdom observes daylight saving time or whatever it happens to be, but I think we could be doing more as a Congress rather than just guessing about time. It is what it is, and I'm a longitude, latitude kind of guy. Let's go with what God gave us there.
It is something that's in the Constitution, though, and I know that sometimes the time change affects the more northern climes differently, if it's too early in the morning for light or too late, et cetera. Talk about just living there and how, if they were to change it one way or the other, how that would affect northern Michigan.
Well, one of the things that when you think about the rationale for the time change is children going to school early in the morning. You want them to be in daylight, and the safety is issue for both the drivers and the school children. So, whatever works best for the location that they're located in, people adjust. They may have their preferences, but people adjust. But consider safety first.
All right, so we are listening as House Republicans are coming up one by one to discuss a variety of issues, including tonight's State of the Union address. We do want to head back to Pontiac, Michigan. And again, this is raw, this is unfiltered here on Live Now from Fox. So we are able to pivot at a moment's notice. On the stand right now is the very first witness in the trial for James Crumbley, who is the father of the Oxford High School shooter. Let's listen in.
When was the last time you had a traditional teaching schedule?
A traditional teaching schedule might have been 2015.
I'd have to really go back and look at my resume to know that.
Okay.
But in the fall of 2020, I did have a classroom. We went back face to face, and so we pulled all of our instructional coaches out to teach a few hours of the day so that we could spread students throughout the building and get students back instructionally.
Okay, so after COVID, the coaching faculty started to take more teaching assignments so that you could spread kids out.
Correct.
Do I have it right?
Correct.
Okay. In November of 2021, were there kids in the school that you knew, and if so, how did you have contact with them?
There were kids that I knew from the class that I had the previous year. There might have been, having been in the district for a long time, there were a lot of teachers who had children that were in that building. So I know a lot of them too.
Okay. I'm glad you brought that up. Does Oxford have a lot of faculty who send their children to the district?
Yeah, I would say many of our faculty send their students through Oxford schools, yes.
Okay. And the kids that you knew in that building that day, did you also know them from middle school or you just knew them?
Yeah, just knew them from knowing their parents, or if I had them in class the year before. But there might have been a kid in passing that I met here or there. But for the most part on that year, I had no contact with students other than, if like a kid wanted to stop in and see me, or if we met in the hallway or.
Okay. But did you have a traditional classroom?
I did not. I shared an office. It was like a half classroom.
Was the classroom turned into two offices or an office?
Correct. It was a classroom turned into two offices. It was in one of the instructional halls, the math science instructional hall. And I shared it with two other coaches in the district.
Okay. You're the first witness. So the jury's not seen a map of the school. So I'm going to put that up in a minute. Okay. It's already been admitted. There's no objection to that. But before I do, can you just generally describe how the school is laid out? It's a fairly new building, correct?
It is fairly new. The main part of the building was opened, I think, in the fall of '98, the year that I started with Oxford Schools. And then I think it was the fall of '04 that we started, that it became the high school. So it's a fairly new building. There is like one main hallway that kind of runs up the center and it hugs into the courtyard. It almost reminds me like if you opened it in a map, you would see it almost mirrors itself in many ways, especially the area that I was in.
Okay, and your hallway were the hallways organized by subject matter?
Yes, we had like our foreign language hallway, our English language arts hallway, we had our math section, social studies, and then science wrapped around the side. Our electives were on the outskirts of the high school.
And how did the students and the faculty refer to bathrooms and exits? How did they describe them from one to the other?
It might have been like the exit by the staff parking lot. That's how I knew them.
Okay.
I know that there are numbers on all the doors. Numbers are not my thing.
It's your English. Where's this? Is there a senior
there is a
leisure area
yes.
at Oxford?
Yes. So right up that main corridor, which is like, if you folded it, there's like this one main hallway. Right in the center of the building is considered the senior window, and that is right in front of our courtyard, one of our courtyards.
And the hallways go subject matter. Did you typically find upperclassmen, lowerclassmen, or it was all mixed in all throughout the building?
Well, many of the seniors did hang out in that area. There were kids throughout the building. There was no area specific for like freshmen, sophomores, or seniors.
All right. I'm going to show you now and the jury what's been admitted and marked as People's Exhibit 9.
Can I get this to turn?
Yes, it should.
It usually takes 6 minutes.
Yeah. Oh, okay.
That goes on last. It'll take a second.
Okay. Perfect.
Thank
you. Yep.
Can you tell the jury what we're looking at?
This is a map of the high school. And so you see where it says media center in the middle and then court right below it.
when we were talking about that senior window.
Right there?
Correct. So that senior window is just south of court. Like that's the senior window, that window that is on the south end of court. No, go back. Yeah, right on like the south end of court. Sorry, south.
Okay.
Maybe I'm directionally challenged.
I think
I'm sorry, I am. I'm going to want to go north.
Okay, so what,
I guess it would be east.
what was the number for your classroom?
My number is 222.
Okay, and we'll, right there?
Correct.
Okay. And then what's in the middle area right there
Actually, sorry, I'm not 222, I'm 224.
Okay.
I was right next door to 222.
Do you see 224?
You can't see the number, but you can see between 226 and 222.
222.
Yeah,
Okay.
there's a bunch of names written in that. That was all the coaches, myself, and the other coaches.
To the left of that, what is that area?
The other room on the other side.
That, can you go to that little mid-bridge? Yeah, done. What is this area? What's in there?
That area on the lower end is the science labs. On the upper end, there is I can see a bathroom to the right, a student bathroom.
And the senior area is up?
It's up.
In the middle?
Yeah, it's right there.
Okay.
Yep.
All right. So I want to draw your attention to around 12:50 on November 30th, 2021. Do you remember that day?
I do.
Okay. Did you have any kind of teaching assignment on that day?
I did not have a teaching assignment on that day. It was a Tuesday after Thanksgiving.
Okay. Can you tell the jury about the Oxford lunchtime schedule, because it's a little confusing.
We run a 7-period rotating schedule, which means that kids meet for 6 class periods a day. The lunches have a split hour, so they have an A, B, and a C lunch. If they're A lunch, they go to their class the second half. If they're a B lunch, they go to class, have lunch, go back to class. And if there's a C lunch, they go to class, then they go to lunch.
Okay, and about how many minutes is passing time, generally?
I want to say it was 8 minutes.
And what did you typically do during passing time?
During passing time, I might have gone out in the hall and chatted with a colleague or two, checked in on something. That is also a time it's like the time that teachers need to get things done. So there might be a quick interaction. I might, see a kid in the hallway passing by. But pretty often, like it was just standing guard outside my room or standing outside my room.
Okay. At around 12:50 that day, do you remember what you were doing?
Yeah, a student that I had in the fall of 2020 wanted to chat, and so she came in and we chatted for a few minutes, and then she left.
Do your, as a general rule, do you keep your door open or closed?
Open.
All right. And your classroom, as we see in the map, was smaller. What was the layout of the classroom? Were there traditional student desks in there, or can you explain to the jury what the classroom was?
If you walked in straight ahead, you would have seen my desk. To the left of that, you would have seen one of my colleagues' desks, and then just on the wall closest to the hallway, there was another coach's desk.
What is at the back of the classroom when you go in the front? The wall you're facing, what is that?
There's a large window that leads out to the courtyard.
Okay. Once the student left, what did you do?
There was a few minutes left during passing, and so I walked around to my desk and opened up my laptop.
All right, and we're going to
check some emails.
Okay, and are you facing the door, or?
I'm facing the door. Okay. Correct.
All right, and what happened next, Mela?
I'm sitting on my laptop, reading through an email. The door's open, and I notice a group of kids running by. It was a movement that I had never really seen before. They were moving, like there was a hyperness to the voices, and it was almost like they were pushing forward, like trying to move as fast as possible.
And that seemed unusual to you?
That was very unusual to me, yes.
Okay, why was it unusual?
I have never seen a group of students move like that before.
Because of their speed or the way that they're...
I think it was all of it. There was a speed to it, the tone of voice. There wasn't any like, my first instinct was that it was a fight, but a fight, because it was the only thing that, was the closest to what students would be moving quickly or swiftly to, especially in that large group of kids.
Did you stay seated or did you get up?
I got up. I exited the classroom or the office and moved about...
in the hallway?
Into the hallway. I moved into the hallway to see, what's going on.
Okay, if you look at the map, which direction did you turn? Did you turn towards door 4?
I turned towards door 4.
Okay.
So I turned towards door 4.
What did you see in the hallway?
I see, so the hallway kind of bends. So I come out of my office and I'm closer to that 221, but not fully there, right? I'm closer to 221, and I'm looking and I can see all these kids rushing out of door 4, which didn't make sense to me because, again, I had never seen this happen.
That's what you saw.
Mm-hmm.
Did you hear anything at that point?
It was silent. There was no noise.
Was that unusual?
Absolutely unusual.
Okay.
At that time, yes, absolutely.
And what did you do next?
I moved back into my classroom, trying to understand what's happening. And I walk back into the classroom and I'm thinking, okay, could there be a prank? I doubt there would be, and so it's probably 10 seconds, if 10 seconds. And I hear 3 things really close together.
Okay. What did those 3 things sound like?
One was an announcement, the bells chiming in, an announcement of our principal coming over the PA and saying, we're moving into lockdown. This is not a drill.
Okay, and you, as a faculty member for this many years, what is lockdown? What have you been trained to know about that? What does that mean?
So we're trained in the ALICE protocol, which means we have to use our senses to figure out what's happening. But with all of those students and with what I was hearing, the 2 additional things that I was hearing was like a loud pop, 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 and then multiple doors slamming. I moved to shut my door.
Okay.
And lock myself in.
I want to stop for a minute.
Mm-hmm.
What is your experience with firearms up until this point?
Up until this point, my experience with firearms is limited. I have, however, shot a weapon, I have in my life shot a weapon.
Okay. Have you been to a range before? Is this a hobby that you have?
It is not a hobby. I have been to a range.
Okay. When you heard the pop, 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 what did you think?
I thought in my head I could have mistaken them for lockers slamming easily. They did not sound like gunshots to me, but I'm not really, I've been to a range once. I've not I don't really know what a gun sounds like.
Okay, so what you said the three things, the announcement?
The announcement, the pop, pop, pop of a weapon that I now know, and doors slamming.
Okay, and what did you do?
I moved to shut my classroom door because when I had come back in, I had not shut it. So I shut that classroom door, and we have a night lock next to all the doors.
Can you tell the jury what a night lock is?
A night lock is a device that slides into the door.
Where do you slide it?
You slide it in the bottom of the door, and it keeps the door. So on my office and all of the rooms in the building have glass partitions on the side. So if someone were to shoot out that and try to get in, it would keep that door from being opened.
Okay, I'm going to show you what's been admitted as Exhibit 10. Mm-hmm. Molly, what is that?
That's the office that I had.
Okay, so that's your door open?
Yep.
All right. And where is your... This is not a picture... Is this a picture that adequately reflects the normal...
No.
Okay.
This was...
we're going to get to why that's like that, but where is the desk that you were sitting at?
Straight ahead, there's that tall lamp. My desk was the other way.
The other way?
Yeah.
Right there. Okay. So, you said you approached the door, you shut it?
I did. I shut it.
And then where was the night lock?
It is in this photograph. You can see that bag that's mounted to the wall. It was, yep, that's a blood bag that we keep in all the classrooms. And then, or like a medical bag or whatever. And then just in front of that, you can't even see it. It's so close to the door.
Okay.
Was the night lock.
Okay. And I think I might have interrupted you. What is significant about the night lock and why is it used in a lockdown?
It's a measure, it's an additional measure of barricading yourself into a room if need be.
Can you open the door if the night lock is installed?
You cannot.
What about if you had a key to the door?
It wouldn't matter. You cannot open. It's like it keeps that door from being opened. You would have to remove that metal frame in order to get that door off.
Okay, and how do you? So the person from the inside has to disengage the night lock. Is that?
Yes.
Do I have it right?
Yes.
Okay. So you close the door and you get the night lock, and then what happens? Did you see anything in the hallway as you approached your door?
No, I didn't. I shut the door. I can hear that door shutting. It's completely silent. And I grab the night lock. And I look down at it because depending on which way your door opens, depends on how it goes into the door. And I see in my peripheral vision some movement, and so I look up, and in that moment, I see someone wearing dark, baggy clothes.
And are you seeing him through that window right there?
Yes, it's
okay.
through.
Can you describe the person?
The individual is wearing a hoodie, baggy clothes, a mask, and there was a skull cap on, or like a.
So were any parts of this individual's face visible?
I did not see any part. I mean, only his eyes, and he was wearing glasses.
Okay. Had you ever seen this person before?
No.
All right. And when you looked through the door, where was this person? How was he faced? Was he facing you? Was he to the side?
At the moment that I locked eyes with him, we were standing square to one another.
Okay. Tell the jury about locking eyes with him and what you saw.
So I lock eyes with this person, and I see some movement coming from the side of him, and I realize that he's raising a gun to me. I remember thinking in my head, there's no orange tip on that gun.
What does that mean?
I had heard somewhere in my past that BB guns have an orange tip, and my body reacted, and I jumped
You're
to the side.
You're
Yes.
motioning that you jump to the right.
I jumped to the right, so I'm jumping this way in the room.
And at this point, the door's closed?
The door is closed, yes.
Is there a window on the other side of this door, or just what
No,
we see?
just
Okay.
what you see.
All right. You jump to the right, and then what happens?
I jump. I'm turning and I'm jumping to the right, and then I feel my shoulder move back. It feels like I've been stung by hot water.
Okay, you're pointing to something.
Yeah, on my arm.
On your left arm.
Yes.
Okay. At this point, did you manage to get the night lock in already?
No, the night lock's in my hand.
So he could have just opened the door.
The door was locked.
Okay.
Like the lock was on it, right? I look behind me and I see, you can see the bullet hole in the glass leading out to the courtyard. And in my head, I remember thinking a BB gun can't do that. The instinct in my body was that I had to barricade this door. But I'm afraid to go back to the door to put the night lock in.
Okay, I'm sorry, Mom, I have to stop you for a second. After you locked eyes and you see a gun, do you hear anything?
Nothing.
Okay.
Oh, well, sorry.
That's okay.
It's totally silent in the hallway, but I do hear 3 loud pops. You could feel the force like coming, like the way the door hit. It was very forceful, but the sound did not match the force.
What do you mean by that?
It was like higher pitched than the power of what was happening through that door.
When you jumped to the side, you said then you looked and saw the bullet hole, and then what did you do next?
There was a filing cabinet over on this side of the door against the wall, and so it's like a longer one, and so I grab it and I'm trying to move it, and I'm realizing I can't move it, but I know I have to get back and barricade that door.
Okay. You were shot that day.
I was.
Okay. And can you tell the jury and show the jury where you were shot?
Yeah. I'm gonna remove this. Is that okay?
You can step down if you want to. It's okay.
So you can see it's kind of like on the back side of the arm. It's not straightforward. Like you can't see the scar when I'm standing straight forward. So he caught me when I'm jumping on this side. He catches me.
And there's
an entrance and an exit wound, and the line in the middle is where the bullet cauterized my flesh.
When you were trying to move the filing cabinet, at this point, did you?
I'm okay.
Did you know you were shot?
I did not. No.
Okay. Were you feeling anything physically?
No. There was nothing physical. I was so focused on I have to barricade this door.
All right, so you're taking a listen to some very emotional testimony as an Oxford High School faculty member is explaining the moments back from 2021 when Ethan Crumbley started shooting inside the high school, and he shot her in the arm as she was trying to barricade herself inside her office. We are going to step away for a 2-minute break, but we will be right back here on Live Now from Fox. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox, and we do have a programming note to let you know about. Of course, the State of the Union address is scheduled for tonight. This is President Biden's third State of the Union address and likely his final speech before Congress ahead of the 2024 presidential election this fall. We, of course, will have extensive coverage leading up to his speech and after. Our extensive live coverage begins at 8 p.m. Eastern tonight. The president's speech itself will begin at 9 p.m. Eastern. And we will be joined throughout the day by a number of experts, lawmakers, and reporters as we preview the State of the Union address at 11:40 Eastern. The U.S. Secretary of Transportation Pete Buttigieg will join us here live on Live Now from Fox to have a raw, unfiltered conversation about the president's speech, his remarks, and of course, the concerns of the American people. We hope you join us for that at 11:40 Eastern time today. We are going to step away for our final 2-minute break, but we will be right back. Thank you so much for joining us here on Live Now from Fox. I'm Stephanie Quinio. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox, and we continue to take this live look from Pontiac, Michigan, inside this courtroom right here as the manslaughter trial for James Crumbley continues. He is the father of the Oxford High School shooter. On the stand now is a high school faculty member explaining the moments from that shooting, including when Ethan Crumbley shot her in the arm. Let's once again listen in.
Place. I'm safe, and I love you. And I'm just listening to what's happening outside, trying to distinguish what's my next move.
What are you hearing?
Absolute silence. I'm hearing nothing.
Were there any announcements?
There was another announcement that came on at one point, and it was to remain in lockdown. There's a hallway text thread that we have that there's no one texting on that. But
you mean the teachers
yes,
in that hallway have a group text?
Yes.
Okay.
No one's texting on that. But in the other part of the building, my language arts team says, I'm hearing there's an active shooter. And I said, I saw one.
Did you say, and I've been shot?
I did not say that I was shot.
Okay, is there a reason you're not telling anybody that you've been shot? Is that because you didn't want to really understand it, or?
I think that there's definitely a part of me that was in denial about what was happening in that moment. I also think that what I know is that building has to be secured to save the most amount of lives. And telling anyone that I'm shot when I'm not, when I do not need help, is not beneficial.
So you didn't want anyone to help you?
I did not need emergency medical attention at that moment. Or at least that's what I felt.
Okay. How long do you think you were in that classroom behind that cabinet?
I'm in there for about, I would say, 20 minutes. And I'm sitting on my bum. And at one point I hear footsteps in the hallway because my back's facing that hallway. And I think they're starting to evacuate those rooms. That was the decision, that was the moment I decided to text the teacher next door to me. She's in room 222. And I just said, no one knows right now, but I've been, I think I used the word hit. I've been hit in the arm. And then I did say, I hope there's no one else. She then alerted. I believe she called 911, and there was another teacher in the room with her, and he alerted the front office.
So at some point, did somebody come to try to help you?
It was pretty quickly after I sent a text message to them that Kurt News, who was our assistant principal at the time, that he shows up at my door knocking, Molly, are you in there? And from behind that filing cabinet, I said, yes. Kurt was, I've known Kurt since I started in Oxford, but I didn't trust that was Kurt in that moment.
So you didn't want to open the door?
I did not want to open the door. It felt safer to stay in there. And then a few seconds after, there's police officers at the door, and they're like, are you injured? And I said yes. And so they asked me to, I think I said, do you want me to, I kind of like crawled out from behind, and I was like, do you want me to take the night lock out? And they said yes. Do you want me to open the door? And they said yes. And I'm still on my hands and knees at this point. And I reach up for the handle. And that door swings open, and they grab me from under my arms. And they pull me up and out of the classroom. And I can see Kurt standing on the lockers, like against the lockers.
Okay. I'm going to show you what's been admitted as Exhibit 11. What is that, Molly?
That's them at my door. And that's them walking me out. You can see that there were multiple police that were around that door when they pulled me out. And then the two escort me out door 4. We get outside of door 4, and the one says, I'm going to put a real tourniquet on you now. It might hurt a bit. And then...
Is that what's happening right through the window? You can see in the
yes.
video? Okay.
And then they said, we're going to call and see if there's an ambulance available for you. We need to know if someone needs it more than you.
Okay, when you came out, we see somebody there, an officer with a a weapon. Were there anybody else? Was there anybody else in the hallway? Were there any students?
There was no one in the hallway. It was completely silent with the exception of a walkie or two that was going off.
And what information did you have at that point about the shooter, or did you know somebody, if they're still in the building? Did you know if there were victims? What did you know?
I have no idea about anything, but when he says, we're going to see if there's someone else, I think it was the moment that I knew that there was someone else.
When you got outside, what did you see or hear?
There's a helicopter flying above the building. There's a couple snowbanks.
Did you see any students?
There were a smattering of people throughout the parking lot. I honestly couldn't tell you if they were students or parents.
Okay. Eventually, did you get into an ambulance?
I did.
And where were you taken?
I was taken to Lapeer Hospital, or the hospital in Lapeer.
Okay. And what happened when you got there?
We get to Lapeer, and I asked to walk in. I felt like if I could walk, I wanted to walk. And so they supported me to walk me into the hospital. And as I'm walking in, the hallways are lined with doctors and nurses. Like they were prepared for a disaster.
Okay. What did you learn about your injury that day?
It was through and through. It was clean. They ended up doing a chest x-ray on me in the hospital to make sure that no debris from the bullet came in. And that was probably the first moment that I cried, because it felt like I had made a mistake in the classroom and that I had actually put my life in danger. I didn't know if I was hit somewhere else.
What do you mean you thought you made a mistake?
I didn't know if I was hit somewhere else. I couldn't understand why they were doing a chest x-ray on me.
Okay. Were you released that day?
I was. My husband came up to the hospital to come get me. We went home that night.
At some point, were you informed or shown where those shots landed?
Yeah. He was aiming to kill me. Those shots were intended.
Okay. I want to back up. When did you learn where those shots landed, other than you knew it hit your arm?
My husband was my nurse at home, taking care, cleaning my wound. And at some point when, I'm holding him out, I realize that's a heart level. And he was aiming to kill me.
Okay. How many inches is it from your heart, Molly?
I would say about 6.
Okay. At some point were you shown the picture of your door that depicted, okay,
yeah.
Do you remember when that was?
Yeah, I saw that photo in your office.
Okay, when you came in months ago to talk about the testimony. All right, Molly, I'm showing you what's been admitted as Exhibit 12. Is that the classroom, your classroom door?
It is.
Okay, and the pink rods, do you know what those indicate?
The bullets that came through the door.
Okay, and when you saw that in my office, what did you say?
He was aiming to kill me. That's a shot to the head and 2 to the chest.
Nothing further.
Can I ask you to tell the jury what ALICE is?
Oh, thank you. ALICE is a protocol that we follow. If I could remember the entire acronym, I would tell you, but it's like we have to listen and make alert. We have to make a decision. Are we going to lock down in place? Are we going to flee the scene? Or are we going to have to go on the attack that like someone would come in the room? So it's just kind of dependent upon the situation and what decision we choose to make in a situation like that.
Thank you. Cross, Ms. Lehman.
Nothing, Your Honor. May she be excused, Your Honor?
Yes, you can step down when you're excused.
Our next witness involves the exhibits that we spoke about earlier today.
Okay. So we have a little setup here. We are ahead of schedule. There are certain things that need to be set up for your review. So we're going to take another break. Okay?
All rise for the jury.
All right, so you can hear that the microphones inside the Pontiac, Michigan courtroom have been cut off and everyone is standing. So it does appear that court is in recess right now. They are zooming in on James Crumbley right there. He is the one standing trial for 4 counts of manslaughter in his role that his son, Ethan, shot and killed 4 classmates back in 2021 at Oxford High School. And earlier, we were listening to a high school faculty member explaining the moments from 2021 when Ethan Crumbley started shooting inside the school. She gave very emotional testimony saying that she was trying to barricade herself inside her office, and that is when he shot her in the arm. She stood up, took off her blazer, and showed the jury members the bullet wounds that still remain on her arm. And again, you can see James Crumbley right there with headphones on, as there is no sound, but again, perhaps listening to a certain instruction right there. And you can see his attorney talking to him as well. We're going to pot up the sound just to double check to see if there still is no sound. So let's listen in. All right, so no sound, and in fact, you can see that James Crumbley is now being shackled once again, as it does appear that court is in recess. But again, this is a typical procedure as he is in a suit, but you can see that they are cuffing him and shackling his arms to his waist. Again, he is charged with 4 counts of involuntary manslaughter. His wife, Jennifer Crumbley, already found guilty on the very same charges. Her jury trial was in early February, and you can see James Crumbley being led out of the courtroom right now. This is historic because Jennifer and James Crumbley are the very first parents ever to be charged in connection to a deadly school shooting. Again, their son, Ethan, now serving life without parole after he shot and killed 4 classmates at Oxford High School in 2021. Prosecutors arguing that James Crumbley failed to get his son, Ethan, help for his mental health and allowed him access to a gun and ammunition inside their home. And again, James' wife, Jennifer, already sentenced, being found guilty of those same charges. We are going to step away for our first 2-minute break here on Live Now from Fox. Time right now is 11:09 Eastern, 8:09 Pacific. Again, we'll be back in 2 minutes with all of your live events, top stories, and headlines. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. You are taking a live look at this podium as we are expecting U.S. Secretary of State Antony Blinken and the Swedish Prime Minister to give statements at the State Department. And again, the podium is empty, but as soon as Secretary of State Blinken and the Swedish Prime Minister take to the podium, we will bring you their remarks. In the meantime, we want to head to the Senate, where Senator Ted Cruz is speaking about the Texas wildfire that really has devastated the panhandle there. Let's listen in.
Truck that had been utterly burned and charred. The heat was so intense that the windshield, the glass had melted into just pools of glass on the hood. I also saw in front of a house a motorcycle, I think it was a Harley, that had been utterly incinerated. The tires were burned and gone. I saw a boat, I think it was a bass boat, a fishing boat. Again, utterly incinerated, nothing but fiberglass just melted on the ground. One of the officials I met with was Volunteer Fire Chief Zeb Smith. I met with Chief Smith on Monday, less than 24 hours after he and I met. Chief Smith passed away fighting that wildfire, running into a home that was on fire, trying to stop the blaze. He had been fighting fires for 9 days straight when he entered that home first thing Tuesday morning. On Monday, I asked Chief Smith, I said, have any firefighters been injured yet? He said, thankfully, no. Neither he nor I knew when we were having that conversation that 24 hours later, he would be the first. And he would give his life to save his community. These wildfires have been raging for a week and a half. And they've devastated communities like Fritch all the way from Lake Meredith to Canadian. One of the fires, the Smokehouse Creek Fire, is the largest wildfire in Texas history and the second largest in our nation's history. The scar from these fires can be seen from space. And they currently cover more acreage than the entire state of Rhode Island. These fires have had a devastating impact on farmers and ranchers in Texas. More than 500 structures have been lost. 10,000 miles worth of barbed wire has been destroyed. And it's still unclear exactly how many cattle have perished, but we know it is thousands upon thousands of cattle who've been taken by the fire. I texted a good friend of mine who lives in Canadian. Told her I was thinking of her, just asked how she was doing with the fires. I didn't expect her response. She responded, well, not too well. My home burned down. So did my barn. And I lost half my cattle. But then she responded, you know what? I'm actually feeling pretty lucky because the ranchers on both sides of me lost all their cattle. And I got to say, I prayed for my friend. I prayed for all the men and women in the panhandle. But that response also embodies the frontier spirit. These are tough Texans. The destruction we're seeing is enormous. However, throughout all of this, to date, there have been only 3 deaths attributed to the wildfires. That is extraordinary. Given the magnitude of this disaster, it could easily have been scores and scores of deaths. That's a testament to the firefighters and the first responders in the Panhandle who have been tirelessly working to get people out of harm's way, to contain the fires, and at times the fires have been traveling more than 200 yards per second. That's how fast these fires have been moving. Mr. President, right now, as this disaster is unfolding in Texas, the first priority is to contain these fires, to put them out. Texans are working to stop their spread. The weather's been a big factor. A few days ago, fortunately, there was some cold. There was some wet weather with snow and ice. That slowed the fires some. But then the weather got drier and windier, which is ideal conditions for spreading fire. So right now, there are firefighters heroically battling massive fires, risking their lives. When I was there, I was told that over 60 fire departments from across Texas and across the country have sent firefighters to battle the blaze. Monday night, I was at the Houston Livestock Show and Rodeo. I saw the Houston fire chief. He told me Houston had sent firefighters all the way up to the Panhandle to help battle the blaze. To anyone in the Panhandle who sees this, I want to ask you, please listen very, very carefully to your local officials. Listen to emergency responders. If they give you an evacuation order, treat it seriously. Keep your family safe. At the end of the day, it's tragic when someone loses a home, but a home can be replaced. Your family members cannot. This fire is dangerous, and our first priority needs to be preserving life and getting people out of harm's way. The second step is to shift to relief and rebuilding. And rebuilding is a process that's going to take years. In the short term, there are charities that have stepped up and are engaged, including the Salvation Army and the Red Cross and their local churches. And you know, I want to say something. I've been in the Senate 12 years. Texas is a big state. And as a big state, we have our share of natural disasters. From hurricanes ravaging the Gulf Coast to tornadoes doing enormous devastation to this wildfire raging in the Panhandle right now. And as Texas's senator, it's my responsibility to stand with those communities in the time of crisis and in the aftermath rebuilding. And every time we've had a natural disaster in Texas, it's heartbreaking when you see the loss of life and the suffering. But consistently, it is also inspiring. It is inspiring because the reaction of Texans in a time of crisis, they come together. Texans helping Texans, holding on to each other, supporting each other. When Hurricane Harvey hit the Gulf Coast and home after home was flooded, I remember Texans would go and rescue their neighbors. They were jumping on bass boats because the streets were flooded, and they'd go from house to house pulling people out of harm's way. Rednecks and bass boats is what I called them, and it was the spirit of Texas. And the beauty in that time is there are no partisan divisions. There are no Republicans and Democrats. People don't care about race or ethnicity or religion. It's just Texans helping Texans. And that's what I saw in Fritch and Berger, that same spirit of Texans helping Texans. And I'll tell you, in a time of crisis, the church steps up, and the church should. The church should show love. When I was in the Panhandle, I stopped at multiple churches and relief centers. I thanked the volunteers who were there. They were giving out food, they were giving out water, they were giving out diapers, they were giving out supplies for people who had lost everything. And I thanked them. I visited with one woman whose home had burned down and her daughter's home had burned down. And yet I'll tell you, she was smiling and in good spirits. She said, you know what, my family's alive and safe. I mentioned in Fritch, 242 homes had burned down. The county judge told me, though, there were only a half dozen people in the local shelter that they'd stood up. Because everyone else whose home had burned down, they were presumably staying with friends or family or loved ones. It was other Texans who said, hey, you lost your home, come stay with me. That's inspiring. It's powerful.
You are taking a listen as Texas Senator Ted Cruz is discussing the ongoing Panhandle wildfires that are just absolutely devastating areas of Texas. But we also have two other programming notes to let you know about. On the upper right-hand side of your screen, the James Crumbley trial right now is in recess, but we are expecting it to resume as opening statements were delivered earlier today, and we heard from one witness on the stand. Very emotional testimony as a faculty member at the high school where the deadly 2021 shooting happened. She was detailing how she herself was shot. On the lower right-hand side of your screen, we are expecting Secretary of State Antony Blinken and the Swedish Prime Minister to deliver remarks at the State Department. We are going to step away for a 2-minute break, but we will be right back here on Live Now from Fox. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. The State of the Union address happening tonight, and that is the big headline in the world of politics, as we are expecting to hear from President Biden in his third State of the Union address and likely his final speech before Congress ahead of the 2024 presidential election this fall. So what will he say? What will be the meat of his address? That is a very interesting question, one which we will bring in reporters and experts and lawmakers to discuss. We're also going to have, of course, extensive coverage leading up to his speech and after. Our live coverage starts at 8 p.m. Eastern tonight. The president's speech itself will begin at 9 p.m. Eastern. And in just about 10 minutes, we are going to be speaking and having a live unfiltered, unedited conversation with U.S. Secretary of Transportation Pete Buttigieg. We are going to be asking him what the president is going to be talking about. We are going to be pushing him to answer about the real concerns that Americans have, including the economy, including the border, including women's rights. So we're going to have his interview in just about 10 minutes here on Live Now from Fox. We'll be back in 2 minutes. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. You can see U.S. Secretary of State Antony Blinken delivering remarks as he meets with the Swedish Prime Minister. Let's take a listen in.
People made clear their desire to join. Swedes realized something very profound, that if Putin was willing to try to erase one neighbor from the map, then he might well not stop there. And if he was allowed to proceed with impunity, not only would his aggression potentially continue, but would-be aggressors everywhere would get the message that it was open season. And so the Swedish people stood up not only for their own country, but stood up to the common responsibility that we share to try to make sure that the very foundations of the international system that we all rely on to have peace, to have security, to have opportunity, when they were challenged, we were there to defend them. Sweden was there to defend them. And I think what this tells us even more profoundly is the reaffirmation of Sweden's democratic character. Change driven by its people, by its citizens. There's also no clearer example than today of the strategic debacle that Putin's invasion of Ukraine has become for Russia. We see a Russia that is now weaker militarily, economically, diplomatically. Its standing in Ukraine has changed dramatically, whereas before 2014, the first invasion, people were open to positive relations with Russia. Now virtually the entire society, and not just today, probably for generations, is turned against Russia because of its aggression. And fundamentally, our alliance is now, as I said, both larger and stronger than it's ever been. And we see again and again and again that everything Putin sought to prevent, he's actually precipitated by his actions, by his aggression. And there's no clearer example of that than Sweden becoming a member of this alliance. But even once that decision was made, none of this was easy, none of this was obvious. It's taken 2 years, nearly 2 years, of tireless diplomacy, together with the extraordinary Secretary General of NATO, Jens Stoltenberg, to achieve ratification by every NATO member. And again, the determination of Sweden's leadership, the extraordinary diplomacy that it's exerted, making sure that every question was answered, every challenge was met, every obstacle was overcome. That's what brought us to today. Now, some doubted did we get here? We never did, and we are here. This, of course, is also built on an extraordinary foundation of partnership between Sweden and NATO that goes back many, many years. Sweden's long been an active partner with NATO allies, training together, exercising together, working together. And fundamentally, the reason this is such a strong, powerful fit is because Sweden embodies and promotes the core values that are at the heart of NATO: democracy, liberty, the rule of law. And it also brings some unique capabilities to this enterprise. Unique capabilities in the Arctic, the Baltic Seas. And this year, of course, Sweden will contribute more than 2% of its GDP to defense and continue to show the way for all NATO members. If you go back to 1949, at the signing of the NATO treaty, President Truman said this, and I quote, "In taking steps to prevent aggression against our own peoples, we have no purpose of aggression against other peoples. We hope to create a shield against aggression and the fear of aggression, a bulwark which will permit us to get on with the real business of government and society, the business of achieving a fuller and happier life for all of our citizens." That is fundamentally what this enterprise is all about, what NATO is all about. It's making sure that together we are creating an environment in which our people are safe, secure, and can meet their full potential. Today, we have fortified this shield against aggression. We brought more people under its protection so that together we can focus on the real work of delivering for our people. With that, Mr. Prime Minister, the floor is yours.
Thank you so much, Mr. Secretary. Anthony, thank you so much. Today is a truly historic day. Sweden is now a member of NATO. We are deeply grateful for the overwhelming bipartisan congressional support for Sweden's accession and for the strong leadership from the US administration leading the way on ratification and security assurances. I would personally like to thank both President Biden and you, Secretary Blinken, for your invaluable efforts and personal commitments during the accession process. I would also like to thank all NATO allies who have supported our accession and welcoming Sweden as a 32nd member of the alliance. We are humble, but we are also proud. We will live up to high expectations from all NATO allies. United we stand. Unity and solidarity will be Sweden's guiding light as a NATO member. We will share burdens, responsibilities and risks with other allies. Today is, as Secretary Blinken said, it's a victory for freedom today. Sweden has made a free, democratic, sovereign and united choice to join NATO. There is an overwhelming support in our parliament and among our people. That is a strength, both for Sweden and for the alliance. And as a strong democracy, Sweden will stand for the values in the Washington Treaty, signed just a few blocks from here 75 years ago. Freedom, democracy, individual liberty, and the rule of law. Sweden is, as was mentioned, now leaving 200 years of neutrality and military non-alignment behind. It is a major step, but at the same time, a very natural step. Membership means that we are coming home to the Alliance for Peace and coming home to the Alliance for Freedom, to which many democracies already belong. Also home to our neighbors' security cooperation, home to the circle of countries where we, for generations, have belonged. We will defend freedom together with the countries closest to us, both in terms of geography, culture, and values. The security situation in our region has not been this serious since the Second World War. Russia will stay a serious threat to the Euro-Atlantic security for the foreseeable future. It was in this light that Sweden applied to join the NATO Defense Alliance, to gain security, but also to provide security. We have unique capabilities to contribute on land, in the air, at sea. Our support to Ukraine is a fundamental part of that. Ukraine is fighting bravely for its freedom, but they are also defending European freedom. At the same time, we are strengthening our defense and doubling the defense budget right now. From this year onwards, Sweden meets the NATO standard of 2% of GDP to defense spendings. This is important for NATO security, obviously, and to burden sharing. We are increasing the numbers of conscripts, strengthening civil defense, and reintroducing civilian service in Sweden. We have been prepared for this task for quite a while, and I'm very pleased to take this very final step. Sweden is joining NATO is not the end of something. It's the beginning of something new.
So you're hearing from the Swedish Prime Minister as he is joined by Secretary of State Antony Blinken, announcing that Sweden has now joined NATO, becoming the 32nd member. We do want to pivot, though, because, of course, closer to home here in the United States, we do want to share this with you. This is a live look at the U.S. Capitol as President Biden is going to be delivering his State of the Union address tonight. And again, this is a live look right there where he will be delivering that address. We do want to bring in U.S. Secretary of Transportation Pete Buttigieg to join us here live on LiveNOW from Fox to talk more about what we can expect tonight. And Secretary Buttigieg, thank you so much for being here today.
Thank you for having me on. Nice to be with you.
Absolutely. There are a lot of issues that Americans are concerned about: the economy, border security, the Israel-Hamas war, the Ukraine-Russian war, women's rights. We could go on. What is the president's message today? What is his tone to the American people?
Well, I think the president's message will reflect his understanding that all of this, all of these big issues, all of these hot debates come down to how everyday life changes in America, depending on the decisions that are made in Washington, D.C. and in that Capitol building. You know, you look at the things that the president has really focused on and prioritized, addressing the cost of living, leading the push to get insulin down to $35 a month for seniors, and still pushing to try to get that for every American if congressional Republicans would change their mind and cooperate with him on that. Getting that infrastructure bill done, not because of the kind of dollars and cents on a sheet of paper that it represents, but because it means a better commute. It means a safer community when we get those roads and bridges fixed, or when we improve an airport and strengthen a regional economy. So I think you're going to hear a lot about how everyday life is shaped by the achievements that the president has gained already, like the job creation that's happened on his watch, and the things that we still have to get done as a country.
Absolutely. And this is a presidential election year, so a lot of people are going to be listening very closely about these issues that impact everyone on a daily basis. Another national talking point among voters is the president's age. President Biden is 81 years old. Will the president address this issue?
Well, I think the best way to address the issue is to talk about the job that he's doing. You know, I experienced this kind of on the opposite end. When I was a young mayor, I was 29 when I got elected. Age was an issue for me, kind of in the other direction, but the approach that I always took was, let's leave age aside and just look at what we're actually getting done. And that was how I always made the case to the community, to the council, to the city about the work we were doing. I think you'll have the same dynamic tonight. You know, the president is somebody who's focused on the future, focused on policies that will make things better for a generation like my generation, like the generation of my kids who are currently toddlers, who are going to benefit from the choices that are made to fix that infrastructure that we're going to be counting on for the rest of our lives, to do something about carbon pollution that is going to shape whether the economy and the country flourish into the 2050s. You know, I've heard it said that often the most important thing is not the age of a leader, but the age of a leader's ideas. And I think you might even hear a contrast tonight in terms of a policy vision between policies that are future-oriented. For example, making sure America wins the contest for the clean energy future versus having a country like China win that. You know, conversations about making sure we have more rights and freedoms in the future versus an alternative vision, which has more to do with returning to the policies and the assumptions and the expectations of the past. I think you'll see, you know, whether he puts it in these terms or not, I think you'll see a contrast between a vision that's more built around 2050 or a vision that's built more around 1950.
And as you said, Secretary Buttigieg, age might just be a number, but there is major and legitimate concern about the president's cognitive abilities. Of course, being president of the United States is the most powerful and I would imagine one of the most stressful positions one could ever have. And it does seem that America really is at a pivotal moment in history. Will he address not just the policies, but his ability to execute them at his age?
Well, I think a State of the Union speech is a great opportunity for a leader to show versus tell what kind of leader they are at any age. And I think, you know, whether we're talking about the current president or the last president who at the time was the oldest president we'd ever had, or the previous record-setting oldest president, Ronald Reagan, you know, each used the State of the Union to make a very forceful case about the leadership they were providing, the direction they were taking the country. And I think Joe Biden's going to make the case tonight, not just with words, but with examples of the kind of president he is and the kind of results he's getting. At the end of the day, we don't have to speculate on what kind of president he would be because he's president right now. And we don't have to speculate on what that's going to mean for the economy because while he's been president, we've had the fastest job creation of any president in American history. While he's been president, we've seen unemployment stay under 4% for the longest that's been true since before I was born. While he's been president, we've seen construction expand. We've seen wages now going up faster than prices. A very important point, by the way, given that all modern major economies, including ours, went through a period of really tough fighting against inflation. It's important to see and point out that pay is now going up faster than prices have been going up. These are the things that actually affect people's everyday lives. And you know, at the end of the day, whatever shape or size your president is, the most important thing is what they're getting done.
We have seen a growing divide in this country when it comes to politics, you know, especially, for instance, one example, the border security issue. Another instance is the U.S. response to Gaza and the ongoing war there. Will the president address the growing divide in politics and really what it seems like a stalemate when it comes to making progress because of the refusal to compromise?
Yeah, you know, the president is somebody who believes in bipartisan leadership and in compromise, even when others in Washington laughed at the idea you could get anything done on a bipartisan basis. The example of that I'm closest to, of course, is the transportation side of the infrastructure bill. People said there was no way you could get anything done in this country on a bipartisan basis when Joe Biden took office. And yet by the end of his first year, he had signed the most significant infrastructure legislation in generations, and it was done with a lot of Republicans crossing the aisle to work with Democrats, work with President Biden, work with people like me to get that done. I think that's how he prefers to lead. We got close with the border deal. Very conservative Republicans working with Democrats to get a bipartisan deal that would have improved conditions at the border, something President Biden supported. Unfortunately, that's a case where politics did get in the way. President Trump told congressional Republicans not to support it, and in the end they backed away, even though so many of those congressional Republicans had helped negotiate it in the first place. So look, we know what we're up against in terms of the divisions in this country. But one of the things that has always struck me about the president's last State of the Union addresses, and I hope and expect that'll be true tonight as well, is that the things he lays out, the vast majority of the things he proposes, have support from the vast majority of Americans. Building and fixing roads and bridges, making sure that we prioritize economic growth from the bottom up and the middle out versus tax cuts for the wealthy, protecting a woman's right to choose. So many of the things that the president has stood for, 60–70% of Americans agree. And I think that's a great starting place in a country that feels like it's always 49-51, but actually has a lot of common ground.
And you were speaking about the president's last State of the Union address. There were hecklers in the crowd. There were people who were loudly booing the president as he was speaking. And there was this bit of a back and forth. Speaker Mike Johnson really urging now the GOP lawmakers to maintain decorum tonight. What do you make of that?
Yeah, I remember 1 or 2 years ago, just as the president was laying out a unity agenda, talking about things like curing cancer and confronting mental health and opioids, I could hear voices and shouts from behind me, which was incredibly disrespectful, which is why I appreciate Speaker Johnson issuing that call. I don't think you have to be a Democrat or a Republican to believe that when the President of the United States addresses the country and the Congress, that should be a respectful proceeding. And I certainly hope that everybody in that room heeds that call from Speaker Johnson to make this, agree or disagree, and you can clap or not clap line by line. But let's all agree that this is an important moment for our country, an important moment for the presidency that comes every year, and that it should be a respectful one.
You were mentioning a couple of the president's victories, so to speak, when it comes to the economy and inflation and interest, et cetera. But for a vast majority of Americans who on a daily basis have to pay more for groceries, who can't afford to own their own home, which is still the American dream, who do not feel that America is at a place where they want it to be, what would you say to the many Americans who just don't feel that America is on the right track?
I think that's why the tone of tonight's conversation, tonight's address won't be mission accomplished. It will be, here's what we've gotten done, and here's what we're working to do next. I think it's for precisely that reason that the president's been very focused on lowering everyday costs. Again, getting insulin to be $35 a month, attacking junk fees that credit cards and airlines and hotels and others charge that can really eat into the affordability for everyday Americans, making sure that the priority has less to do with tax cuts for the wealthy and more to do with increasing pay for the rest of us, the focus on getting wages to go up, the battle against inflation, which hit every major economy hard, but there's a reason why the U.S. had a better track record on inflation than any of the other major economies around the world in the last few years. I think talking about that, but most importantly, talking about what's next, talking about what can make everyday life more affordable, the push to continue lowering the out-of-pocket cost of healthcare, I think is going to be a big theme. Also, the president's insistence on making sure that there are no attacks on Social Security or Medicare. I know congressional Republicans sometimes threaten to take away the Affordable Care Act. I think you'll hear the president make clear that he will stand to defend that, precisely because he understands that we're not there yet, that economic prosperity isn't a destination. It's a journey that we got to continue pushing for and fighting for.
And one final question for you, Secretary. Do you feel that America today is in a better place than it was 4 years ago?
Oh, there's no question. I mean, when we got here 4 years ago, when we moved here, there were still blast walls and barriers around the United States Capitol to deal with the violent attack that had taken place just a few weeks earlier. That's the condition that the country was left in when President Biden took office. I think of some examples just from aviation, right, where right now we're dealing with issues related to how the airlines can deal with that extraordinary demand they have in this rapidly growing economy. When we took office 4 years ago, ago, some years ago, the big question was whether America's aviation sector was going to go out of business. Millions of jobs had been lost. Hundreds of thousands of lives had been lost in the COVID pandemic. So yeah, I mean, if you want to compare where we are now to where we were when President Biden took office, look, there's a lot of work to be done. But President Biden inherited a country that was reeling from the greatest political violence that it experienced in the Capitol since the Civil War, with an economy that was flat on its back, and has guided us toward economic recovery and some measure of political healing, as well as being able to put the pandemic increasingly behind us. It doesn't mean the job is done, but we're way better off than we were when we got here.
Secretary Buttigieg, thank you so much for taking the time to speak with us here on Live Now from Fox. We appreciate it.
Same here. Thanks for having me.
Absolutely. And we do have a programming note to let all of our viewers know about. Of course, the State of the Union address is at 9 p.m. Eastern. We will have extensive live coverage here on Live Now from Fox starting at 8 p.m. Eastern. We are going to step away for our final 2-minute break, but we will be right back. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. It does appear that the trial for James Crumbley is continuing. It was in a brief recess. This is a live look inside the courtroom at Pontiac, Michigan. And if you're just joining us, if you're not familiar, again, this is the trial of James Crumbley. He is charged with 4 counts of involuntary manslaughter for his role in his son Ethan's fatal shooting back in 2021, where Ethan killed 4 of his classmates. So let's pot up the sound and once again listen in to the testimony right now.
Nothing. It can't do anything. It can't receive information. Can't send information.
Okay. Now, what about Android phones specifically? Have you had the opportunity to be trained in data extraction from Android phones?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Is that the same as Apple phones? iPhones?
Not entirely. How the operating system is written, it's a little different in the process in getting the data off of the phones.
What do you mean?
On Android phones, it's a little bit easier to get the data off of a phone than it is an Apple phone.
You said operating system. What does that mean?
The main function. When you look at the phone, the main screen, that's the like Windows for your computer, right? Or iOS for your Mac or whatever. The operating system is the base of that phone, whether it's Android or an Apple, which uses iOS, an Apple phone. That's the main thing that makes the phone function.
Okay, and I think you said that Android operates differently than Apple?
Yes, it does.
Okay, can you explain that to me again, please?
It operates a little different on how it stores data, how it retains that data, whether it's a file-based encryption, whether it's even encrypted at all, depending on the phone that you have, the manufacturer of that phone, and where it stores that data.
Now, are you able to obtain someone's locations based upon a device?
You can, yes.
Tell me how that works.
The phone's always looking where you are. Obviously, it's talking with towers. The tower tells the phone where it's at. For advertising purposes, let's say Google, for example, they put those little cookies on your phone so it knows where you're at all the time, right? And it knows that you like going to Burger King. So every time your phone knows that it's near Burger King because the map app is being used, it's going to tell you, oh, there's a Burger King nearby, or it'll pop up in your Facebook message feed or whatever. So that's, yeah.
All right, cookies, what's that?
Those are little trackers, I guess, to make it simple. It's a little tracker that sits, that's embedded in however the phone interacts with either the internet or an application. It's a little nugget that just sits on your phone, waiting to be activated to tell either Google where you're at, Apple where you're at, and to give the user a better experience with their phone.
So if I'm on my phone and looking at a website, for example, and I get that little bar at the bottom that says this website uses cookies, accept or yes or no.
Yep.
So if I either hit yes or I close out of that box, then it's tracking my phone.
If you hit yes, correct.
Okay. What if I hit no? What happens?
Then the cookies, they're not installed because you're not given permission for them to be loaded up to your phone, not installed, loaded to your phone.
So in order for me to look at the website, for example, though, I'd have to hit yes.
Not necessarily, no.
Okay.
No.
So this is something that, as an investigator in this field, you're able to use to help understand the location of the device?
Correct, yes.
Okay, and tell me how that works, though.
Well, like I said, one of the main things that we use is what's called location services. Location services is what tracks where your phone is within either an Apple or an Android phone. Google stores that data, again, because it sells that data to Burger King or McDonald's, wherever the heck you might want to, whatever you're interested in. And it keeps track of where you have been, where you like to go to use that information in the future.
Okay. So I want to talk about, specific to this case, I want to talk about some of the evidence that you reviewed in this case. First of all, were cell phones seized in the course of this investigation?
Yes, there was.
Okay. And you were the individual, you and members of your team had the opportunity to review those cell phones?
That's correct.
Okay. What about information from social media outlets?
Yes, we did.
Okay. Now, regarding the cell phones, I'm going to summarize this, and I want you to tell me if this is accurate, okay? So, source of electronic information from the shooter, an Android phone, a T-Mobile phone, last four digits, 1551.
Correct, yep.
That's right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. A Facebook account?
Correct.
An Instagram account?
That's correct.
Okay. Now, regarding Jennifer Crumbley, there were 3 cell phone seized, is that right?
Correct.
Okay. So we have 2 from T-Mobile with the same identical phone number. Is that right? Okay. A TCL A509DL we refer to as a burner phone. What does that mean?
A burner phone is what we refer to. It's a phone that you can go to Walmart in the electronics section where they sell their TVs or any CVS or Rite Aid and just buy it in a packaging and activate it. The SIM card's in there, and there's really no account that's needed to get it up and going. You just activate the phone by putting money towards the account within it.
Okay. A Facebook account, jehn.crumbly.7, and we have includes the messenger functions. What do you mean by that?
So Facebook Messenger and Facebook, separates 2 separate platforms. But you can search warrant Facebook for Messenger information, or you just search warrant for Messenger information.
Okay. And then we have certain emails account from Gmail and Yahoo.
Correct.
All right. And then Instagram account JEHNC78.
Correct.
Okay. So regarding James Crumbley, again, 3 phones were seized, 2 of which were T-Mobile phones with the same phone number, and the third being the TCL A509DL burner phone.
Correct.
Okay. 1 Instagram account, James R. Crumbley. 1 Facebook account, which included the messenger function, James R. Crumbley, and Yahoo, Gmail, Charter Communications email accounts.
Correct.
Okay. And then DoorDash search warrant for James Crumbley. So was the search warrant issued to DoorDash?
Yes, it was.
Okay. And was information received?
Yes, it was.
Okay. So we spoke about that very briefly early. A search warrant is when a judge or magistrate authorizes a document to a social media provider or a company, for example, and information is returned.
Correct.
Okay. And so what happens when you get that return?
Sometimes it's in an easy format. It's just a simple Excel spreadsheet. Other times it's multiple Excel spreadsheets that you have to compare different parts of that two spreadsheets to come up with the information.
Okay. Now, your role normally would be to talk about cell phones, computers, cell towers, things like that.
Correct.
Okay. So, with your permission, I'd like to talk to you about November the 30th, 2021. Do you remember that day?
Yes.
Okay. You were working for the sheriff's office?
Yes, I was.
Okay. And you were computer crimes?
Yes, I was.
Were you working that day?
Yes.
12:50, 12:51 in the afternoon on November the 30th. Do you remember where you were?
He's probably driving pretty fast.
Okay. And tell me why.
We got news from our captain that there was a shooting at the Oxford High School. Prior to that, our sergeant, who was off that day, reached out, texted one of the guys in the office, and said there was a shooting at the high school, and nobody believed it. Like, we believed it, but we're like, man, it's just somebody nearby at a house, you know, fired off a rifle or something, and the police are going to go do their job. And then a couple minutes go by, and the captain comes in and he said there's been a shooting at the high school, and he said all hands on deck.
Okay. What did you take that to mean?
There's a shooting, like, it was...
All hands on deck. You're not normally somebody who responds to active shooter situations, right?
No, it's for the nerds. For the captain to come to the computer crimes office, it was all due respect to the guys in there and the gals in there. That's not their job to deal with that. The fact that he came in there it was a really big deal.
Okay. And you mentioned you were driving pretty fast. Tell me about that. I remember getting out to my car. At the time I had a white minivan that had lights and siren in it. No one ever took it seriously when you turned the lights and siren on. But I remember pulling out of the parking lot, and I looked to my left, and there's, it didn't seem real. It didn't seem like this. Like, I'm thinking in my head like this was just blown out of proportion, because I didn't have my radio on in the car. I couldn't hear the radio traffic at the time. And I looked to my left, and there's two patrol cars, not even from our agency, not even from the sheriff's office, come around the far corner on this complex by the medical examiner's office and animal control. And they turned that corner on two wheels on each side, on the back, coming around that corner. Their lights were shining. They were going fast. And I'm like, holy cow, this is real. So then I turned my lights on because I just thought we'd get there and do what computer crimes does, you know? We would do our thing. And I turned my lights on and siren, and I started going north towards Walton. Telegraph runs up to Walton and it cuts over to US 24. Telegraph cuts up to Walton and it goes over to M24. And I had no idea where the heck I was going. I've been to Oxford for a half a second driving through. And I thought, well, I remember thinking when I get there, I'll just follow the crowd because it's going to be big. And going north on 24, and I see one of our SWAT vehicles going across the bridge from 75 down to 24, and the light was red for me, and I thought, well, I'm gonna have to slow down. Like, there's cars coming down the ramp. And I remember getting closer and closer, thinking, how come nobody's going? Like, my light's red. This cross traffic should be going. Like, because as a police officer, obviously, when you run a red light, it's extremely dangerous. You don't do it haphazardly. And I'm approaching this light, thinking I'm gonna have to slow down. And as I get to the light, I look over and there's a patrol car just sitting. I don't know what agency they work for. And so I go through that intersection, and then
I see them join up behind me, and then I see 2 other patrol cars from another agency coming up behind me. I remember, I don't know if it was Brown Road or what the next major crossroad up the hill there. I remember that light was red and there were cars stopped in both lanes, and I thought to myself, I'm gonna have to go onto the shoulder. And so I'm looking at the shoulder thinking, I mean, it's part dirt. It's a small shoulder of asphalt and dirt, and my small tires on that minivan, it's not gonna handle well, but we're not gonna stop going, right? So I remember feeling the steering wheel shaking from the gravel, and I get around and keep driving north. Crowd still following me. I look up in the mirror every once in a while, and there had to have been, I couldn't count them. They were so far deep behind me, and the ambulances and the SWAT vehicle, and we get up into town, up into Oxford, I think we were, and as I'm approaching the light, it just changes red. So obviously cross traffic doesn't know what's going on there. You might just have somebody that just goes straight, and again, it's dangerous. It really is. And so with the lead car, I've always been told the lead car in a situation like that, you always hold that intersection for everybody else behind you because they're coming. And so as I inch into the intersection, I stop dead in the intersection with the lights and siren going. And I counted 16, at least 16 vehicles just go screaming past me. And we start getting into town, and northbound traffic's blocked. It's dead stopped. I remember going against oncoming traffic, and now you see cars coming at you, and you're the whole way there, all I could hear on the radio was staging area on Ray Road and Meyer. That's what I kept on hearing. There's so much radio traffic. I heard bits and pieces of other things, but that really stuck in my head. And so we're just driving north, and finally I just see a Meyer, and I'm like, okay, well, we gotta be far enough north. This is where I gotta go. And so I pull off onto Ray Road, and I meet up with other deputies in the area.
Okay. If you could describe to us what you saw when you arrived at that Meyer.
That was tough. That was really tough. I got a daughter who, she's 17, 18 years old, and 17-year-olds, they wear those tight leggings and all that stuff and small shirts or whatever. I remember standing there on Ray Road, and I see these kids. One kid didn't even have a shoe on. He only had one shoe on. Walking through the snowbank, going down to the Meyer. And I see these girls dressed like my daughter. And it was cold that day. I had 2 coats on, and I was shaking. I was shivering. It was so cold. I remember offering one of our lieutenants at the time. He didn't have a coat, and I offered one of my coats because I was so cold, and he didn't take it. But you just saw these kids just coming down from where the school was. Like, it's hard to describe. They look like zombies. Like they had no facial expression, nothing.
So there were kids there. Were there parents at the Meyer too?
Down by the garden center. The crowd was heading that way, and it was chaos. It really was. I really didn't know what to do once I got there. I didn't know where the school was, even though it was just up the street. So everybody was walking to the garden center, so I started going that way. And at first, we were told to start getting people to sign their name into notebooks. We were just grabbing them off the shelves in the Meyer and boxes of pens and stuff, and just write their names in the notebooks for whatever. I don't know why they needed that. So I'm trying to walk around and get this information from people. And then they start yelling. Someone starts yelling, get everybody inside, get everybody inside. So I go back outside to try to usher people in. And I remember just seeing kids just standing there, and you put your arm on them. You don't want to, they just been through this, whatever happened up there. And I don't want to force them. I'm not going to grab them. I'm not going to make them do anything they don't want to do. So I sort of, if they didn't move, I just left them. They were okay. They weren't in harm's way. I remember seeing parents just standing there, because these school buses started arriving. And I remember thinking in my head, like, God, that is just crazy. Why in the heck are there school buses? I didn't know anything about the plan when if something like this happened at the school. And so, and I just see the parents, like, you see them just almost praying in their head that their kid came off the bus.
After you helped with the names and the notebooks, did you go to the school?
Yes, I did.
Okay. And were you directed to go to school, or did you just know that's where you were needed?
No, one of the other detectives, Jeff Enger, he responded to the school, and he called me on my phone and said they were trying to get the video from the surveillance cameras in the school. And at the time, I was a little more versed in that side of the job. And so he just wanted a little help with it.
Okay. So tell me about, you arrived at the school. Where did you initially go?
I went to what would be the north side of the school. There's a big circle drive there. And it's the side that like the main office is on of the school. And again, there were patrol cars everywhere. There were everybody everywhere. I remember driving up over the sidewalk thinking, I remember like the stuff I remembered, like the sidewalk being so high, I thought it was going to rip the muffler off my car. I don't know why I thought about that. And I go up over the sidewalk and I just stopped my car because that's what seemed like everybody was doing. And I walk in the door and one of our sergeants is standing there providing security just for that door so people aren't coming in, they shouldn't be coming in or whatever. And I asked him where the security office was because that's where Detective Enger told me he was. And pointed me to the office, and people eventually pointed me back to the security office.
Okay. And who did you encounter when you went there?
As I walked in, I remember seeing the security officer, Jim Rourke, was in there. Deputy Jason Lewert was there. I didn't know him at the time. ATF agent Brett Brandon was in the room.
Right here behind you.
Yep. And Lieutenant Marsban was in the room.
And you said at that point you were called over to help with the security footage.
That's correct.
Okay, so tell me what your role was at that point.
Obviously, the bosses are going to want to know what happened, where it started, all that information, and I wasn't given any direction. We weren't given direction, but we just had to figure out when it started, where it started, how it started, as much as we can, because they're going to want to know that information. And so we just started reviewing video footage.
All right, so you are listening in as we continue to provide you live coverage from Pontiac, Michigan in the James Crumbley manslaughter trial. He, of course, is the father of Ethan Crumbley, who is now serving life without parole after he shot and killed 4 classmates at Oxford High School back in 2021. James Crumbley now being charged with 4 counts of involuntary manslaughter. His wife, Jennifer Crumbley, was found guilty of the same charges during a jury trial in early February. And this is historic, as Jennifer and James Crumbley are the first parents ever to be charged in connection with a deadly shooting. We do want to pivot, however, and take you to this live look at the nation's capital right here, as we are expecting President Biden to deliver his State of the Union address tonight. And we do want to bring in Fox News' Jackie Heinrich, who joins us live from the White House to break down what we can expect. Jackie, thank you so much for taking the time.
Thanks for having me, Stephanie.
So what can we expect from President Biden? I mean, it really seems as though we are in a pivotal moment in America with the border crisis, with the ongoing wars, with the economy. What do we expect the president's message to be?
Well, he's going to hit a few things, Stephanie. He's got 2 big priorities tonight. The first is to convince the American people to give him another 4 years in the White House at 81 years old, despite all of his age concerns and some of the issues that have hamstrung his administration. And that is going to be closely watched for any signs of gaffes or verbal slips because of all of the additional scrutiny on his age. He has to deliver a very strong and compelling message that he's the right person to lead the country for the next 4 years. And part of what he's going to try to do is to paint a contrast with former President Trump, who's going to be his likely opponent this November. This speech is going to mark a turning point in the campaign messaging strategy. It's going to get more sharply negative from here because the president, the White House, and the campaign have been making the case that Trump poses a risk to democracy. They point to his efforts to cling to power and to overturn the 2020 election as evidence of that. They point to risks posed to American freedoms by the Republican Party, portions of the Republican Party embracing very restrictive abortion policies. And so Biden's going to try to get those two messages out while also playing up the achievements of the last 3 years and trying to paint a picture of an agenda for a second term that really focuses on lowering costs. He has been trying to cast corporations and corporate greed as the boogeyman for stubbornly high prices and less bang for your buck these days. He's going to be calling for the corporate tax rate to increase, for corporations to pay their fair share, to drive down the cost of things like prescription drugs. So those are the agenda pieces that he's likely to hit on. But of course, big liability is the border. It is a consistent top voter concern, and there was a lot of anticipation leading up to today that the president might announce some executive actions to address the border. But we've learned today that that is not going to happen tonight. The preference has been for the White House that Congress should legislate the country out of this crisis. And Biden will hit Republicans for rejecting the Senate-brokered bill that would have addressed many of these problems and try to shift some of the blame for what's happening at the border to the other party. Now, the president could take executive actions to address it. He has said that he would. It's not off the table, but his preference is to legislate. Meantime, Republicans are saying that he doesn't need a bill, doesn't need all of the funding, and doesn't need any additional authorities to take the actions necessary to make changes at the border. So that's probably going to be the focus of the Republican rebuttal to the president's speech. But we'll be watching to see really his performance for whether he can make a strong case that he is the right choice to lead the country for the next 4 years. He's already the oldest president, and he would be 86 at the end of a second term. So this is going to be highly scrutinized tonight. Stephanie.
Absolutely. You mentioned, of course, a national talking point is the president's age. He right now is 81 years old. When you're speaking with lawmakers there, in D.C., what are the thoughts? What are the concerns? Because, again, age may be a number, but it really has to do with cognitive ability. And during his physical, his most recent one, they did not test his cognitive abilities.
They didn't. The White House says that that was a decision by the president's doctors and even his neurologist. Their view is that he passes a cognitive test every day by fulfilling the duties of commander-in-chief. It was, though, a bit of a missed opportunity to quiet some of the voter concerns about his age, especially in the aftermath of the special counsel's report over his handling of classified documents, where the special counsel painted a picture of a president who has diminishing mental faculties and forgetfulness. Not an ideal image for an 81-year-old president, but he did not undergo that part of his physical. There was no cognitive exam, but in the White House physician's report, the doctor said that he is fully fit to carry out the duties of office. He doesn't require any accommodations or anything like that. So when you're talking about to lawmakers, obviously there's a spectrum of opinions, and some of them want to pass the torch to a new generation of leaders. You see that even on the Democrat side. But others just believe that the president, maybe not because of his age solely, is not the right person to lead the country forward. That tends to be more of a policy-driven conversation, but some of their talking points surrounding his age and inaction on some of these issues, you do hear the age rhetoric come up in those discussions a bit. But as far as the age component goes for tonight, the task at hand for the president is to deliver a forceful speech that shows he has stamina and that voters should get behind him. And he's going to do that less in a way that I think talks about an agenda for a second term than painting a picture of what the country would look like with Trump in the Oval Office. That's the approach at the White House and at the Biden campaign, really.
And you use the word forceful, and I'm curious because we do know, you know, to a certain extent what his talking points will be, but what about his tone? You know, has there been discussion in terms of how the president will deliver his remarks? Are they going to be fiery remarks? Is it going to be more extending the olive branch? Has there been any discussion in terms of how he might showcase his remarks tonight?
We haven't gotten any excerpts from the speech. We usually expect those closer to when the speech happens, and that can give you sort of a glimpse of what kind of tone he's going to take. You know, broadly speaking, the president's campaign posture has shifted into a very negative space because the key theme of the campaign is that Trump is a risk to democracy. Trump is a risk to freedom. They want to sear in people's minds images of January 6th. For the Biden campaign, it's less that you have to love this president than fear the alternative. And so that has been sort of the focus, and a lot of what we've seen on Capitol Hill when it comes to the ineffectiveness of Congress and getting legislation passed and passing the border security bill or the foreign aid bill, even though there is broad bipartisan consensus for many of these issues, he has often pointed to Trump as the reason for that, and that sort of plays into the theme that they're going for, that there's no path forward under Donald Trump. I can't imagine that that would shift considerably tonight, although typically State of the Union addresses, they address the entire country. They tend to have a more unifying tone, or at least a unifying picture that Americans could relate to across the spectrum. But this is the president's last State of the Union address, unless he wins a second term. It is a major speech leading up into this new phase of the general election, and it comes on the heels of Super Tuesday, where he and Trump are very, very close, each of them, to clinching the nominations, and this is going to be once again a matchup between Biden and Trump that we saw in 2020. That campaign was deeply negative, so we'll see what happens tonight, but I think that if I were to guess, there will not be a hesitation to go for the jugular, because that has been what the campaign sees as the most successful approach. They think also it counters some of the age concerns when voters can see the 81-year-old president taking some swings. We'll see if it works.
All right, Jackie Heinrich with Fox News. Thank you so much.
Thanks.
And we do have a programming note to let you know about. Of course, we will have extensive live coverage here on Live Now from Fox of the State of the Union address. The State of the Union address itself will begin at 9 p.m. Eastern. However, our special live coverage will begin at 8 p.m. Eastern tonight. We are going to step away for a 2-minute break here on Live Now from Fox, but we will be right back. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. So we are continuing our live coverage from Washington, D.C. as this is a pro-choice caucus. The Democratic Women's Caucus are discussing reproductive rights. Let's listen in.
To spend. In response to this insufficient federal support, of course, I introduced the Public Housing for 21st Century Act to ensure that public developers have access to the latest best practices using local policy tools and financing. Now, when discussing our housing crisis, young adults are often left out of the conversation, yet each year over 3.5 million young adults experience homelessness. Unhoused young people face many unique challenges like a lack of credit history, but in Metro Detroit and elsewhere, relatively few services are designed to really meet their needs. And that's why, again, I've been leading this movement around Youth Homelessness Guaranteed Income Pilot Program Act, which would provide direct cash assistance to young people experiencing homelessness, and then study the effects of the program on housing and other outcomes. I know in the richest country on earth, we have resources to ensure that everyone has safe and dignified home. We must pass the progressive policies like Representative Waters' Housing Crisis Response Act. We can solve this crisis if we act with urgency of this moment. So again, I cannot thank Congresswoman Maxine Waters for her incredible leadership on this. From the beginning, I don't care if it's from ending homelessness, talking about this issue. And at one point, you might think it's only California, but she knows this is a national crisis, and she has not ever once let up in requiring us to move again with urgency. Next, I'm going to have Representative Garcia. See here, Representative Williams, Nickel. Yep.
Thanks.
Oh.
Thanks so much. Folks, today the eyes of the nation are on the United States Congress, and one thing is crystal clear. House Republicans are totally incapable of governing, and another thing that's equally clear is they have absolutely no plan for housing. They have done virtually nothing in the House Financial Services Committee to address the important needs for housing we have in this country. Again, I'm Wiley Nickel. I represent North Carolina's 13th district, where housing is one of the top priorities for the people I serve in Congress. It's great to be here alongside Ranking Member Waters, Housing Subcommittee Ranking Member Cleaver, and fellow House Financial Service Committee Democrats. Ahead of President Biden's State of the Union address this evening, in which affordable housing will be a priority, I'm looking forward to hearing what President Biden has to say. Right now, though, there are 343,000 households in North Carolina that spend over half of their monthly income on rent, leaving little to no money for other expenses like health care, transportation, and nutritious food. Access to safe and affordable housing is essential to the well-being of working families and individuals in North Carolina and throughout the country. That's why Financial Service Committee Democrats are working to increase the supply of affordable housing and to lower the cost of living for working families. We are putting people over politics for initiatives like low-income housing tax credit, the home investment program, the self-help and assisted home ownership opportunity program, the Public Housing Fund and Section 202 housing, and rental assistance. We're also working to pass common sense legislation like Ranking Member Waters' Down Payment Toward Equity Act to help address racial wealth and home ownership gaps by providing $100 billion in direct assistance to help first-time, first-generation homebuyers purchase their slice of the American dream, their first home.
All right, so you are continuing to listen as the Democratic Women's Caucus is discussing a number of issues, including reproductive rights. You can hear this gentleman right here talking about home ownership as well. Of course, this is ahead of President Biden's State of the Union address. We are going to step away for a 2-minute break. We will be right back. Thank you so much for watching Live Now from Fox. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. This is just a breathtaking view of the U.S. Capitol. A live look right there. You can see the American flag there waving in the wind. This is where President Biden tonight will deliver his State of the Union address. Of course, there are a lot of issues that Americans are concerned about right now, including the economy, border security, Israel-Hamas war, the Ukraine-Russia war, and women's rights, just to name a few. I do want to bring in Dr. Larry Walker with the University of Central Florida. Dr. Walker, you know, everyone really wants to know, what is the president's tone going to be tonight?
Well, you know, Stephanie, you know, first of all, thanks for having me. And this is State of the Union. This is an opportunity to kind of lay out, particularly at the end of his term, what has the Biden-Harris administration done, and then also talk about some of the things they'd like to do in the future. And so you're going to hear a conversation talk about, you know, domestic issues, certainly women reproductive rights. You see, look at the individuals invited that are going to be sitting in the box with Dr. Biden. You see those individuals and like talk about, you know, abortion, IVF, among other issues that are important to women. But when you had the secretary on, he used the phrase everyday life a few times. And so the domestic issues are important. Obviously, the concerns relating to what's going on in our southern border, he'll certainly talk about that. He worked on a bipartisan basis to usher through the bill that passed the Senate. But I'm quite sure he will mention that Speaker Johnson has made it clear that that bipartisan Senate bill would not come to the floor of the House.
And you mentioned we did have a chance to speak with U.S. Secretary of Transportation Pete Buttigieg here on Live Now from Fox. And I did ask him because, again, there has been a lot of concern about President Biden's age and former President Trump's age. Biden being 81 years old, I would have to imagine there is going to be a lot of scrutiny tonight as to how he delivers his remarks and whether there might be some stumbles or misstatements.
Yeah, I know certainly that, you know, like I said, you know, a 4-year age difference between both individuals, and, you know, both come with a variety of, you know, the various experiences. And so, yeah, I'm quite sure that individuals, if he kind of stumbles a bit, will try to utilize that as a factor. But I think that, you know, people have to keep in mind how grueling it is, you know, when you're a politician, particularly when you're president of the United States, and certainly President Biden traveling abroad and traveling all throughout the United States has shown that he's capable of handling this grueling schedule. And as the secretary highlighted, I'm quite sure he's going to point to a lot of legislative successes in terms of the CHIPS and Science Act. He talked about the infrastructure bill. Certainly, Secretary, it's really important in the billions of dollars that's pouring into the U.S. economy. So he's going to highlight a number of those issues, and even I think the corporate tax issue he's going to talk about probably today. But like I said, women's reproductive rights. And also, like I said, those, as the secretary talked about, those everyday issues that impacts Americans, inflation. He talked about the low employment rate and some of those other important topics.
It's interesting because it really does feel like America is at a pivotal moment in a variety of arenas: women's reproductive rights, the border security, immigration, the economy. When I asked Secretary Buttigieg whether he believes America is better now than it was 3-4 years ago, he said absolutely. But a lot of Americans may not agree with that sentiment as they look in their checkbooks, as they struggle to find housing and jobs. You know, what does the president say to speak to the Americans who may not feel that America is so great right now?
Well, I think, Stephanie, this is an important point. I think he's going to point to a few things. As the secretary talked about, you know, capping insulin at $35, which is key for a number of our, elderly citizens. The other thing is to point to is the low unemployment rate. And particularly the low unemployment rate in the Black community, which didn't rise above 6% last year for the first time in U.S. history. So there are a number of things that you can highlight. Obviously, there have been some concerns about inflation, but inflation has dropped dramatically over the last 6 to 12 months. So he can point to that, you know, and I think people remember that we were in the middle of a pandemic not long ago. And so the president can point to how inflation has dropped. I know there was a concern a couple months ago about eggs, but the prices have basically been cut in half. And so those issues, and like I said, focusing on the fact that the infrastructure bill is, you see jurisdictions throughout the United States, you know, whether it's roads or bridges, you see those projects have come to fruition, and those are important jobs for Americans. And I think that's one of the reasons why we're seeing these low unemployment numbers, not only for all Americans, but certainly, as I highlighted, in terms of the Black community, which usually has higher unemployment rates than the rest of the U.S. and the rest of the country.
This is particularly seminal because this is a State of the Union address during a presidential election year. And there are voters who simply will not vote for the president. And there are very loyal Democrats who will. Of course, there is that undecided base. Who is he really speaking to tonight to try and, I would assume, sway them to vote for him?
So I gotta be honest, Stephanie. The country is a bit calcified, right? There are people who are strictly in the Biden or they're in a Trump camp, and I just don't think there are a lot of undecided voters out there. What I do think is you have to motivate voters to get out. That is the key. You have to get your constituencies out to vote, whether you're, the Democrat or Republican. Those individuals have to come out in November. And like I said, I don't think that there are a lot of undecided voters. And even like you saw with Governor Haley just recently dropped out, and you saw some of these percentages of individuals said they would not vote for, obviously the nominee. I think former President Trump is going to be the nominee. But I think you're going to see those statistics come a lot closer down to reality, that those individuals are more likely to vote for former President Trump. And I even think with, President Biden, I think some of the concerns you see that people are highlighting once he's beginning to talk about his record, and you have some of the debates and, let's keep in mind, we haven't gotten close to the conventions. A number of ads are going to run over the next couple of months. I think the bottom line is going to be turnout. GOTV, who can you get to turn out and get the vote?
And when you're talking about turnout, there needs to be a specific tone because, of course, people react to emotion. They are motivated by emotion. What is the tone, do you think, from the president? Is it one of fear? If you don't vote for him, then who knows what is going to happen? What do you think that tone is going to be? And will we see it at tonight's State of the Union address?
This is a critical question, Stephanie, because listen, I've had to write statements for my former boss, and your tone is critically important. So he has to mix it with a lot of, highlighting a lot of the important things he does, infrastructure bill, the CHIPS and Science Act, right? So talking to Americans, delivering the message to Americans that, look, I've done a lot, and this is why the economy is doing well. This is why the unemployment rate is low. But you have saw the president talk about the importance of protecting democracy. So you can see him, he's going to certainly have to mix in some of that and have, as he's talked about, an honest conversation with Americans. And part of that conversation is going to be the issue relating to reproductive rights. As we talked about some of the groups he's reaching out to, this is certainly an important issue to some women as it relates to reproductive rights and IVF in terms of the importance of that. We saw what happened in Alabama, even though the governor Ivey signed recent legislation. So this is also an issue, a broader issue for women in terms of reproductive rights, but also do they have food on the table and talk about unemployment rate.
And one last question before I let you go, Dr. Walker. Hecklers. We saw a lot of hecklers at last year's State of the Union address. Of course, House Speaker Johnson is urging his fellow Republican constituents to hold back and show restraint and show respect. Will we see some of that pushback and that heckling tonight, or do you think it will actually be civil?
I would hope it would be civil. But I do have to tell you, Stephanie, I'm a bit concerned because of the way the rhetoric is. And listen, I told you I've sat, behind the scenes during a lot of those, State of the Unions. And I can remember the time when I worked on the Hill, you would never expect anyone to heckle on both sides of the aisle. So you're right, President Biden had to deal with that. And I'm glad Speaker Johnson has something to say. I think it is not the time to heckle a president of the United States when we're delivering a State of the Union, because it sends a bad message to those, not only Americans, but individuals who are watching throughout the world. If you're going to have differences of policy positions, that's fine. But heckling a president during the State of the Union, in my opinion, is something that we can't have as Americans. And once again, I'm glad Speaker Johnson said something.
And of course, we will be watching to see what happens, how it all unfolds. Dr. Larry Walker with UCF, thank you so much for taking the time to speak with us.
Thanks, Stephanie. Have a nice day.
All right, and we do have the programming note. If you are interested in watching the State of the Union address, listening to the president, how he delivers his remarks, what he says, what he doesn't say, whether he is heckled or not, we're going to have special extensive live coverage right here on Live Now from Fox. Of course, the address itself starts at 9 p.m. Eastern. Our special live coverage starts at 8 p.m. We are going to step away for a 2-minute break, but we will be right back with all of your live events, top stories, and headlines. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. I'm Stephanie Quinn. Time right now is 12:44 Eastern, 9:44 Pacific. We do want to head to Washington, D.C., where House lawmakers are discussing a variety of issues right now. The previous speaker during our 2-minute break was talking about border security. Now a new speaker has taken to the podium, so let's listen in.
In the Texas case, states sued the Department of Homeland Security about border enforcement. Justice Kavanaugh, a Trump appointee, writing for the 8-to-1 majority, stated that Texas did not have standing in its lawsuit against the federal government. He wrote, "The threshold question is whether the states have standing under Article 3 to maintain this suit. The answer is no. This bill does not change the Supreme Court's clear ruling. Determining whether states can bring suit in this type of immigration case is a power that is vested in the federal courts, not Congress." Justice Kavanaugh also made clear that the discretion to arrest and detain aliens is a power granted to the executive branch, and that, quote, "The executive branch does not possess the resources necessary to arrest or remove all of the non-citizens covered by the federal immigration laws. That reality is not an anomaly, it is a constant." Kavanaugh noted, in addition, that for the last 27 years, quote, "all 5 presidential administrations have determined that resource constraints necessitated prioritization in making immigration arrests." That means DHS cannot detain everybody. So the executive branch, not the states, have to make choices. Unfortunately, this bill would not give DSH the resources to change that. Instead, House Republicans rely on political stunts like impeaching Secretary Mayorkas, even though that won't fix the problem at the border. The bipartisan Senate bill that the House Republicans refuse to even debate actually would help to address these problems, but they won't bring that bill to the floor for a vote. If they did, it would pass. That's because we all know we need more border agents and more judges to eliminate the backlog of immigration cases. But the Republicans are not proposing more resources or any legislation that might truly make a difference. I thank the gentleman for yielding. This bill is not a serious attempt to address the actual border security needs, and as such, I would urge my colleagues to oppose it. Thank you. I thank the gentleman for yielding, and I yield back.
The gentleman from Maryland yields. The gentleman from New York reserves. The gentleman from North Carolina is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield 2 minutes to the gentleman from California, the chairman of the subcommittee on immigration, integrity, and security and enforcement of the Judiciary Committee, Mr. McClintock.
The gentleman from California is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Laken Riley's death was foreordained the day that this administration took office and reversed the successful Trump policies that had finally secured our borders. Since that day, just 3 years ago, more than 6 million illegal aliens have been allowed to enter our country, a population the size of the state of Missouri, our 18th largest state. Very little is done to vet these millions of illegal migrants. We don't know how many terrorists or violent criminals are among them, and worse, this administration seems not to care. But we do know that the number of suspected terrorists that we're apprehending has skyrocketed, and that violent international crime cartels and violent foreign gangs are now operating freely in our communities, often protected from deportation and detention by the Democrats' sanctuary laws. One of these criminals is now accused of the brutal murder of Laken Riley. How many such monsters has this president allowed into our country? We do not know. But we're slowly, painfully, and tragically finding out victim by victim. In this case, the suspect was paroled into this country through a shocking abuse of power by this president. He was repeatedly arrested for theft and other crimes in sanctuary jurisdictions, and each time released back onto our streets. The bill before us would require this administration to detain illegal aliens who commit theft, burglary, larceny, or shoplifting, something it simply refuses to do, and it would also allow states to bring civil action against federal officials who refuse to enforce these laws. Today, the name on the bill is Laken Riley. Tomorrow, it will be another victim of these policies, another son or daughter or loved one. And it won't stop until this administration is stopped. And that can only be done by the American people. I yield back.
Members are reminded to refrain from engaging in personalities towards the president. Thank you. The gentleman from North Carolina reserves. The gentleman from New York is recognized.
I reserve.
Gentleman from New York reserves. The gentleman.
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Speaker, I don't reserve.
The gentleman from New York is recognized.
The previous speaker said that illegal aliens who committed crimes should be detained, and indeed they should. But this bill says that illegal aliens whom somebody thinks may have committed a crime should be detained mandatorily. That is un-American, and I reserve.
Gentleman from New York reserves. The gentleman from North Carolina is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield 1 minute to the gentleman from Wisconsin, Mr. Tiffany.
Mr. Speaker, I stand in support of the Laken Riley Act. And first, I want to express the sincere condolences from everyone in the 7th Congressional District to Laken Riley. Then candidate Biden promised in 2020 that we'd have open borders, and we've seen the devastating consequences, and it's happening all over the country. In January, a father of 3 daughters was killed by an illegal alien in my congressional district in northern Wisconsin. Once again, this illegal alien should have been deported by ICE agents when he was first convicted of drunk driving in 2023. And once again, the Biden administration chose not to deport him. Sadly, Mr. Speaker, this is hardly a surprise. In fact, in 2020, Joe Biden himself declared, "I don't count drunk driving," when asked what crimes should merit the removal of illegal aliens. And he is not alone. As we all know, just a few short weeks ago, 150 Democrats in this chamber voted against legislation to deport criminal aliens convicted of drunk driving. Mr. Speaker, the sad truth is that both Laken Riley and Stephen Nashholm's deaths were preventable.
Reserve.
So you are listening to some fiery House lawmakers as they are discussing border security and illegal immigration in this country. We also want to let you know on the upper right-hand side of your screen, this is a live look inside a Pontiac, Michigan courtroom as James Crumbley, his manslaughter trial is in recess. However, it is expected to resume later on today. And of course, on the lower right-hand side of your screen tonight at 9 p.m. Eastern, President Biden will deliver his State of the Union address. We will carry that here on Live Now from Fox. We are going to step away for a 2-minute break, but we will be right back. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. I'm Stephanie Quinu. Time right now is 12:54 Eastern, 9:54 Pacific. We do want to head out to Philadelphia, and this is a live look at a podium right there where we are expecting police to provide an update after 8 Philadelphia high school students waiting to board a city bus after classes on Wednesday were injured by gunshots from suspects who jumped from a car, opened fire, and then fled. And as of now, the latest information is that no arrests have been made. Of course, we will bring you the very latest on that. And of course, when they take to the podium, we will let you know. But we also want to show you, this is some video of that event. This is the city bus, the SEPTA bus in question. Of course, this is in Philadelphia, and you can see the bullet holes in that bus window. Again, just an incredible amount of gunfire. Not only were the teens injured, but the bus also had a number of bullet holes as well. And again, this is the scene from Philadelphia yesterday following that shooting when 8 high school students in Philadelphia, they were waiting to board this city bus. That's when the suspects got out of a car and started shooting. So again, as soon as the update happens, we will, of course, take it to you live. In the meantime, we are going to head back to Washington, D.C., where House lawmakers were discussing border security and illegal immigration. That was before the break. Let's listen in to see if that is what they are still talking about.
By an illegal alien who should never have even been in the United States.
After illegally entering the country, Laken's murderer was arrested by the NYPD in September of 2023 for acting in a manner to injure a minor and for committing a motor vehicle license violation. Also, according to an Athens-Clarke County police report, this illegal alien went on to shoplift in Georgia the following month. Clearly, this illegal alien had a pattern of criminal history, one that started when he accepted Joe Biden's invitation to illegally enter our country and do so under an abuse of the parole system. He should never have been allowed to reside in the United States illegally, and ICE should have immediately issued a detainer after he committed these crimes. Because ultimately, if ICE had issued a detainer, this illegal alien would never have been in the United States to commit the horrific murder of Laken Riley. We must enact changes now to protect communities across the country from facing additional avoidable tragedies. H.R. 7511 provides a common-sense solution to do just that. This legislation requires ICE to issue detainers and take custody of illegal aliens who commit crimes like theft, burglary, and larceny. But the local jurisdiction, the Clark County Sheriff's Office, would also have to recognize and act upon the ICE detainer. And when you have a sanctuary city like the Athens-Clarke County Unified Government, ignoring these detainers makes them a magnet for criminal illegal aliens. So I call right now on Athens-Clarke County to publicly reject their sanctuary city policy. If they did, it would be a strong step in the right direction toward preventing our citizens from becoming future victims of illegal alien violent crime. Additionally, the Laken Riley Act contains within it Representative Dan Bishop's own legislation that just last week passed out of the Judiciary Committee. It is called the Standing Up to the Executive Branch for Immigration Enforcement Act. So, my friend, I want to recognize your part in making this legislation happen. These important provisions that Rep. Bishop authored give state attorney generals standing to bring suit against DHS Secretary Mayorkas, Secretary of State Blinken, Attorney General Garland for violating certain immigration laws that harm the state or its representatives or its respective citizens. Rep. Bishop's legislation also allows for appropriate injunctive relief and expedites the disposition of such civil actions. This important legislation is critical. And as a co-sponsor, I urge my colleagues on both sides of the aisle to support the Laken Riley Act. After all, one of the most formidable ways that Congress can deliver justice to the Laken Riley family is by passing this legislation. Thank you.
I reserve. The gentleman from North Carolina reserves. The gentleman from New York is recognized.
Reserve.
Gentleman from New York reserves. The gentleman from North Carolina is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield 1 minute to the gentleman from New York, Mr. Molinaro.
Gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Laken Riley's future was taken away from her and she from her family because an illegal immigrant in the state of New York was arrested and released, my home state. My colleague across the aisle knows this full well. Because of policies put in place by this administration, embraced by governors like Kathy Hochul in states like New York, we have surrendered our southern border and made our communities less safe. It is important to move on this piece of legislation, and I encourage my colleagues to support the Laken Riley Act. But I also ask my colleagues, especially those from New York, to take serious the challenge that has been made worse and communities less safe because of cashless bail, catch and release, and sanctuary city policies in the state of New York.
All right, so we took a live look at a press conference that was set to get underway in Philadelphia to provide an update on the 8 teenagers shot at a city bus stop that seems to have started. So let's head to Philadelphia and listen in.
Took 4 individuals to the hospital. Moving through that, we had 1 17-year-old male, 4 16-year-old males, 1 16-year-old female, and 2 15-year-old males. All of those victims were students at Northeast High School. One of the individuals shot, the male who was, I believe, 17 years of age, was shot 9 times. He went to Jefferson Tarsdale in critical. He's still in critical. We checked on him today. I am told that the Doctors are optimistic. We have to get through today, but they're looking to hopefully upgrade him at some point. So right now he's in the hospital, and he needs people to keep him in their prayers to move along. So the investigation last night, we did a lot of interviews. We pulled video from various locations. Some of it we got out to use very quickly. You've seen in the video, there's a blue vehicle that it appears the 3 individuals responsible for this, after they perpetrate the crime, they retreat back to the car and it pulls away. So we now know, because that car wasn't driving itself, that there's a 4th individual in the car. I don't have much of a description of that individual. Last night at approximately 10:31 p.m., Highway Patrol officers working did recover a 2018 blue Hyundai Sonata. That was up in the 400 block of West Fern Street. We do believe through our investigation this is the car involved and the car that you see on the video. So that car was towed to our facility where we process vehicles. Because of the weather yesterday, we had to take that vehicle inside, and we're going to do everything we can today to get our forensic evidence and other evidence from that vehicle, but we had to let it sit and dry out. So give you a little background on that car. That car was stolen from the 7th District, a location up in the 7th District. When officers went to take the report on that stolen car back on the 2nd of March, they found another stolen car parked there. Okay, so based on our investigation, and that was a Kia, it was a gray Kia Sportage. Based on our investigation, right, that car was taken to that location, and the individuals exited that car and then stole the Hyundai. So that car, we believe, is involved with the car you've seen yesterday. So that was also recovered. We are also looking to pull as much forensic data out of that car that we possibly can during the course of this investigation. That had been previously towed to a lot. It was still there, so we're going to use that to help in this case. And we did several interviews in the area of that theft. People did see things. We had some video we were able to recover there and some other places. So things are starting to come together based on the video that you put out yesterday. We have received numerous tips, and we are working on them tips. We encourage people to continue that, because some of those tips are corroborating information we have that I can't talk about yet. But we are moving towards knowing more about what happened yesterday and who we may be looking for. All right?
Is it safe to say that you think that this is 2 groups, one group from Imhotep and one group from Northeast High School that are, this is possible retaliation?
So we are looking at the motives. I'm not going to talk about groups because I can't do that at this point in time. I know that information is out there. We're fact finders here, so I need to stay with the facts, prove who did this, and get that into court. We are well aware that there could be previous incidents that connect to this, but I can tell you things that we look for to connect are ballistics, individuals, witnesses. We're not getting a lot of that. Some of this is the neighborhood talking and some of our intel work, but we need to do a lot more to say if one's connected to the other. I don't have ballistic connections to this or any other case yet. That evidence is just being submitted and looked at. So there's a lot more work to do to say definitively this connects to other incidents or one's connected to the other. But we're certainly looking at that.
Do you believe...
overall shootings statewide are going down. I think the last time I checked, yesterday, it was like 30% fewer homicides this year so far.
Yep.
What do you make of the fact that these shootings were happening at the bus stop? Are people just because they're at bus stops, or what do you think?
Well, 2 of those shootings are arguments that occurred on the buses. One of them on Castor Avenue Sunday. They stepped off the bus and then the shooting occurred. The job on Snyder Avenue, the fight happened on the bus. It turned physical, and then as the male exited, he turned around and fired the gun back into the bus. So They really were just arguments that happened in the SEPTA system. There's not much we could do. We're working very hard to identify, and we're working with SEPTA on that to identify the perpetrators in those cases.
What is your message to commuters?
Well, we're going to do everything we can. They're going to increase our SEPTA checks. I know SEPTA is going to increase their presence on the line, like the chief said yesterday. The incidents that occurred at the bus stops is what I'm really here talking about today. They're concerning. Nobody was really on the bus. These are individuals shooting at a crowd of kids. I mean, total between the two incidents, 11 kids were shot at. That's really concerning. So we need people to see that, be as angry as everyone else is, and let us know who did this so we could end this rather quickly. If they are connected, and I don't know if they are, we want to end this dispute very quickly.
When you found that stolen car in the 7th District, was there video from where that original car was stolen? So they dump the car, they take the blue car. Were you able to piece those videos?
We are. We're doing that now. We're obviously, some of the video collection these days is not as easy as you think. We have to obtain a warrant to get that video, especially if it's a private camera. But we're doing all that. It's all in progress, and we're working through it.
But at this point, you think the group involved with the shooting yesterday stole that original Kia, got the Hyundai, or you can't connect that yet?
We don't know yet, but we know the time frame's close, and whoever had that car had to hand it off to somebody else. So we need to identify them, and if they're the same people, that's fine. If they're not, they're going to be able to lead us to those people.
What about license plate readers? Is the police department using them to track this down?
Well, we do. We use as many as we can. They change license plates to put paper tags on, but we do everything we can to get back to where the car was seen during that period of time. Yep.
Do you know what kind of guns were used, and if any were the fully automatics, like the one that was used on Monday?
Right. So yesterday's incident, I do not have anything that tells us that the switch was used. However, there were 34 fired cartridge casings, 3 different handguns. You've seen 3 perpetrators. There was 40 caliber, 45 caliber, and 9mm. So we know we had 3 different guns that were used yesterday and they left that evidence at the scene. We're working through that too.
Clearly those shooters knew that that group was going to be at that bus stop. In the wake of how easy it is to find people by their routine, is there any kind of change or anything that you're recommending to school communities here in terms of how to transport or move kids back and forth?
I don't really know the motive here. So, I mean, the incident yesterday, these individuals went right towards that crowd. It appears the individual that was most critical seemed to be a focal point, but I'm not sure of that. In the incident that occurred on Monday, we believe the decedent in that case was targeted. We just know from the way them actions in the video were. But right now, I wouldn't say that, a routine change. We're going to change our routine and be more present in those corridors during those times.
Commissioner, are there plans to have more police outside schools as we move forward?
Yes, I'm not going to talk about all our plans, but it's certainly being worked on. There's a plan that our patrol and the police commissioner has put into effect. I think you're going to see more officers in those corridors around the schools and in the SEPTA routes starting today.
What about the bus that was shot that was wound up being processed at the transportation center?
Yes, so the bus that was at the location that pulls away, there's actually 2 buses going by different directions. Both of them were struck by gunfire. No one inside those buses were injured yesterday. However, we did recover some video from those buses and pieced it together with our video. It just gives us a different view. The males with the guns, and you've seen the photos that we released, are obviously covered up. So we're using that video to try to help us.
My question was, how did they realize that the buses were struck, and why weren't the buses pulled over, a block or 2 away?
I don't know. I'm not sure of that. I could try to get you that answer, but I don't know.
Any indication that social media kind of being for trouble might have been an issue that ignited this?
We're looking back at social media. We're looking at it now. We're looking back. We have preservation in because, as you know, people start to wipe things out. So that our criminal intelligence unit is actively working on that. I'm not going to identify anyone or talk about what's being noticed, but we're certainly looking at things to see who's connected to who and who's speaking about it online, so we could lead us in a new direction, maybe.
Commissioner, this week is a fact that the teenagers are carrying guns. So at this time, how is working the police department
how it would work to avoid in the future, I'm telling summer maybe when all the people is out and, you know, to avoid situations like that?
Well, I'm always concerned when a juvenile has a firearm, because they're not permitted to have one legally in any case. So if you know of one that's carrying one, that's something we'd love to hear about. And you can call 911, you can call our tip line. But officers are definitely going to be in those corridors where these individuals are known to frequent, and I'm sure during the course of their duties, they're going to make sure that if they see something and they can legally make a stop, they're going to do that.
The police department, the police department is working in any plan in the future because any plan, I mean, because the curfew is not working, people say.
Right. So I can just tell you that the police commissioner will have more details on his plan. That's coming shortly. So, and you'll hear that, but there is an active plan to reduce these incidents in these areas. And that it's all based on targeted, directed patrol and investigation.
Just you're asking for the public, so you put out the video last night, the latest shooting. Can you talk to us about the quality and quality of the tips that you received today, or the last shooting and the other three?
We're getting decent tips. Sometimes we don't get an exact name, but it'll lead us in a direction. So, and if somebody thinks it's insignificant, I'll give you an example without being specific. Somebody said, I seen somebody who looked like those individuals coming out of a store a few hours earlier, this location. That's fine, because we can go back to that location and check the video. And sometimes those do pan out. And sometimes people that cover themselves up in an incident aren't covered up 2 hours before. So that's helpful. So we're working on that. So anything you may have, we're hoping that you give us a call and share it with us.
A dozen tips, 100 tips.
I don't have a number, but we've had several tips during the course of the night, so it was good. It was good information.
Just a follow-up for 30. You said of these 4 shootings, you don't know if they're connected. You don't have any suspects, names. There's been no arrests. No parts of this, no parts involved.
No, there's nothing connecting the 2 incidents right now, definitively. All right. The other 2 incidents were just arguments on SEPTA's line, and they were isolated incidents that occurred in those particular incidences. These 2 with the juveniles, we are working to see if there's any connection to these incidents. There's some kind of dispute that happens before. We don't know where. We don't know how. It led to this violence. So we're working on that.
Can you tell the public if you're close? Are you close to it? Are you close to making? How close are you to announcing it?
Well, we'll talk about that. We have to talk to the district attorney and go over our evidence, and once we do, we'll let you know.
Commissioner, you know where the bus car was coming from before the park?
So if you know where that Dunkin' Donuts is, where the shooting happened, it parked behind to the left if I was facing Rising Sun Avenue, and then it exited on Rising Sun going in the north direction, I guess. It came in the rear there.
All right, we're going to do 2 more questions. We're going to do 2 more questions, folks.
The Hyundai in the 7th district, is that 500 Kendrick?
I'm not going to give the location, just to not identify any other witnesses or anybody we have. It was found in the 7th district. Yep. Right, we're working on that. We did receive that through a grant. I know that we're going to have more access to the readers shortly. But as far as paper plates, if they don't register to the car, it makes it more difficult to us. So we'd have to go back in time to look for the regular plate or see if we could see when it changed. So I don't have that answer for you. Obviously, if the paper plate is registered to the car, if it's legally a temp tag, that'll help us and lead us to the owner or at least the operator of the car. But if it's not, if it's put on there in a fraudulent manner, then it becomes problematic. All right?
Commissioner, do you have a message to parents real quickly about whose kids have to take SEPTA and maybe worried that they might get caught in crossfire on these bus stops?
Well, we're going to be out there, but one of the things I have for parents is if they know something about this, and most parents do, look at your child's social media, listen to what they're saying, and if they're concerned about their safety because of things like that, they should call the police and let us know so we could try to, get in between and, mediate this before it turns into violence. All right, thanks.
Nora, just
All right, so you took a listen to the deputy commissioner there as police were providing an update about 8 teens who were shot at a city bus stop. And again, we are sharing this video to you right now. This is video from that scene, all of this happening yesterday. Police saying that 8 Philadelphia high school students, they were waiting to board a city bus after classes on Wednesday when folks opened fire. Shooting. They jumped from a car. They opened fire. This is the 4th shooting on the transit system in as many days. The deputy commissioner saying all of this is incredibly concerning in relation to yesterday's event. He says these were kids being shot at. They were 15, 16, 17 years old, again, 8 in all. He says he is well aware of the other previous incidents. At this point in time, though, the deputy commissioner is saying that he is not sure whether they are connected. That, of course, is something that police are looking into. In terms of Wednesday's shooting, where 8 teens were shot, police say they are still working to find a motive. The suspect or suspects from that stolen car are still at large. He did say, though, that police are going to be increasing those bus security checks because, again, this has been a slew of violence in Philadelphia. The 4th shooting on the transit system in 4 days. The previous 3 shootings each involved a fatality. So again, this is very concerning for police in Philadelphia as violence, fatal violence on the transit system has increased at an alarming rate over the period of about 4 days. We are going to step away for a 2-minute break here on Live Now from Fox. Thank you so much for joining us. I'm Stephanie Quinn. Time right now is 1:18 Eastern, 10:18 Pacific. We'll be back with all of your live events, top stories, and headlines. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. You're taking a live look at the Senate floor as this senator is talking about human trafficking. Let's listen in.
This is blatantly false. The previous administration successfully enforced border laws to get crossings to record lows. The Biden administration repeatedly refuses to acknowledge the border crisis for what it is, a crisis. He opened the border and he can close it. As the president prepares his State of the Union speech, I call on the Biden administration and Democrats simply need to enforce the law. Let's just start with that. We must make this a priority. Americans deserve nothing less. Thank you, Mr. President, and I yield the floor.
Senator from North Dakota.
Joining my colleagues to discuss the Biden administration's failed policies and their impact not only on my state in North Dakota, but on all Americans. As we prepare to listen to the President give his State of the Union address tonight, I want to share my perspective about the past 3 years and where we are today. But it's not just my perspective. It's what my constituents are seeing on a day-to-day basis. They see a country that is less secure, a dollar that doesn't stretch as far as it used to, and policies from this administration that are making things worse. The reckless tax and spend policies of this administration have led to increases in inflation levels that we haven't seen in decades. And to this day, inflation remains persistently high. And the deficit spending continues as our debt now totals more than $34 trillion. Last month, the Congressional Budget Office published its 10-year budget and economic outlook, which revealed that this year the interest payments on our national debt will exceed spending on national defense. In addition to rising interest payments, that will crowd out our ability to fund our priorities for the future. This deficit spending has led to inflation that has made everything more expensive for all Americans. The Biden administration's tax, spend, and regulate policies have led to this inflation. In my state of North Dakota, according to the Consumer Price Index data, families have experienced a cumulative price increase of about 18% since President Biden took office. That means paying more for everything from groceries to housing to transportation and energy. North Dakota is actually among the youngest states in the nation with a median age of just over 35 years of age. Many of our young North Dakotans are looking to buy homes and start families, but this administration's failed economic policies have caused the inflation that has simply put home ownership out of reach. According to Freddie Mac, the 30-year fixed-rate mortgage continues to hover at about 7%. Before Biden took office, less than 4%. Bottom line, the policies of this administration that the president calls Bidenomics gets you less for more. Not more for less, less for more. And at the same time, President Biden he has his Green New Deal agenda over our national security interest. And that's because the cost of energy, the average price for a gallon of gas was about $2.40 on January 20, 2021, when President Biden took office. This week, gasoline prices are 42% higher, $1 higher. So instead of $2.40, now you pay on average $3.40 for every gallon. It's simple economics. Energy prices remain high because demand exceeds supply. And because the cost of energy is built into every good and service that we consume, we need to increase the supply of energy to help bring down inflation.
All right, so senators right now discussing a number of issues. This senator right here talking about inflation and how it's impacting the folks in his area. Previously, we were hearing senators talk about the border crisis. We are going to step away for another 2-minute break here on Live Now from Fox. Time right now is 1:25 Eastern at 10:25 Pacific. We'll be right back.
All right, everybody, welcome back to Live Now from Fox. We appreciate you continuing to join us here as we continue to bring you top stories, headlines, all in the mix right here. You're looking at the Dow right now, 160 points in the green. Hi, everyone. Mike Pace here. I will be with you for the next several hours on Live Now as we continue to bring you the latest top feeds from across the country. We're also gearing you up throughout the day to get you prepped up for the big State of the Union address. It will be happening tonight, and we'll have special coverage starting at 8 p.m. Eastern right here on Live Now from Fox. In the meantime, we do want to listen right now on the Senate side. There are several senators speaking ahead of President Biden tonight on the economy, on the border crisis, and so much more. So let's listen on Live Now.
Truly is national security. On conclusion, we can reverse all of these metrics, but it's going to take the president embracing the realities facing American families. And given his track record these past 3 years, I'm not optimistic that we will hear him signal a reversal of these policies tonight. But he needs to, for the good of the country. With that, Mr. President, I yield the floor.
Mr. President. Senator from North Carolina. President Abraham Lincoln once said that no administration, by any extreme of wickedness or folly, can seriously injure the government in the short space of only 4 years. Now, that statement might need to be revised if Lincoln had witnessed the first 3 years of President Joe Biden. Our country's been through a prolonged period of failure and crisis brought on by a weak leader who bows to his far-left base and pursues policies that hurt the very people that he claims to help. There's no better example of this than at the southern border, where President Biden has presided over the worst border crisis in U.S. history. Millions of illegal crossings, hundreds of individuals on the terrorist watch list, tens of thousands of pounds of deadly fentanyl, nearly 2 million known gotaways, millions more unknown gotaways, including terrorists, human traffickers, and other bad actors. The crisis at the border is a crisis of President Biden's own making. Since on his very first day in office, President Biden has unleashed dozens of executive actions that telegraphed that his administration was no longer interested in enforcing the law when it comes to illegal immigration. Here are some of the most devastating examples. He halted construction of the border wall, leaving the physical defense of our nation's border to scattered areas of old, rusty barbed wire. I've seen it with my own eyes. He ended the Remain in Mexico policy that ensured that illegal aliens were turned back before they even arrived at the doorstep of our country. The result? Well, not only are untold millions being encountered right at the border, but when they are caught, the Biden administration releases about 75% of them into the interior of the United States, some with taxpayer-funded escorts and travel. The Biden administration also halted deportation of those who illegally entered our country. In fact, just the last year, Immigration and Customs Enforcement, they only deported 5% of the millions that they encountered at the border. Taken together, what is the message that this president has sent to a would-be illegal immigrant? Well, for one, the United States won't construct physical barriers to stop you. We won't even lock the door to our own house, it seems. So, if you're caught, the United States will release you and resettle you with money out of our own taxpayers' pockets. And don't worry, per the Biden administration, the United States will never deport you. It doesn't take a rocket scientist to figure out why this crisis persists. But it doesn't have to be this way. Just 4 years ago, illegal immigration was at a record low. Make no mistake, President Biden, he already has the power to fix this. It was his executive actions that on day one caused this mess. And he can clean it up by undoing those very same orders on day 1,142 today. We are witnessing in real time a national decline. But the good news is that decline is a choice, and our time for choosing is coming. It's not too late. Despite all the things that are broken right now, we can still be a strong nation as long as we have a leader with the strength and the willingness to get the job done. I yield the floor.
Mr. President. Senator from Wyoming.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I rise today to honor the life of an agricultural icon, Pat O'Toole. And I'm here in a bipartisan way with both senators from Wyoming and both senators from Colorado to talk about.
All right, as we go on to other topics here on the Senate floor, we do want to pull away from this, but again, just once again to tell you that the State of the Union address is tonight. We will have live coverage starting 8 p.m. Eastern right here on Live Now from Fox. In the meantime, I do want to go out to another live event that we have for you. This is out of Cobb County, Georgia, as this is a Stop the Migrant Hate rally that is going on with some groups, representatives of the Cobb Immigrant Alliance coming together to talk and call out the governor and other elected officials to cease and desist from the hate and fear-mongering directed at migrants and Hispanics, they feel. So let's listen on Live Now.
Churches, faith communities, chambers of commerce, you name it, broad GOP, Democrat, Libertarian, the most diverse coalition. Because why? Because they realize that we're a nation of immigrants, and the recent immigrants back then and now are just like our ancestors who came here for a better life. They braved life and limb, they risked life and limb to get here, and they built this country. This country was built on the back of immigrants and on the back of both forced immigrants, slaves, as well as willing immigrants that came here, like my Italian ancestors, who, by the way, I found out just a few years ago, came here, quote, illegally through Ellis Island. That's why their names were changed and so forth. So we're here to reestablish the welcoming environment that Cobb and Georgia has. The carpet is laid out to welcome immigrants and migrants, mainly because our chief executive in Georgia, as well as candidates for some unscrupulous candidates for public office, are once again spreading fear-mongering, hate-mongering, and misinformation about recent migrant refugees coming over the border, when really our state coffers, the surplus that our governor brags about and graciously shares with us, is due in large part to migrants and immigrant labor, as well as, you know, all of us working together. So we're one community, and we want to again establish this welcoming environment. We want to put the word out there to our immigrant brothers and sisters, migrant refugees, that we welcome you, and if anybody is attacking you, anybody is making it hard for you to be here, you contact us and we've got your back, okay? And we will share the correct information. In our open letter that we sent to the governor, we listed some of the correct information about the recent migrants, okay? And we're happy to answer questions about those. You've got copies of that letter. Thank you. So without further ado, I'm going to introduce some of our coalition members and speakers today. First, we'll have Dr. Ben, president of Cobb chapter of the SCLC.
Yeah, thank you very much, and certainly want to extend my appreciation to the members of the press who still find it of interest to come out in the streets with us as we share with you both good news and bad news with respect to dynamics in Cobb County and in the nation. I'm conflicted now, knowing that this weekend was the 59th anniversary, the march from Selma to Montgomery, led by none other than Dr. King. That still there is that underbelly that has not been decimated yet, that finds reason and strength to raise its ugly head. So when I think about the celebration of 59 years ago, and then in my own state, the leader of the state, namely our governor, has positioned himself to be on the front lines of really behaving in a manner that is, to be candid, an embarrassment to our state. A state that for years has grown its wealth largely on the backs of immigrants. For years, they have been here working this agricultural state and culling the products that can be exchanged for money, currency upon which the state depends. It is not only disrespectful, but it is absolutely deplorable that he would be in the mix of an increasing number of political leaders who does not recognize that and have simply taken a crane and pulled down that woman who sits in the Bay of Manhattan, Lady Liberty, who in fact is the historic symbol of what this country is supposed to be. So SCLC, Dr. King's organization, will do all that it can to make sure that those doors, those floodgates don't open up here in the state of Georgia. We'll also be attendant of the national movement. That is important, and if anyone who hears my voice takes anything away, I would simply want this. In Cobb County, in Georgia, and in the nation, there is no place hate-mongering, fear-mongering, intimidation of those people who, in fact, like many of our ancestors, who came in here through Ellis Island. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Ben. Now, we're going to have a representative of law enforcement at the Sheriff's Department, because all law enforcement agencies will tell you, and thankfully I've seen on some of your reports regarding the tragic murder at UGA of the young student there, I've seen you interview other law enforcement professionals who said that do not blame the migrant or Hispanic community, because the communities where undocumented immigrants live are the safest communities in America. That's the research, what it shows. So we have, thankfully, our Sheriff Owens has sent a representative, Mr. Carlos Garcia, to share a message of hope and welcoming.
Thank you.
Carlos.
Thank you. First off, my name is Carlos Garcia, and I am a member of the Cobb County Sheriff's Office. Hispanic outreach for the Latino community here in Cobb County. And I am an immigrant and American by choice. I'm proudly to serve my community here in Cobb County. And this is it's been a long time since the Sheriff's Office and law enforcement agencies throughout Cobb, we've been working really hard to build trust and transparency among communities, especially immigrants and Latino and Hispanics communities here in Cobb County. We don't want we don't want history to repeat itself. We all of us want to live in a safe and secure community. But when we marginalize specific individuals for their legal status, we create an issue for everybody. Regardless, you're a citizen, American, immigrant, it don't matter.
We are going to take a 2-minute break on Live Now from Fox as this is going on in Georgia. I just want to show you a look here on the House floor. They are voting on a bill right now to detain migrants in the U.S. for theft-related crimes, and you can see the numbers that continue to vote, both Republican and Democrats at this time on the floor. So we'll be keeping an eye on that and so much more on Live Now from Fox. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. I'm your host, Mike Pace. Always great to be with you as we bring you the day's top stories and live feeds from all over the country. We're going to go back out right now to Cobb County, Georgia, and this is a small rally that is going on to stop the migrant hate, fear-mongering, and others. So let's listen on Live Now from Fox.
Would stop and hassle folks who looked like they might be an illegal immigrant and check for papers and all that sort of stuff. We got rid of all of that, and there's a reason for it. Because police departments were very concerned that the immigrant communities were afraid to report crimes to the police department. And the police department needed their help in resolving these crimes, especially crimes against persons where somebody got hurt, or domestic violence and what have you, in order to catch the perpetrator. But everybody would remain mum. So I know nothing, because they don't want to interact with the police department. So The police departments in the county have worked very hard now for a couple of years to get rid of that. To wit, recently, an example would be Chief Bill Westerberger had a town hall in Kennesaw to talk about public safety, and there was a large Latino turnout. And a lot of these issues got resolved, and folks were still thinking that shouldn't we be afraid of the police? They were hearing a lot of rumors. There's a rumor mill, conspiracy theories about what the police department is going to do to you if you are pulled over. They're going to steal your money. They're going to do all these kinds of things. So this is a constant effort that law enforcement is trying to build a bridge with these immigrant communities so that they will feel like citizens and cooperate with things as they go. So here we are now with another bill in the state legislature that wants to overturn this and again require sheriffs, deputies, and police departments to start hassling people again about their paperwork. We don't want to go backwards. We've already been there, and everybody's trying hard not to go there. Okay. The other issue about immigration, and I think it's important that we say, no, yes, there needs to be work that needs to be done at the border to fix a lot of problems. And recently we had a bill that came forth to do that. And certain members of Congress, as you all know, refused to listen to it. So if they don't want to fix it, they shouldn't be complaining about it. But one last issue, I did see an interview a couple of weeks ago with Chairman Powell of the Federal Reserve. And as you recall, President Trump appointed Mr. Powell to that position. And his comment was that one of the reasons, the major driver for our economy in this country that keeps us going, the reason our GDP is much higher than the rest of the world at this point in time, is immigration. This is from the chairman of the Federal Reserve, okay? Immigration has been the major driver for economic success in this country because of our aging population. A good example, Japan has this same problem, an aging population. They're in big trouble. Their GDP is down next to nothing because nobody's immigrating to Japan. They don't have any immigration, okay? So we have to have these young people coming in. So those were my comments. Thank you.
Thank you, Pat.
Thank you.
Jeff, could you introduce yourself?
I'm not going to speak today, but I'll just introduce myself. I'm Jeff Jones. I'm a Unitarian Universalist community minister, and I'm here as a person of faith. And I think faith communities as a whole support what the immigrants need, their journey, their struggles, and want to welcome them with an open heart. And that's what I'm here for. Blessings to you all.
Thank you, Jeff.
Thank you.
Okay, sorry. Now we'll open it up for any questions.
Emily Pearson from WABE. What do y'all think the effect of the election year is on the rhetoric that we're hearing in Georgia?
The election?
Yeah.
You want to take that?
I'm glad you raised that question, because behind the question is always really the driver. Bashing immigrants now, bashing descendants of slaves at an earlier time, okay? In other words, finding some neck around which the tag can be put, quote on it, "You are the problem," is a tried and unfortunately true approach to keeping people divided. My sense is we're in an election cycle where, from where I sit, there is a major transition on its way in 2024. A major transition. And I think that the politicians know that. and they are pulling out everything they.
And we are going to take our final break of this hour on Live Now from Fox. When we come back, we will continue to preview President Biden's big speech tonight at the State of the Union. The White House also putting out a new video of President Biden getting some help and some encouragement from Hollywood. We'll be back on Live Now. And welcome back, everyone, to Live Now from Fox. You're taking a great shot there early, a postcard image of the Capitol ahead of President Biden's big State of the Union address. And, of course, we will be having the coverage for you on Live Now from Fox starting at 8 p.m. Eastern. And we will be bringing you not only the speech, but analysis before and after. And, of course, we'll be talking to those getting a reaction as well. So stay right here with us for more on that as always. But the White House recently today putting out a video of President Biden speaking with some Hollywood actors who played president in a role, and now getting some thoughts and some ideas on how to do the State of the Union address tonight. Let's listen on Live Now.
I never spoke to so many presidents all at one time. Some of you might know what a big speech like I have to do is coming up State of the Union. Any advice you have for me in delivering my speech?
Well, sir, in my capacity as president, all I had to deal with was a meteor. One of the things that I came out of that with in my speech to people is hope. Hope is the strongest force we have in this country. It is the most useful and the most effective. My advice is just keep telling us how you're working for us and building hope.
Well, Mr. President, looking back at my own presidency, I behaved very badly in a lot of situations. In preparation for your speech, it's just there was one sort of piece of advice and that meant a lot to me when I was president. And so I just wanted to share that really quick with you. Tell them that you exist for them. Tell them that they make you a better man. And yeah, that's pretty much it. And also, when I used to give big speeches, I would always wind down with popcorn and red wine. But I know for you that would be ice. Do that with ice cream. I highly encourage it.
I know from experience, obviously, what a tough job it is. And, you know, when I was president, it seemed like every week there was some new crisis that I had to face.
You did a hell of a job.
Thank you. I do feel I should just point out one thing it always bears remembering: there's no crying in politics.
Well, what I hope is my politics doesn't make anybody else cry.
Mr. President, from my experience of being commander-in-chief, I learned that having a loving partner changes everything. Love and compassion as a leader are strengths. They're not weaknesses and are key to your character. So let that shine through in your speech. And don't forget to save a dance for the First Lady in the East Room.
We've had a lot of lines to learn ourselves. It's nice to watch somebody else have to get it all together rather than us, you know. In Independence Day, I had it easy. You know, we just had invaders from outer space coming in wanting to mess with us, and that tends to unify people, you know. And I'm not so sure it was the greatest speech ever, but I did manage to say two things. One is that we can't be consumed by our petty differences, and we will be united in our common interests. And somehow these words became something to remember. So I had the thought, Mr. President, that, you know, when people look at all that you've managed to do, they're going to remember, time will remember always, the importance of your words when you say that thing about there's nothing that we can't do when we do it together. Those are good ones. Best wishes to you, sir.
There's nothing beyond our capacity, and I believe that. Hey, come see me in the White House. I'm very serious. I'd love to meet you all in person. Thank you.
I'm with you, Mr. President.
Thank you
very much.
I never spoke to so many presidents all at one time. Thank you.
All right, President Biden putting out that from the White House, and the video just being put out just hours before the State of the Union address tonight. Well, we want to talk about some of the issues and things that President Biden will be talking about. Of course, the economy, inflation, but also immigration is a big key for so many, especially as we head into the election in November. That is what is going to be bringing out a lot of voters. Happening on the House floor earlier today, the Laken-Riley Act being talked about. Let's listen on Live Now from Fox here.
During the Trump administration and paving the way for 11 million foreign nationals to enter our country illegally. During the first 3 years of his administration, Biden consistently denied the border security crisis. Biden lied. Biden and his staff falsely claimed that the border was secure. It is only now, after countless lives have been taken, that the Biden administration has admitted that there is a problem because they put politics ahead of the safety of the American people. The tragic murder of 22-year-old Georgia student Laken-Riley is a direct consequence of Biden's failure to secure the border. The illegal immigrant from Venezuela who killed her should never have been allowed in our country. I grieve for Laken's family on their tragic loss. I cannot imagine the pain. No parent in our country should ever lose a child due to reckless border policies and soft on crime policies. Joe Biden and Kamala Harris have blood on their hands. They should say her name and apologize to her family. The primary responsibility of the government is to protect the American people. Instead, Biden has opened our borders to an invasion of military-age men and put American lives in danger. Today, we have the opportunity to vote for the Laken-Riley Act to ensure that this never happens again. I urge my colleagues to vote yes, and I yield back.
Members are reminded not to engage in personalities toward the president. The chair recognizes the gentlewoman from California, Ms. Waters, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In less than 12 hours, President Biden will deliver his State of the Union address and lay out his top policy priorities for our nation. Last week, I sent the White House a request that the National Affordable Housing and Homelessness Crisis be included as part of the State of the Union address. And I was very pleased to hear this morning that housing will, in fact, be included in the address. Mr. Speaker, I don't have a special guest. All of the people of this country are my special guests today. I'm speaking to them about this critical issue of housing and the need to take the people off the street. Unfortunately, the homeless on the street and in tents and broken down RVs will not hear this message tonight, but they expect their members of Congress that they elect to office to speak up for them. I speak for them. I fight for them, and I expect everybody, Democrats and Republicans, to fight for the people in America who are homeless, who are looking for better and decent housing. While the Biden administration has helped our nation achieve one of the strongest labor markets with record job creation and a record number of small businesses forming, we simply cannot talk about the state of our union without talking about the state of housing in this country. Housing is a critical part of every person's well-being, the largest part of family budgets, and a major part of our economy. Yet, rising housing costs continue to make up nearly 70% of core inflation, outpacing modest wage gains. To put it in plainer terms, Americans are making more money, but housing costs are so extreme that the extra money in their pockets still isn't enough. Indeed, more renters and homeowners are paying a greater share of their income on housing than ever before. Since 2020, home prices have skyrocketed by 47%. Rents have increased by 40% during that same time frame. It's no wonder that families in nearly every income bracket are feeling the pain of one of the worst housing and homelessness crises in our nation's history. Today, a record 653,100 people are experiencing homelessness nationwide, as we saw a sobering 25% spike in the number of people who are experiencing homelessness for the first time in their lives between 2022 and 2023. I'm talking about people we call our neighbors, family members, students, teachers, and frontline workers, elderly Americans who should be enjoying retirement, are one of the fastest rising groups of people experiencing homelessness. This is simply unacceptable. While the state of our nation's housing is bleak right now, this doesn't have to be our future. We know how to solve the housing crisis. During the pandemic, Democrats secured unprecedented levels of housing relief through bills like the American Rescue Plan Act, which promoted equitable economic recovery, spurred more development of affordable housing, and helped nearly 3 million people experiencing the risk of homelessness. Over 12 million people successfully avoided eviction or foreclosure thanks to these investments. In short, Democrats prove what we can accomplish with substantial targeted investments in housing, and we should use this as a blueprint to finally end this crisis. During this Congress, however, people on the opposite side of the aisle, the Republicans, have tried to defund federal housing programs and even passed a bill to make home ownership more, not less expensive. As the top Democrat on the House Financial Services Committee, I commit to press the fight in Congress to secure robust investments in fair and affordable housing. I've introduced my groundbreaking housing bills again, including the Housing Crisis Response Act, the Ending Homelessness Act, and the Down Payment Toward Equity Act. These bills would help create nearly 1.4 million affordable, accessible, and resilient homes, reduce housing costs, end homelessness, and revive the dream of home ownership for all. So I'm looking forward to hearing President Biden's State of the Union address, and I hope that housing is highlighted as a major policy and not just a passing mention. And so, Mr. Speaker and members, you're going to hear a lot about housing. I'm not going to give up on housing. I'm going to speak to every member of Congress about voting for housing to end this crisis. You can keep a pounding.
Gentlelady's time has expired. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Florida, Mr. Gates, for 5 minutes.
I was so furious but not surprised when I saw the Bloomberg News report that the Biden administration is now considering draining $200 million out of Army reserves to send more money to Ukraine. The move would target reserve funds that this House has authorized and appropriated for this particular purpose, a purpose that is worthy, certainly more worthy than continuing involvement in the conflict in Ukraine that could lead to tragic escalatory accident. And I can't even believe this is a controversial view to take on this floor, but I believe that the U.S. Army reserves should actually be for the U.S. Army. And by the way, it's not as if we don't have needs for our Army. How about the families of our soldiers? Right now, childcare is a real problem. We've got Army soldiers that are driving an hour and a half or more each way just to drop off their kids at childcare. We could invest that money in our military families. I could take you to the Army town of Crestview, Florida, in my district, where the school counselors who are still helping Army families deal with the lingering effects of just deployment after deployment after deployment. They could use more resources. They tell me, Congressman, if we had more resources for these Army families, they could improve quality of life and improve mental health. And not for nothing, but the Army was taking a leading role in hypersonics for our country, where we have fallen behind China. If we've got an extra $200 million laying around the Army, how about we invested in making sure that with hypersonic weapons, we can hit a moving target? I don't know, like China can. But no, indeed, we see this attempt to drain resources away for Ukraine. When Joe Biden talked about campaigning for the soul of the nation, I just assumed it was our nation, not Ukraine, and Ukraine is no Garden of Eden for democracy. Senator Lee pointed out in a report that the CIA had to directly confront Zelensky about his own personal corruption. In Ukraine, they've canceled the presidential elections. Call me old-fashioned, but I actually prefer democracies that hold elections rather than canceling elections. And while there were many concerns about the death of Navalny appropriately, people forget the fact that Zelensky jailed a journalist, Gonzalo Lira, and that journalist died in a Ukrainian prison. So tonight you will hear President Biden come into this House. And the one thing that President Biden has in common with the American people is that both were far better off 4 years ago. Joe Biden physically and the rest of us economically. Now, as a member of the House Armed Services Committee, I will call for an investigation of any efforts to drain U.S. reserves to go and fund this war in Ukraine, and I would invite my fellow members of the Armed Services Committee to join me. And Democrats, you know what this reminded me of? When all the Democrats were crying alligator tears about President Trump using DOD money to go fund the wall. And you may accuse me of hypocrisy now because I supported President Trump in that endeavor, but I don't like the Biden administration going beyond what we set forth with our Article I powers. But at least if I'm being a hypocrite, I was doing so for the defense of America's borders and America's interests to stop an invasion that is killing hundreds of thousands of people through the introduction of fentanyl, and an invasion that is diminishing the economic prospects of working people in this country. When they're hypocrites, Mr. Speaker, they serve as hypocrites so that they can go and fund the pensions of government workers in Ukraine. And not for nothing, but it wasn't that long ago that we found a person connected to the defense industrial complex in Ukraine exiting the country with $1 million in U.S. cash in a shoebox. The corruption is real. America's interests are illusory, and we should never drain $200 million out of our family or out of our army that should go to military families, that should go to soldiers, and that should go to America's capabilities. It is America's capabilities that will define whether or not we hold the high ground, not which guy in a tracksuit is running Crimea. I yield back.
The chair recognizes the gentleman from Pennsylvania, Mr. Muser, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
We are actually going to take our first break of the hour. Stay right here with us with more to come on Live Now from Fox. All right, everyone, you are watching Live Now from Fox, where the House has just passed the Laken-Riley Act. We are going to be listening now to more of the coverage on the House floor. Let's listen on Live Now.
The gentleman from California, Mr. Sherman, has been postponed. Pursuant to Clause Rule 6 of 18, proceedings will now resume on those amendments printed in Part B of House Report 118-407, on which further proceedings were postponed. In the following order: Amendment 1 by Lawler, New York. Number 2, Huizinga of Michigan. 3, Lucas of Oklahoma. 4, Wagner of Missouri. 5, Sherman of California. The chair will reduce to 2 minutes the minimum time for any vote in this series. The unfinished business request on recorded vote amendment number 1, printed as Part B, House Report 118-407 by the gentleman from New York, Mr. Lawler, which the proceedings were postponed, on which the ayes are reported by voice vote. Courage to redesignate the amendment.
Amendment number 1, printed in Part B of House Report number 118-407, offered by Mr. Lawler of New York.
Recorded vote is requested. Those supporting the request for recorded vote will rise be counted. Sufficient number of members. Recorded vote is ordered the members to record their votes by electronic device. 2-minute vote.
All right, as the House now doing other passages right now and amendments, we will keep an eye on this for you, as always, on Live Now from Fox. But again, the House passing ahead of the big State of the Union address. The Laken-Riley immigration crime bill is passed in the House, not expected to go much further in the Senate. And now a live look right here that we can show you. State of the Union address, our coverage starting at 8 p.m. Eastern. We'd love to have you as we will continue to bring you the latest from Capitol Hill, as well as analysis and a reaction after as well. In the meantime, I do want to go outside of Capitol Hill, where earlier House Democrats and coming together to talk about housing affordability. Let's listen on Live Now from Fox, everyone.
I'm sorry. Everybody knows that's not accurate. But under her leadership, we have advanced the housing crisis in terms of being ready for a housing crisis because we are right now living in a time where many families are teetering on the very edge of existence. If you don't have a house, your somebodyness has been torn. If you don't have a house, you're not a part of the American dream. The dream is going on all around you. I know, I lived in a shack for 7 years. I know then that we moved into public housing. And when we moved into our own house, my father's somebodyness rose and he would walk and strut up the street. And if you throw a cigarette butt on the floor, you have to deal with my daddy because he knew that he had finally gotten a house and he lived in it until he was 101 years old 2 months ago. A house is a somebodyness maker. And our chairwoman has pushed and pushed and pushed, and now the president is going to continue to push and push and push. I will tell you this. If we had passed Build Back Better, which our chairwoman had authored, ladies and gentlemen, we would have done housing all over this country, and we would be in the process of reducing it. And so I'm asking right now for everybody who understands somebodyness to talk about housing. Whatever you do, you get on the bus, tell the bus driver, housing. Anywhere you go, this is the issue that we've got to face and face it frontally. Thank you very kindly.
Would you advance the next person, Mr. Chairman?
Now I want to introduce one of our colleagues on the committee, Mr. Sherman from California.
Thank you. Hello, I'm Brad Sherman from California's best named city, Sherman Oaks. And it's been a pleasure to serve for 28 years on the Financial Services Committee, of course, under the leadership of Maxine Waters. I think that future Chair Waters and future Subcommittee Chair Cleaver have outlined why it's so important that we move bills on housing. And I don't think it's a coincidence that the president will devote a chunk of his speech to housing. I think he's heard from Maxine Waters. In addition, I don't really have much more to add on the legislation and the speech, but I do want to mention one other thing. We need to start lowering interest rates. We need to build more apartments. The number one factor in whether apartments get built, whether they're government subsidized or low-income housing or entirely private sector, is what is the interest rates. The rents are too damn high. That's because we don't have enough units. And second, we need to lower interest rates because that mortgage payment eats first, as Maxine pointed out in her example. People have, and in this effort to lower prices, which is good, they haven't lowered the cost of living because the cost of living includes your mortgage payment. It includes your home equity line. And yet the measures of inflation that we use, like the CPI, don't. So we need to see lower interest rates so that people can build apartments and people can aspire to become homeowners. Thank you.
Thank you.
And now we'll move on to my friend from Texas, Al Green. Or we'll move on to my friend from Nevada, Steve Horsford.
Thank you. I'm Congressman Stephen Horsford. I represent Nevada's 4th Congressional District and currently serve as chair of the Congressional Black Caucus. I want to thank Chairwoman Maxine Waters for her tireless advocacy in prioritizing housing housing for all, housing that's affordable, housing that's accessible, and for leading the charge in helping to make sure President Biden centers the issue of housing in his State of the Union address. It's because of your leadership that last Congress, when we were in the majority as Democrats, this committee made housing a focus. Unfortunately, Republicans have failed in their responsibility to prioritize housing. And because of it, the housing crisis has worsened. And we're here to say that the American people deserve to live in affordable, accessible housing for everyone. And that is our priority. I want to thank the chairwoman because she's already mapped out the plan. And the plan includes passing the Housing Crisis Response Act, providing $150 billion in fair and affordable housing investments. She has called for the passage of the Ending Homelessness Act, which would end homelessness and significantly reduce poverty across our nation and in my district. She has proposed the Down Payment Towards Equity Act, which would directly assist first-time, first-generation home buyers in purchasing their first home. We know that home ownership is also about building equity. And so as chair of the Congressional Black Caucus, I'm very focused on closing the racial gap, the racial wealth gap in America. And one of the ways we can do that is by making housing and home ownership a greater priority. I also want to say that I represent a district where parts of my district are now owned, 1 in 3 homes are owned by out-of-state corporate speculators. Companies that are coming in, buying these homes in cash, pricing out veterans, pricing out first-time home buyers, pricing out families to live the American dream. That's why I introduced the HOME Act to crack down on these corporate speculators, to give HUD the enforcement tools that they need to go after market manipulation, to find these corporate speculators and to take those fines and to put them into the Housing Trust Fund for more affordable housing. These are the solutions that we have as Democrats that we're pushing the administration to advance, and we're calling on Republicans to put people over politics and to put housing first on the agenda. That's why we're here. Thank you for the leadership of our chair, and I want to turn it over to Representative Tlaib from Michigan.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Stephen. Thank you so much for the incredible leadership. As you heard from many of my colleagues, we are facing a housing crisis in our country, and it's been here for over a decade now. I know in Michigan, we lost more black home ownership than any other state in the country, and it is a continued priority. The first time I ever heard our chairwoman, I'm sorry, I still call you our chairwoman, Maxine Waters talk about housing was once in caucus as we were talking about infrastructure, water infrastructure, all these different infrastructure. She got up. She didn't even have to go to the mic. And she said, housing is infrastructure. So don't forget housing. I remember that moment, and ever since then, I have always been able to say housing is infrastructure. I want you all to know today the average renter now pays over 30% of their income on rent. In Metro Detroit alone, there are 3 extremely low-income renter households for each unit that is both affordable and available. Yet nationwide, less than 1/4 of households that qualify for rental aid actually receive assistance. Our public housing stock faces roughly a $70 billion need right now of repairs. Detroit Housing Commission, right here in my backyard, for example, needs hundreds of millions of dollars in capital improvements, but they have only been able to get $12 million annually to spend. In response to this insufficient federal support, of course, I introduced the Public Housing for 21st Century Act to ensure that public developers have access to the latest best practices using local policy tools and financing. Now, when discussing our housing crisis, young adults are often left out of the conversation, yet each year over 3.5 million young adults experience homelessness. Unhoused young people face many unique challenges like a lack of credit history, but in Metro Detroit and elsewhere, relatively few services are designed to really meet their needs. And that's why, again, I've been leading this movement around Youth Homelessness Guaranteed Income Pilot Program Act, which would provide direct cash assistance to young people experiencing homelessness, and then study the effects of the program on housing and other outcomes. I know in the richest country on earth, we have resources to ensure that everyone has safe and dignified home. We must pass the progressive policies like Representative Waters' Housing Crisis Response Act. We can solve this crisis if we act with urgency of this moment. So again, I cannot thank Congresswoman Maxine Waters for her incredible leadership on this. From the beginning, I don't care if it's from ending homelessness, talking about this issue. And at one point, you might think it's only California, but she knows this is a national crisis, and she has not ever once let up in requiring us to move again with urgency. Next, I'm going to have Representative Garcia. See here, Representative Williams, Nickel. Yep.
Oh. Thanks so much. Folks, today the eyes of the nation are on the United States Congress, and one thing is crystal clear. House Republicans are totally incapable of governing, and another thing that's equally clear is they have absolutely no plan for housing. They have done virtually nothing in the House Financial Services Committee to address the important needs for housing we have in this country. Again, I'm Wiley Nickel. I represent North Carolina's 13th district, where housing is one of the top priorities for the people I serve in Congress. It's great to be here alongside Ranking Member Waters, Housing Subcommittee Ranking Member Cleaver, and fellow House Financial Service Committee Democrats, ahead of President Biden's State of the Union address this evening, in which affordable housing will be a priority. I'm looking forward to hearing what President Biden has to say. Right now, though, there are 343,000 households in North Carolina that spend over half of their monthly income on rent, leaving little to no money for other expenses like health care, transportation, and nutritious food. Access to safe and affordable housing is essential to the well-being of working families and individuals in North Carolina and throughout the country. That's why Financial Service Committee Democrats are working to increase the supply of affordable housing and to lower the cost of living for working families. We are putting people over politics for initiatives like low-income housing tax credit, the home investment program, the self-help and assisted home ownership opportunity program, the public housing fund and Section 202 housing, and rental assistance. We're also working to pass common sense legislation like Ranking Member Waters' Down Payment Toward Equity Act to help address racial wealth and homeownership gaps by providing $100 billion in direct assistance to help first-generation homebuyers purchase their slice of the American dream, their first home. We're going to continue to put forward common sense ideas and solutions to build more affordable housing, increase affordable housing access, and tackle this housing crisis. Now, I'm very glad to turn it over to my friend, colleague, Congresswoman Brittany Pettersen from the great state of Colorado.
Hi, everybody. It's great to be with you today. My name's Brittany Pettersen, and I represent Colorado's 7th Congressional District. I got involved in politics. I never planned on working on housing policy. I got involved 16 years ago and was elected to the legislature for 10 years. On my journey in the legislature, I focused on our public education system and our public health system. And when I was running for Congress this last election, and I was visiting places across my district, it's a 4.5-hour drive from the suburbs in Colorado all throughout rural Colorado, I heard number one, the top thing that came up anywhere that I visited was housing. Colorado is the best place to live, and our secret's out. We have people that have been moving there in the thousands for years. We do not have the housing supply to keep up with this. In our rural communities, we have people who have lived there their entire lives, who have seen the home values increase threefold in just 2 years during the pandemic because of the ability to work remotely and people coming to those communities. They're being pushed out from the places they've lived their whole lives, the place that they want to live with their families. And I've heard from businesses that are unable to actually hire the workforce and keep workers in their communities because they can't afford a place to live. This is a crisis. And I came to Congress as a freshman with high hopes of our ability to come together to work on this critical issue. I'm so excited I was very excited to be on the housing subcommittee, which is why I wanted to be on financial services. And it's been incredibly disappointing, not just from the dysfunction that we've seen in Washington and the inability to do the basic function of our job, like fund the government and pass a budget. We have been unable to come together on one of the most critical issues that intersects with every single thing that we care about on housing. And so I'm proud to stand with the Democrats who are here on my committee with thoughtful, comprehensive proposals on how we need to increase our housing supply. When I think about what this means to me personally, my mom struggled with a substance use disorder issue, and because of her lack of income, the only reason that she wasn't homeless and that she was able to survive is because she was one of the few people who qualified for Section 8. My dad, who was homeless for 3 years, living in motels and on couches, and my aunt, who unfortunately died on the streets without access to the care that she needed and the shelter that she needed. We spend so much more on the back end when we don't help people who are desperate, get them access to the mental health services, the substance use disorder, treatment and recovery services, and the transitional housing, helping our seniors actually have a place where they can downsize and move so that it brings room for the next generation of home ownership. This is critical for long-term wealth and success and stability. So I want you to know that Democrats are united fighting on a package with the leadership of Chairwoman Waters to actually bring the comprehensive change we need. And I'm grateful that President Biden has also prioritized this, that he is going to be focused on that tonight, and that he is leading, but he needs Congress to lead. With that, I'm going to pass it to Sarah Sardian from the National Low-Income Housing Coalition.
Before Sarah comes up, let me help you to understand that we're not in this struggle alone, despite the fact we have too many members on the opposite side of the aisle who don't pay attention. We have housing advocates. We have housing nonprofits who do nothing but focus on this housing issue. They lobby, they organize, they have press conferences, they go into communities, and they stand with us. Without them, we couldn't even get this far. I am so pleased and I am so proud that Sarah is going to be with us today.
We're watching live now from Fox as we are hearing from Congress members speaking ahead of the big State of the Union address tonight. And we've been hearing from a lot of lawmakers today ahead of the big speech that will be happening. Our live coverage will be happening at 8 p.m. Eastern. Please join us tonight as we will get you ready for the big speech as well as have reaction after. We'll take a 2-minute break. Stay right here with us. More to come. And just like that, everyone, we're back for you on Live Now from Fox. I'm your host, Mike Page. We'll continue to be with you through the afternoon and early evening hours here on Live Now from Fox. I want to show you the Senate floor from a little bit ago. We did have Senator Mitch McConnell speaking. Let's listen on Live Now from Fox.
When given the choice to lead or to outsource his work to left-wing activists, President Biden has chosen the latter. He's handed his base a blank check for a wish list of social engineering and left the American people to foot the bill. Meanwhile, he's poured gasoline on the fire of left-wing pro-criminal anti-police rhetoric across the country. The Biden administration has packed its Justice Department full of left-wing activists working overtime to tear serious crimes right out of the criminal code. A couple of years back, a district attorney in Massachusetts declared she wouldn't prosecute crimes like breaking and entering or drug possession with intent to distribute. President Biden rewarded this behavior by making Rachel Rollins one of his first U.S. attorneys. Across the country, on this president's watch, left-wing prosecutors have turned repeated offenders into the streets repeatedly. In President Biden's America, violent criminals have learned that they won't face serious consequences, and of course they're acting accordingly. At the same time, left-wing activists bent on attacking the federal judiciary have found an ally in the Biden White House. The president's tried to give life tenure to a judicial nominee who identified himself as a wild-eyed leftist, another with a history of supporting terrorist sympathizers, and even one who had worked to undermine a teenage girl's claim of sexual assault. President Biden hadn't just tried putting the wrong people in our nation's institutions. He spent 3 years undermining the institutions themselves. His Attorney General slow-walked urgent security measures to protect the Supreme Court justices and their families from angry mobs. And his administration even stood up a commission to explore court packing, a terrible idea that hasn't gotten any less terrible since it was killed back in the 1930s. So, Mr. President, the rule of law is less stable on President Biden's watch. The streets of our major cities are less safe. And of course, our borders are less secure. 3 years ago, illegal immigrants arrived at our southern border in shirts wearing his campaign logo, insisting, as one put it, that, quote, Biden promised us that everything was going to change. Everything was going to change. Well, they were absolutely right. Since President Biden took office, nearly 10 million people have crossed our southern border illegally. His administration has abandoned CBP and ICE to contend with the highest daily, monthly, and yearly totals of illegal arrivals on record. As soon as he took office, the president tore up common sense authorities he could have used to maintain a secure border. Instead, he spent years pretending that functionally open borders didn't amount to a crisis. The only campaign promise President Biden appears to have kept is the one he made on the campaign trail to people hoping to cross our borders illegally. We immediately secure the border, surge to the border, all these people who are seeking asylum. By contrast, it's difficult to think of a pledge the president abandoned more completely than his campaign promise to restore respect for America on the world stage. Today, the credibility of our commitments is in serious doubt. The West is confronting the most dangerous moment since the fall of the Berlin Wall, but our commander-in-chief his first instincts appear to be hesitation and self-deterrence. President Biden's failures pose embarrassing questions for America and our allies and partners. Are we safer after his disastrous withdrawal from Afghanistan? Do allies still take our word? Did the president's self-proclaimed fear of escalation force Putin to back down from his own brutal escalation in Ukraine? Or did it give the Ukrainians the critical weapons they needed when they needed the most? As America's closest ally in the Middle East, feel like it can count on America's total support in its existential fight against genocidal terrorists? Did the world's most active state sponsor of terror think twice before targeting Americans, like the Georgia guardsmen killed and Kentucky soldiers injured in the Tower 22 attack in Jordan? Does Iran hesitate to stick its proxies on Israel or threaten commercial shipping? Did the Biden administration's climate diplomacy with Beijing close any meaningful gaps in strategic competition with our top adversary? Did it reassure our allies and partners in the region that we understood the importance of hard power? The answer to all these questions is a resounding no. President Biden's 3 years in office have left American leadership a weaker brand and our resolve less a fearsome asset. And we'll be dealing with the consequences of his failures for years to come. Around the Biden administration's 100-day mark, I warned the president that it wasn't too late to change course and start governing as the moderate he promised he'd be. Needless to say, he certainly didn't take my advice. And he didn't take the American people's sterner counsel either. When they demanded change at the ballot box the following year, well, this fall, the voters have a chance to issue a further course correction, one with a bit more finality. Tonight, we'll hear from a president who's failed in the most basic responsibilities of government. He'll come to the Capitol with a record of historic inflation, surging crime, open borders, and weakness on the world stage. Then, of course, the American people will witness a stark contrast. They'll hear our colleague, Senator Britt, tell her story and offer a very different assessment of this moment in American history, one that embraces what makes our nation great. I'm glad for the nation to hear directly from the youngest Republican woman ever elected to the Senate and one of our conference's brightest stars.
Senator Mitch McConnell on the floor there from earlier. And when we come back on Live Now from Fox, we will get the Democratic response, and we will hear from Senator Chuck Schumer. You're watching Live Now from Fox. And ahead of President Biden's State of the Union address, Senator Chuck Schumer took to the floor as he speak on Biden's accomplishments.
Last year alone, the economy created more jobs than in any year of the Trump administration. Less than 2 years ago, inflation was at a crushing 9%. But today it has cooled to the lowest level since the start of the pandemic. And that means that over the last year, the prices of things like milk, eggs, appliances, car rentals, and airfare have all come down. Across the country, manufacturing and job creation is surging. Communities that have been long overlooked, especially in places like upstate New York, are getting a second chance. It didn't happen on its own. It's the result of the Democratic agenda, a result of legislation like the American Rescue Plan, infrastructure, CHIPS and Science, and the Inflation Reduction Act, which I was happy to champion in the Democratic Senate as I was majority leader. But statistics and data tell only part of the story. Today, I'm honored to welcome 5 inspiring New Yorkers and 1 brave Ukrainian soldier as my guests for the State of the Union. These 6 individuals show better than any statistic how America is made stronger by the policies of the Biden administration and a Democratic Senate. You can look at the example of Andrei Chevozarov, a 25-year-old Ukrainian soldier who has risked his life and limb on the battlefield. After losing his leg in a mine explosion, he came to New York in January for prosthetics and rehabilitation treatment at Staten Island University Hospital. It's an honor to welcome Andrei, and the Senate thanks him for his sacrifice. He reminds us all about the stakes of the war in Ukraine, of the importance of passing the supplemental, and I will continue working as hard as I can to make sure we get it done. It's a historic moment for America. We cannot turn our back on our Ukraine and our other allies and the menaces that we face in the world. You can also get a look at what's at stake through the story of Kate Farley of the Hudson Valley, who was expecting her second child through in vitro fertilization. Without IVF, Kate could have never gotten pregnant. And it's both heartbreaking and enraging that extreme Republicans have made people like Kate worry that this vital service will be curtailed. I'm honored to welcome her today. I'm also honored to invite my friend, Kevin McCaffrey of Suffolk County, the proud president of Teamsters Local 707, as well as Deborah Hartman, a retired UFCW member who used to work at Top Supermarket. Kevin, of course, is the Republican leader of the Suffolk County Legislature, but it didn't stop he and I to work to deal with the pensions that his members of his Local 707 might have lost. Like many Americans, both Kevin and Deborah and their fellow workers face the unthinkable prospect of their pensions drying up in just a few years ago. Some workers had pensions cut by as much as two-thirds. People who put in every 2 weeks money, hoping, knowing, relying on the fact that their retirement would be secure. Wouldn't make them rich, but would make them secure. So the rug pulled out from under them. And for Kevin, from one end of my state, and Deborah from the other, we were able to save those pensions. Republicans refused to offer relief. Democrats had to do it on its own. Thanks to the reforms in the American Rescue Plan, millions of our union brothers and sisters across New York and America have seen that critical pension relief and have their pensions restored. These workers who saved their whole lives to retire with dignity have seen their dignity restored, something all Americans can be very proud of. I'm also proud of New Yorkers like Van Robinson, who I've known for decades and have partnered with to combat gun violence, increase affordable housing, and reduce lead poisoning for underserved communities. Van has been one of the leading voices reconnecting communities divided by highways and for tearing down I-81 in Syracuse. And thanks to the bipartisan infrastructure law that I led in Congress, we're getting it done. Finally, I'm delighted to welcome Kim Spica, an equipment engineer technician at Global Foundries. Kim's story shows what the future can look like for so many New Yorkers. She got her job after finishing a registered apprenticeship program at Hudson Valley Community College. Recently, GlobalFoundries received the largest preliminary award from the Chips and Science to date, over $1.5 billion, which will help them build a second chip fab in New York's capital region and create thousands of good-paying jobs like Kim's. I was proud to lead the way on Chips and Science because I knew what it would mean for New Yorkers like Kim in the form of new jobs, greater opportunity, more decent life. So if you want to see how far we've come as a country, these New Yorkers are a good illustration. These guests are the reason our Democratic majority fought so hard to pass the American Rescue Plan, pass infrastructure, pass Chips and Science, and pass the Inflation Reduction Act. I knew they would make an enormous difference for New Yorkers like the people who are joining me tonight. Democrats' agenda, of course, is paying off in other ways. Americans are paying less for insulin. Prescription drugs for seniors on Medicare have been capped. Student loan borrowers are seeing hundreds of billions in debt forgiveness. So tonight, the difference between the parties will be as clear as night and day. Democrats are focused on lowering costs, creating jobs, putting money in people's pockets. But the hard right, which too often runs the Republican Party in the House and now increasingly in the Senate, is consumed by chaos, bullying, and attacking things like women's freedom of choice. The Republican frontrunner for president has made it abundantly clear that he's not running to make people's lives better, but rather on airing his personal political grievances. Donald Trump's cynical power grab even destroyed the best change at border security that Congress has seen in decades, a bill that even a Wall Street Journal poll from this morning shows that Americans clearly supported. Americans wanted bipartisan border security. Congress had bipartisan security ready to go. And Donald Trump and his MAGA Republican followers are at fault for killing it in its tracks. That is shameful cynicism that once again hurts America. Ideologues cannot run the show here. We have to fight these things. So I thank President Biden for his leadership. The road hasn't been easy. The work is not yet done, but we have come far. We have overcome so much. And with still so much on the line for American families, American values, and America's future, it's imperative we stay the course and finish the job we began 3 years ago. On the appropriations bill, well, Mr. President, last night the House passed the 6 appropriation bills with an overwhelming bipartisan vote, 339 to 85. Last night, the Senate took the first step to advance the appropriations bill via voice vote, which I hope portends more bipartisan cooperation moving forward. The watchwords for the Senate will be cooperation and speed as we work to pass these appropriation bills before tomorrow night's deadline. And it's noteworthy that a majority of both parties in the House, a majority of even the Republicans, supported this legislation. Of course, the process never is easy in divided government, but with hard work, cooperation, persistence, good things can happen if we put working together before other extraneous and often destructive issues. The Senate will continue our work on these appropriation bills today so we can finish the package before tomorrow night's deadline. We're close to the finish line, but it'll take bipartisan cooperation to get us there. And finally, Mr. President, on the FAA, last night, the Senate, I'm glad to say, unanimously approved a temporary extension of FAA funding until May 10th. This extension will give Chair Cantwell and the Commerce Committee the time it needs to resolve the differences between FAA legislation in the House and the Senate. I'm committed to moving an FAA reauthorization bill passed and signed into law as soon as we can, so we can keep the U.S. one of the safest nations in the world for air travel. Getting FAA reauthorization done will mean more safety inspectors at manufacturing plants, more air traffic controllers, better customer service, and mandatory refunds for flight disruptions. And I'm glad the Senate also preserves the 1,500-hour rule, which I have insisted, aided by the families in Buffalo. I have insisted it cannot and must not and will not be weakened. Thank you to my colleagues on both sides of the aisle for continuing work on the FAA, and I look forward to bringing FAA reauthorization to the floor and sending it to the President's desk. Yield the floor. Note the absence of a quorum.
The clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Baldwin.
All right, and that was from earlier today. I want to give you a live look right now at the Senate floor. We'll continue to wait to see if more senators are speaking ahead of tonight's State of the Union. Hi, everyone. Mike Pace here. Thanks so much again for joining us on Live Now from Fox. Well, next up, we want to go out to Pennsylvania, where a state trooper right now is not on the job, being forced to do administrative work at this time because of a situation that happened over the weekend involving a Philadelphia mayor's official, as her and her husband were detained by police in a situation that was a traffic incident turned almost into an arrest. So let's listen right here on Live Now from Fox on the situation where they are upset at the state trooper.
Patrick Ross, I'm joined here by my partner Riley Ross, Darius McClain, Selena Morrison McClain. On Saturday, March 2nd, Selena and Darius went to retrieve an auto from a family member that lived in New Jersey. The car had fallen into disrepair, needed to get some service so that they could either trade it in or sell it on their own. They went to Jersey, they picked it up. They had a rental car because their regular car is actually in the shop already. Darius was driving the rental car. He was following Selena, and they drove from New Jersey without incident into Pennsylvania, came over the Walt Whitman Bridge. While they were on 76, in that area that is in the underpass near where 30th Street Station is, they came upon a state trooper that was driving in front of Selena. Selena gave herself maybe 2 to 3 car lengths of distance between herself and the state trooper because, quite frankly, nobody would reasonably knowingly tailgate a trooper on the highway. While she was driving, the state trooper was speeding up and slowing down in front of her. And that gave her reason to, without knowing what the state trooper wanted to do, change lanes, move from the left lane into the middle lane, and then to proceed on her way. And the entire time, Darius was driving right behind her. When Selena slowed down and switched lanes, the trooper slowed down and wedged his way in between Selena's vehicle and Darius's vehicle, and immediately hit the lights and sirens. There was not any space in the area where the lights and sirens were enacted to pull over, so Selena pulled over the first safe place that she could, which was just past that underpass on 76, just before the Girard Street exit. When she pulled over, there were 2 other cars pulled over on the side. It looked like one car may have been assisting another that had been broken down, so she gave those cars some space and she pulled over. The trooper pulled behind her, and Darius pulled behind the trooper, giving the trooper some space to do his job. I think everyone involved, well, Darius and Selena, I know, thought that at worst, the officer would approach Selena, maybe give her a ticket for whatever reason he was pulling her over, and they would go about their way. The trooper never approached Selena's vehicle. Instead, he turned and immediately came to Darius's car. And when he came to Darius's car, he had his gun drawn. He shouted some expletives at Darius. Darius had his hands up, his window down, and his hazards on. Explained, "I stopped because you pulled over my wife. I'm following my wife." The officer told Darius to get the F out of the car. Then he went around to the driver's side of the vehicle and pulled Darius out of the car, forced Darius onto the ground. While this is happening, well, let me back up. As they pulled over, Darius called Selena's cell phone from his car to remind her to say, look, let the trooper know that this car is in my name in case they're wondering why you're driving this vehicle. Selena never hung up the phone, so she heard the interaction that happened between the officer and Darius. When she realized that the officer was forcing Darius out of the vehicle, she got out of her car to let the trooper know, this is my husband, it's just my husband, he's pulled over because I'm pulled over. And looking around the room, I can't tell how many of you all are married or if you're in relationships with significant others, but you can only imagine what would happen if your significant other got pulled over and you drove by and let them, in the rain, left them sitting on the highway with a police officer. I know it wouldn't work in my life and probably most of yours. And so that's why Darius has stopped. When the trooper was getting more physical with Darius, and he was forcing Darius onto the ground. Selena went to grab her so that she could record. And then she came around onto the passenger side of the vehicle and was recording the incident. And you can hear her on the video, we've all seen the video, you can hear her on the video screaming, "That's my husband, that's my husband." And when that didn't seem to work, really, I think in an act of desperation, just to try and get his attention, she screamed, "I work for the mayor. I work for the mayor." Because sometimes when you're faced with that type of aggression, you hope that you can just say something that might get that officer's attention, that might make him realize that there may be some repercussions for what's happening. And then you guys see the rest of the video. The officer who is screaming at Darius to get his hands behind his back while he's also putting his body weight on Darius's back and not allowing him to move, finishes handcuffing Darius, and then charges at Selena, almost like a linebacker coming at Selena. Makes contact with her, knocks the phone out of her hand, and makes contact with her face with his hand. They force Selena onto the hood of the car and handcuff her. There was no resistance by Selena, no resistance by Darius. They were constantly asking why they were being stopped, why this was happening to them. And the trooper was aggressive. I think it's clear from the video that the trooper was aggressive. After backup officers arrived, they kept them on the scene for a while. They took them to the barracks where Selena and Darius continued to ask why this was happening to them. And they were told that they're prisoners and they don't have any rights. This was a quote from one of the troopers who was there. Obviously, we know that that is not true. Ultimately, they were taken to Philadelphia Police Headquarters. Paperwork was submitted. Ultimately, the district attorney's office chose not to bring any charges at that time. I'll say a couple of things. One, as I said before, the trooper was in front of Selena's vehicle. There is no license plate, as Pennsylvania doesn't require vehicles to have a license plate on the front of the car. It was not possible for him to run Selena's tags before he stopped her. I would imagine it was almost impossible for him to see anything on the windshield to try and figure out the registration or anything like that. We know that when Darius and Selena got into the car to take them to police headquarters, the officers were just then running the tags to find out the information about the vehicle. So the statement issued by state police about why they stopped Selena for the multiple traffic violations, for registration and those types of things, those were developed after the stop, long after the stop, after Selena and Darius had been in custody for hours. The video, fortunately, was able to come to light because the officers knew, because they saw Selena had been recording. And so when they had them at the barracks, they were asking, where's the video? We know you have a video. They asked her to unlock her phone so that she could send them the video. And Selena was fortunately smart enough and quick enough, when she opened her phone, was able to send that video to her sister. That's how it got uploaded so quickly onto the internet. Thank God that she did that so that we have at least a window into the truth about what happened on that day. Since then, the Philadelphia District Attorney's Office has been conducting and continues to conduct an investigation. We have participated fully in that investigation. We have met with the authorities. We have given them our statements about what happened on that day. The decision to charge or not to charge will rest solely with District Attorney Krasner. We have not been given any assurances about what that result will be, but I would submit to you that the fact that we feel confident enough to have this press conference here today and allow our clients to speak to you about what happened that day should give you a sense of our confidence level in how the investigation will play out as it relates to our clients. I think that's all I'll say about the factual background, and I'll turn it over to Riley Ross and let him make some comments.
Thank you, Kevin. Good morning, everyone. I'm just going to talk briefly about, from the legal standpoint, what we at Missy Fitzpatrick Ross are looking into on behalf of Selena and Darius. Three things really we want to focus on. One is truth. As Kevin just mentioned to you, there were reports that they were being pulled over, that Selena was being pulled over for expired registration or multiple traffic violations. We don't see how that could be the fact given how that could be the case given the facts of the case. of the situation and the encounter that day. So we want truth here. And as Kevin also said, Selena and Darius have been nothing but forthcoming. We've sat down with the DA's office. We've participated and wholeheartedly, without even, actually, they both were interviewed by the state trooper's office without knowing the state trooper's versions of events, because they know the versions of events, they know what happened, they've been forthcoming throughout. We're also interested in transparency. We know Selena and Darius. You all know Selena and Darius. The name of the officer is being withheld for some reason. We don't know his background. We don't know whether or not he's been involved in something like this before. We want transparency. We want all the facts to come out. We also are interested in training. Now, this is one of those things that, you know, maybe isn't always a sexy thing to talk about, but we have to get at the root of why things like this keep happening. Okay, and when there's something called warrior policing, and I know that you, as reporters, have probably heard of it before, and that's a sort of training where officers are trained to look at their encounters with citizens as if they're in a war-type situation, and therefore it creates an us versus them mentality. And I believe, and we believe, that maybe that's what is at work here to explain this officer's behavior. The fact that he would go to Darius first and say something like, "Why are you rolling up on me?" and approach him with such aggression, as opposed to being there to protect and serve. Darius is there pulling behind his wife, waiting for her to, at worst, receive a ticket so that he can continue to follow her to where they're going. He's no threat there. And even if the officer believed that he was a threat, the officer could have approached the situation to find out if there was a threat there. But he did not even approach it from that standpoint. And as Kevin said, he never even then went to Selena's car to find out or to address the traffic issues or whatever the reason was that he pulled her over in the first place. So we want to know, what kind of training is this trooper receiving with the state troopers? Is he a young officer who just received this and is coming out of the academy as a recent cadet, which are the reports that we're hearing? But if not, if he's an older officer or veteran, is he training that to others? What is it that about the training that he's receiving that makes him think that that is an okay way to treat civilians when he's sworn to protect and serve? So those are the issues that we're going to be looking at. And we at Mississippi Dispatch Ross definitely appreciate Selena and Darius for trusting us with this matter, and we will definitely be fighting for them to get all of those things. So right now I'm going to turn it over to Selena, who has some prepared statements that she wants to express.
Thank you for gathering here today. I appreciate your presence, and I understand that many of you have been eagerly awaiting to hear from us following the recent unjust incident that occurred over the weekend. I've never felt more helpless than in those moments where this state trooper held my husband's life in his hands. In those desperate moments, I knew that I couldn't pull the officer off of Darius, and my pleas for him to stop were ignored. Fearing the worst was about to happen, I yelled out to the officer I worked for the mayor multiple times, hoping that would make him realize that he was dealing with people he did not need to be afraid of. I now know that there was nothing I could have done or said that was going to stop this trooper from violating our rights. It's disheartening that as Black individuals, we are all too familiar with the use of the phrase "stop resisting" as a green light for excessive force by law enforcement. Darius and I did nothing wrong and did not deserve to be treated the way we were during the arrest and afterwards by the other troopers who responded to the highway. We have nothing to hide, which is why we met with the authorities and provided our statements and why we are here today. At a minimum, the Pennsylvania State Police owes Darius and I an apology that is equally as public as the way they discarded our rights on Interstate 76. In conclusion, I want to express my sincere gratitude to those who stood up and spoke out in solidarity with my husband Darius and me. Your support, rooted in your knowledge of our characters, is a testament to the relationships and trust we have built across Pennsylvania and abroad. I assure you that I will never intentionally do anything to damage those connections or that trust. Together, let us work towards justice and restoration of our faith in the institutions meant to protect and serve us all. Thank you.
Ma'am, do you think you were targeted because you're of color and you and your husband?
We'll take questions after the fact, Mr. Cole.
Hi, everyone. So, since Selena and I were arrested, I have not been able to think about anything else other than how horrifying this incident was. I never imagined that I would ever be staring at a police officer pointing his gun at me while screaming at me in rage and being pulled out of my car or being handcuffed ever in my life while in the rain and on the ground on the side of the highway. The images of him pointing his gun at me and later charging at my wife, tackling her as I laid handcuffed in the street are pictures that I will never forget. As scary as the incident was, I would not do anything differently if the same situation presented itself. There's no way that I was leaving my wife on the highway with a state trooper. I had to stop and to make sure that Selena was okay when I saw that she was being pulled over in the rain on the side of the interstate. I've worked my entire life to build a reputation in Philadelphia community as a good person who respects everyone and as well as the law and believes that people should be treated with respect. Unfortunately, this trooper did not think that I deserved the same respect that I showed him. The police are supposed to protect and serve my family and others. They failed to do this, and as a result, I will live with these memories forever. A formal apology is nowhere near a measure of full compensation for what they have done to Selena and I. If anything, it is the bare minimum. Nevertheless, an apology and acknowledgement of their treatment of us fell far behind the minimum decency all persons coming into contact with Pennsylvania State Police deserve would be a good first step to right this wrong. Most importantly, I'd like to thank our family, friends, and community for the support that they have given, the way that they have rallied for us, and hope that together we can find the strength and unity as we strive for accountability and justice in the face of adversity.
Mr. Ross and I will try to answer some questions. Mr. Cole, I know. Can you just
again for Selena? Do you believe that you were targeted in some way, treated in this way because of your color?
Yes, I do believe it's because I'm black.
So, do you believe that he realized that you were of color while in that car, or when does he do that, and when does he understand that?
Yeah,
I just need you to get to the mic.
Let me try and answer that for you, Mr. Cole. We can't speculate. We don't even want to speculate into when he realized or what he was thinking when he made this traffic stop. I think what's important is how he reacted and how he treated Selena and Darius once he made the traffic stop. So I think in due time, we'll get to the bottom, hopefully, of what was the impetus for him to take the actions that he did. But really, it's the behavior after the traffic stop that is the issue. And if we learn that there were other things at play, then we'll certainly bring them to task for that too.
Have you filed or do you plan to file civil action in this case?
We do plan to file civil action. Right now, I think we're evaluating our options as far as the claims to bring and where to bring them. As Riley said, questions about their training and the level of training that this officer received and other officers received may lead us to take different paths as far as how we bring that civil action, but we most certainly plan to be in court with this.
And one qualifying question here. At the beginning, you said the car was brought in from New Jersey, and you said that it didn't have a front-facing plate. Had the registration been changed to Pennsylvania registration?
Just because the car was in New Jersey when they picked it up doesn't mean that it's permanently in New Jersey. And so, no, the registration hadn't been changed to New Jersey plates. The car just happened to be in New Jersey when they brought it back.
So it was a Pennsylvania registered car?
Yes.
That was disabled in New Jersey?
Disabled, obviously not disabled because they were driving it, but it was a car that needed to get service. They were actually headed to a mechanic on 42nd Street, which is one exit up. So they were taking it to get whatever issues that were with the car so that they could try and trade it in or do what they wanted to do with it. And on their way to the mechanic to get whatever issues existed taken care of, this happened.
And that's the car that Selena was driving?
Yes.
Infinity, right? Infinity.
Yes.
In this police report, police are saying that Darius didn't follow multiple orders. I'm curious, who did the trooper talk to first, and what exactly did the trooper say?
He talked to Darius first. He said, essentially, I'm paraphrasing, why did you roll up on me like that? And when he explained that he was Selena's husband, he was ordered to get the F out the car. But before he even had a chance to do that, the officer came and removed him forcefully from the car.
I know we don't know it publicly, but will the State Patrol not even reveal that trooper's name to you as an attorney?
When we met with them The name of the trooper didn't come up. I just know from the public reports that they are protecting his name, so it wasn't something that we were going to get into an argument with them about when we met with them. When we met with them, it was really about providing support to Selena and Darius and making sure that they felt comfortable making these statements. And so, that's what litigation is for, and litigation is about. We have ways that we can initiate litigation and find out the names of the officer if they're unwilling to give it. But now's their opportunity to come forward and be transparent and let us know without forcing us to have to go to court to get it.
Just on that issue with regards to the transparency, one of the reasons it's important, whether or not they tell us as attorneys, they need to tell the public. Because maybe there are other people out there who've had encounters with the same officer before and have had similar things happen. So the transparency isn't just for Selena and Darius and for us as lawyers, but for the public as well. And then that's why we're pushing for it.
I just want to make sure about the car. So the car has a Pennsylvania registration. Was it still effective, or was the registration expired in any way?
That Darius and Selena did not know at the time. Someone else had been using the car. They went to go pick it up to take it to a dealership a mechanic, in order to check it out and see if it was having any problems running, because it just didn't look like it was in great shape. So that's why they were taking it in.
Right. So it wasn't legally registered. It had a Pennsylvania, but it wasn't active.
It was. I believe that it was, but that's something that we will have to address and get into and come back to you on. But I don't know that whether or not Darius and Selena knew that is one issue. But even if it was, and I don't want to have us get caught up in something that is kind of feeding the narrative that the officer wants to feed. This is information the officer could not have known when he pulled over Selena.
The officer never gets behind the vehicle.
Gets behind the vehicle and immediately puts on the lights without time to run the registration. Darius was actually present with the officer when he ran the registration after they were arrested.
Plate on the car? I'm just trying to figure out if there's any reason why is there a plate on the back of the car?
Yes, absolutely.
So there was a Pennsylvania plate in the back of the car?
Yes.
Was the inspection sticker current?
That I do not know.
Would you say the traffic stop was justifiable?
Doesn't seem to be to me. Doesn't seem to be to me. But even if it was justifiable, the traffic stop could have happened legally and without incident had the officer not taken the actions he took. Had he approached the vehicle and found out, and there's been plenty of times when someone may have been driving on unregistered vehicle or what have you, and there's a perfectly good explanation for it. And whether or not they get a ticket for it, that's usually in the officer's discretion. And you move on and you deal with it. You get a chance to deal with it. Luckily, Darius and Selena are here today to continue to talk about it. There are other situations where that hasn't happened. Okay, and that's about the actions that the officer decides to take. And there, instead of pursuing the traffic violation and answering all these questions about registration and the like, those could have been answered. But instead, he turned his attention to Darius in a very aggressive way and turned it into something that it did not need to be.
Can Darius step to the mic so we can ask him some questions really quickly?
We're not going to have him ask any question or answer any questions.
I just want to ask him about what he thought when the officer approaches with his gun out.
I understand
that. What was his view there?
We're not going to have him answer the questions just now. We'll be happy to answer them and to provide you with them, but we do want to keep the focus on the officer's actions rather than whether or not a vehicle was registered properly or not.
Well, I asked about the cop having the gun out. Those are his actions. That's what I'm asking.
Yes, the cop did have the gun out.
Yeah, but what was his thoughts when the gun?
He's not answering.
Yeah. He's not going to answer. Are you going to answer anything?
No.
Are there any other questions?
Yeah. The video started recording as soon as Darius was on the ground. That's when Selena started recording the video.
When Selena got out of the vehicle, her only thought was to see what's happening with her husband, because she heard the interactions on the phone call that she heard. Once she saw and she pleaded with the officer at the time, "That's my husband, that's why he's here." The officer is throwing Darius to the ground, and that's when she realized, I need to record this because this shouldn't be happening. And she ran back to the car to get her phone and then started recording, and that is why it picks up where it does.
And that was her first interaction with the trooper. The trooper hadn't talked to Selena at all before that.
The trooper had said nothing to Selena at that time. Selena was speaking to the officer several times, pleading with the officer to stop and trying to inform the officer who Darius was.
Do we have permission to play the entire video? I know we had some troubles trying to get permission to play the entire video. Is that allowed by you all?
Yes.
Do you know if the state trooper had a body cam on?
He didn't.
As far as we know, he did not have a body cam, even though the state troopers were given funds to be equipped with body cameras.
Anything about dash cam at this point?
Yeah, have you asked for that dash camera video? Because that exists.
We know it exists and we plan to view it, and as I stated before, in being truthful and transparency happening, we chose to take Selena and Darius in to speak with the state troopers before viewing that dash cam so there could be no accusations or no allegations that we somehow tried to match up our story to what was shown on the dash cam.
You seem to imply that Selena was hit in the face by the officer at one point, and I do think there's video in which you suggest that you were punched, or why did you punch me? You guys have implied that there was contact to her face. Could you speak to that?
When the officer charged Selena, he charged her in a manner kind of pushing one hand forward, knocking the phone out of her hand, and hitting her in the face. Selena does not know if it was a closed fist or an open hand, but she was struck in the face by his hand, and with such a powerful force that it nearly knocked her off her feet before he grabbed her and then threw her on the vehicle.
If the trooper was here right now, what would you say to him about this situation?
Well, I'd tell him to get a lawyer, for sure. That's about all I'd tell him as an attorney.
I guess that's it. Anything else?
Any other questions?
Just one, were they worried about being struck by traffic because the traffic was going by, Darius is on the ground in handcuffs?
It's a great question, and thank you for it. Absolutely. And they were actually, Darius at several points actually looked out at the traffic coming by and pleaded with someone to help him. He actually said, please, someone call the police, because he wanted help. And they were terrified, obviously.
And again, we were listening here to the attorneys representing these two that had this incident this past weekend. The Philadelphia District Attorney's Office will continue to investigate after a city official, Selena Morrison, and her husband were arrested. Morrison, who is the executive director of Philadelphia's Office of LGBT Affairs, was arrested with her husband during a traffic stop on Saturday morning, according to police records. That arrest was captured on video recorded by Morrison, and in it, the husband can be seen on the ground on the shoulder of a roadway with an officer standing over him. So that investigation will continue. You're watching Live Now from Fox. Let's take a quick 2-minute break. Welcome back, everyone, to Live Now from Fox. We always appreciate you continuing to join us as we get you ready for the big State of the Union address later tonight. We will have coverage for you, as always, bringing you the top stories and headlines along with it here on Live Now from Fox. Well, one of the key issues That is going to be a major talker, not only tonight, but for the election, is reproductive rights. And happening earlier today, Democrats were speaking on that. Let's listen on Live Now from Fox.
Choose throughout America, and we're all going to stand together and hold Republicans accountable for their attacks on reproductive freedom. Together, Senate Democrats are going to work to make sure families have happy endings like Kate and David. Well, and another happy ending, God willing, happening very soon.
That's right. Yeah.
So let me turn to Kate so she can tell you personally what this means. This is not an abstract issue. It's real folks, real people.
I have to say that when I read the Alabama decision, I cried because it denies the scientific reality that I have experienced and that other women every day across the U.S. experience. If an embryo was a baby, automatically, there would be so much less heartbreak in the world. People don't talk about miscarriage, but it's thought that actually up to 1 in 4 pregnancies end in a miscarriage. And this is a secret, painful battle that many people are fighting. And there are some of the purest and best humans that I know working tirelessly in scientific labs and in research across the country to improve our chances of having a baby. I was raised Catholic, and I believe God works through people, and these people are doing God's work. And to say that these people who have done nothing other than to help their fellow man, their fellow humans, should not be allowed to administer a medical treatment to a couple who so desperately wants to have a child is an anathema. We can't let it stand. I believe in a woman's right to choose. My choice to have a baby, I felt like was taken away from me. I wanted one so bad that I couldn't have it. And IVF gave me that choice back. Thank you.
Beautiful. Thank you, Kate. Okay, Brian?
Thank you, Leader Schumer. Thank you.
I'm going to have to go. Do you want to come back to me or you?
She's not sure.
Okay.
Is she going back
Yes,
with the
you're
leader?
coming with us.
Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you, everybody.
Thank you.
See you later.
See you later.
Thank you, Leader Schumer. Thank you, Senator Murray. Thank you, Senator Duckworth, and the extraordinary parents and doctors who are united in this cause. Republicans are going after all of it. Abortion, medication abortion, IVF, contraception, all of it. And it is women and families who are being punished as a result, whether they're trying to get pregnant, stay healthy while pregnant, or end an unintended or risky pregnancy. They face impossible choices. Do you risk your own health with a high-risk pregnancy, or do you risk being thrown in jail for trying to get an abortion? Do you stay in a state that forces you to carry for months a non-viable pregnancy to term? Or do you travel hundreds of miles in secret to access a legal abortion? As the doctors up here know better than anyone, attacks on abortions threaten the entire system of reproductive care, even things like family planning programs and early miscarriage care. Hospitals and doctors are terrified now. Hospitals and doctors are terrified of providing the kind of care that will lose them their license or land them in jail. For instance, if you are an OBGYN in a state like Texas, you might be forced to delay or deny treatment to a patient with an ectopic pregnancy, because there's enough gray area that the state can arbitrarily decide that you broke the law and punish you for providing care. So it's entirely understandable that OBGYNs in these states are quitting, retiring early, or moving to a state that doesn't make criminals out of them. Because of extreme Republican policies, women and families can't get the care that they need
even when their lives are at risk. Republicans coming after it all, and they will not stop. But all of us here will continue to fight for as long as it takes until abortion rights are finally codified into federal law. With that, I want to turn it over to my guest, Dr. Olivia Manayan. Dr. Manayan was born and raised in Honolulu and is an OBGYN chief resident at the University of Hawaii, where she'll be specializing in complex family planning. Dr. Manayan.
Thank you so much, Senator Schatz. Thank you for the opportunity to be here today. So as he said, I'm a complex family planning fellow to be, which means that I will specialize in abortion care, as well as complex contraception and reproductive justice. I am honored and grateful to be with you all today and to know that across the country, I am joined by an army of strong, indomitable allies in the fight to restore and liberate reproductive health and bodily autonomy. The decision made by the Alabama Supreme Court, which refers to IVF embryos as unborn children, is filled with religiously charged, carefully chosen language which attempts to establish a false precedent that life begins at fertilization. It is clear when reading the opinion put forth by the Chief Justice that the consequences this decision would have not only on individuals seeking IVF services, but also on those who provide them, were not carefully considered. Theology and ideology have no place in the court, especially when Bible quotes are used as data in order to publish a Supreme Court decision. In the same vein, politicians have no place in the doctor-patient relationship or in the relationship an individual has with her body. Every person with a uterus has the right to decide if and when she bears children. This decision is hers alone to make. To deny her this right is to mark her as a second-class citizen. By forcing a person to be a slave to her fertility, you deny her the ability to fully exercise her inalienable rights to life, liberty, and to the pursuit of happiness. The Alabama decision, the Dobbs decision, and subsequent legislation being passed in some states to restrict abortion does just that. The sole objective of these cases is to exercise control over women's bodies. Just as the Alabama decision led to harmful repercussions, so too do all abortion bans. Abortion bans do not stop abortions, they just prevent safe ones from happening. Women in this country are increasingly dying pregnancy-related preventable deaths. If we continue to restrict abortion as well as reproductive health training, this problem will only get worse. Until we see the prioritization of female human life in this country, I will continue to advocate for rights that we deserve. And now it's my pleasure to introduce the President and CEO of Planned Parenthood, Alexis McGill Johnson.
Thank you so much. It is such an honor to be here with all of you senators. Thank you so much. You have been incredible, unwavering champions for reproductive rights and freedom. And I'm particularly honored as a fellow New Yorker to be the guest of the Senate Majority Leader during the State of the Union address tonight. We are living through just an unbearable moment at this time, one that requires every leader to protect reproductive freedom. In less than 2 years since Roe v. Wade was overturned, 21 states have restricted access to abortion, banned, restricted, and criminalized access to abortion care, leaving 1 out of 3 women plus more trans and non-binary folk without access to care in their states. And what we have seen in less than 2 years is how abortion bans make pregnancy more dangerous, how miscarriage gets criminalized, and how all aspects of our reproductive freedom, including IVF, are under attack. This is unacceptable, and the harm to patients and to providers is unconscionable. Now more than ever, with reproductive freedom under attack from birth control to IVF to abortion care, we need full-throated support and action from our leaders in the White House, through the halls of Congress, and on the court benches throughout this country. Whether, when, and how we decide to build our families, determine the course of our own futures. And whether we'll be able to participate as full and equal members of society is what is at stake. We are grateful for the many steps that the Biden-Harris administration has taken to protect patients and providers during the abortion crisis, access crisis, post-Dobbs. And we're grateful to all of the Senate leaders, as the ones before us, who have been champions in Congress, who continue to do all they can to help patients get the support and accurate information. Calling for votes, making sure members have access to education, support, and stories to understand the impact. Having conversations with our patients, with our providers, and understanding what's really going on the ground. Your thoughtful leadership and your incredible partnership reminds us that we are not alone in this fight, and we also know we are not going to continue to go back. We are not going to back down from this fight. We know that the majority of Americans are on our side, and we're going to continue to fight with you. Thank you.
Thank you so much to everyone who's participated today, and we're happy to take any questions. Yes.
Have you received any commitments from leadership on whether they'll put your bill to a vote to protect IVF or timing for that?
On IVF in particular, we asked for unanimous consent last week to all the Republicans who said, oh, no, I support IVF, who blocked it. That prevented us from doing it. Every single one of us here knows that we have tremendous challenges on the floor today to just get our actual business that we have to get done, our appropriations bills and other items. They made it very clear that if we were to bring this bill up, it would take weeks on the floor. They would use every procedure. So the answer is simple to all the Republicans who say they support IVF. Don't block the bill. Let's pass it.
So you're not expecting a roll call vote?
Well, not unless the Republicans allow us to bring it up, and right now they're saying no.
So President Biden has already called for the Women's Health Protection Act and a lot of these other protections to be passed and to come to his desk. And I guess after hearing all the about this, is there something new that you want to hear from the president tonight that he hasn't called for before?
Well, let me make it very clear. The president has done, as Alexa said, everything we've asked him to do that he's capable under the current law. What we all know ultimately needs to be done is to restore Roe to the law of the land, and I expect that he will say that tonight. Yes.
On appropriations, do you expect to vote on that bill today, and what's your outlook on the March 22nd deadline?
On an entirely different. So what we are waiting for is for the Republicans to determine whether or not they're going to use all the time. And under our rules, they have under cloture will not ripen until tomorrow morning, and then they have the opportunity to offer amendments. They have not yet given us a list, and we're working through that right now. We all know the deadline tomorrow night.
What's your outlook on the March 22nd deadline?
We're working very well on the remaining 6 bills. There's a number of really hard decisions to be made. There were on these bills. We just have to work through them one at a time, and to show us we did last night in the House, we've got the votes for this. Let's just make these decisions, and let's get these bills done.
May I ask one more on topic?
You could.
I know in the first tranche of 6 bills, there were quite a few reproductive rights and abortion riders that
the House put on.
Well, the House put on.
Anti-abortion, thank you. Yes.
That dropped off.
Yes.
What is the outlook on those in the second?
Oh, I've made it very clear from day one throughout the negotiations, we will not accept any, not one, not tiny, not little, not big abortion rider on these bills, and have made that very clear. It's why we have 6 bills today without any on it, and we will have 6 more without any on it. All right, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Senator.
You are watching Live Now from Fox, everyone. We appreciate you continuing to join us. We'll take another 2-minute break. Stay right here with us. Always more to come. Next up on Live Now from Fox, we take you out to Pontiac, Michigan, where the manslaughter trial of James Crumbley, the father of the teenager who killed 4 students at a Michigan high school back in 2021, is beginning today. It already had opening statements, and let's continue to listen in on Live Now from Fox.
So, it takes some time. So we will call you tomorrow. We're making really good time, I can tell you that. Anybody have any other questions about the schedule? Any other questions about the schedule? Oh, I forgot to order you to stay healthy. Right? And we'll start up again tomorrow. All right?
All rise for the jury.
Judge, Mr. Williams is on the way to court to address the issue we addressed.
All right, you may be seated.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, they can go. I'm gonna let the jurors go.
Thank you.
There are no jury instructions issues anymore, right?
No, we agreed a few months ago, Judge.
All right. Yes.
If you're just joining us on Live Now from Fox while we wait for some more action here in the courtroom, James Crumbley was grossly negligent. That is what Oakland County Assistant Prosecuting Attorney said in the opening statements today, because he purchased the murder weapon for his son 4 days before the attack and failed to secure it, even though he knew his son was in a downward spiral. That nightmare was preventable and it was foreseeable. That was according, again, to the Oakland County Assistant Prosecuting Attorney saying in those opening statements. For the defense's opening statement, the attorney pleaded ignorance on her client's behalf. She said Crumbley did not know his son had gained access on the weapon and did not believe there was an imminent, immediate threat of danger. And this case, like the one against his wife, is set to test the limits of who is responsible for a mass shooting. Prosecutors aiming to expand the scope of blame in mass shootings have used an unusual and novel legal strategy by arguing the shooter's parents are responsible for the deaths because they got him a gun and disregarded signs of his mental health issues. Now, it looks like we are seeing some speaking. Let's listen on Live Now.
When this is obviously very likely going to be put out in the public, Your Honor.
Well, I do have a concern about that.
Judge, I was not certainly asking for it to be in front of the media, but I don't know how to make a record without that.
Well, we've learned that. It's called 8.1 amendment.
Madam Judge?
Well, I guess I'm wondering during the course of the trial if there's any kind of a stipulation that could be agreed to.
Certainly, I'm happy to discuss what my request is, Judge.
Well, Ms. Lane, would you be willing to have a discussion with the prosecutor's office? I can't, I have to hold public courtroom.
Correct, Your Honor.
I do not want to impact your client or your case in any way by doing so. So I'm weighing the rights of the parties. So
I would be more than happy to speak with the prosecutor's office about this.
Judge, I'm going to be very brief.
I think the situation could be temporarily taken care of with a stipulated order, but I don't know if that's satisfactory or not. I'm reluctant to impact the rights of the parties during a jury trial.
I mean, Judge, my request is pretty straightforward, and it's pretty time limited.
Well, I know what your request is, but I'm concerned about statements that might be placed on the record, right? Aren't I concerned about that?
I am, Your Honor.
I mean, Judge, I think it's appropriate for the record, and obviously the jury's not present, that's why they're not here. But I understand what the court's raising. I'm not.
All right. Well, I know you do. I know you do. I know you understand my concern as well.
I do. Hold on just 1 second, Judge.
I'm asking if there's another method during the duration of the trial, which is about the next week or so.
That's exactly it, Judge.
Okay, so I'm asking if you and defense counsel
I provided a draft order, Judge.
There was a draft order provided, Your Honor. It is not time specific. It appears to be kind of a blanket time period.
Judge,
I can set this for a motion the second there is a verdict, right?
Judge, in fact, Judge, I think we'd be willing to have the order expire by its own terms upon a verdict. We're just talking about during the pendency of the trial.
If I'm shaking his head, I would like to. In theory, I could ask the prosecutor to file a written motion, but that doesn't help you either.
And Judge, I'm happy to do that.
Okay, Your Honor, my client is not willing to agree to the order.
Okay, so
it's basically restricting his ability to speak to people, Judge. I mean, it's a complete revocation, except for counsel.
I'm most concerned about him being able to talk to you.
Right, and absolutely that's not part of what we're asking. I mean, Judge, if the order gets entered, we're asking that the communications be limited to only counsel and legitimate clergy during the rest of the trial. That's my request. We're talking 7 or 8 days. You can talk to his attorney, you can talk to legitimate clergy.
Okay, so if he doesn't agree to it, then the prosecutor is going to make their motion. Right?
And I have advised Mr. Crumbley of that, Your Honor. I would propose that there could be a different order with a restriction and not a complete revocation. Obviously, the prosecutor's office is reviewing communications. They would know whether or not the order was violated, and at that point, if the court needed to take action, then the court could take action.
Judge, it's not just about violations going forward. It's about the conduct that's already happened.
Well, I understand that. I understand that. It's so hard to understand because there's a big old sign right there, right?
On every call. Every single call.
Yeah.
Judge, if there's not an agreement, I'd like to just make my motion. It's fairly brief, Judge.
So, Ms. Liner, what's his position?
Your Honor, he is not agreeing to the order.
Okay, well, does he know that in 10 minutes there's going to be an article about it? Does he know that in 10, maybe 8? I can't have, I'm not permitted to have a closed courtroom unless we're proceeding with a closed hearing under 8.119. And as I sit here right now, I don't know if it's called by, so.
May I speak with Mr. Lynch for 1 moment?
Yeah, you can step out if you need to.
Yes.
All right, while they do a sidebar, just want to show you some highlights from the opening statements earlier. Let's listen out here on Live Now.
Secure. When shown this picture, that's what this case is about. When this kid was begging for a more deadly weapon, that's why we're here. I ask that you listen to the testimony, you review the evidence, and you follow the law. If you do that, you will undoubtedly reach a fair and just verdict. If you do that, you will find that James Crumbley was one of the 3 people in this world criminally responsible for what happened on November the 30th, 2021. And you will find him guilty as charged. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Case. Ms. Lindler, would you like to make an opening statement?
Yes, Your Honor. Thank you. The events of November 30th of 2021 undeniably changed people's lives in ways that most people could never imagine. 4 children lost their lives. Families were destroyed, and a community was terrorized. But this case is not about what happened inside of Oxford High School. This case is about what happened outside of Oxford High School. The prosecution alleges that James Crumbley was aware that his son was a danger to others, and that he failed to protect other people from his son. The prosecution alleges that James Crumbley had knowledge that his son could and would hurt other people, and that he failed to protect those people, that he failed to take steps to protect others. And ladies and gentlemen, that simply is not true. You will hear evidence in this case of what occurred inside of Oxford High School. You will hear the prosecution's version of what they claim James Crumbley may have known. You will hear that a gun was purchased on November 26th of 2021 by James Crumbley. You will hear what kind of a gun it was. It was a handgun. You will hear how it was stored. You may hear where it was stored. You will hear whether or not Mr. Crumbley's son knew where that firearm was. Pay attention also to what you don't hear. Pay attention to that you won't hear that James Crumbley knew that his son knew where that firearm was. Ladies and gentlemen, James Crumbley was not aware that his son had access to that firearm. You will hear testimony that access was not allowed in James Crumbley's mind. Ladies and gentlemen, you will not hear that James Crumbley knew what his son was going to do. You will not hear that James Crumbley even suspected that his son was a danger. That math homework that the prosecution is putting up on the screen, you're going to hear about that. You're going to hear about what other people thought about that. People at the school, including James Crumbley. There's going to be probably quite a bit of discussion about that piece of math homework, ladies and gentlemen, and you're going to hear all about it. Ladies and gentlemen, James Crumbley did not know what his son was going to do. He did not know that his son could potentially harm other people. He did not know what his son was planning. He did not purchase that gun with the knowledge that his son may use it against other people. You will not hear that he did that. The prosecution told you that. The prosecution just told you you're not going to hear that. You're not going to hear that James Crumbley purchased that gun with the knowledge that his son was going to go harm other people. But what the prosecution wants you to believe, the part that's not true, is that James Crumbley knew what his son was going to do and knew that he had a duty to protect other people from his son. Ladies and gentlemen, that's not true. He didn't know. You're going to hear about James Crumbley's relationship with his son. There may be other witnesses who testify about that, about how James interacted with his son, including on the day when that math homework was shown. You're going to hear from other people. They're going to tell you, in their own words, what they observed about James Crumbley and his son, about what they observed about his son, about any concerns they may have had. Other people, not just James Crumbley, but other people with additional education, additional training to evaluate situations like this and evaluate individuals. You're going to hear from those people probably. And they're going to tell you in their own words what they thought about the math homework, about Mr. Crumbley's son, about Mr. Crumbley's interactions with his son. Yes, James Crumbley was a DoorDash driver. We all know that. It's been said multiple times. Ladies and gentlemen, being a DoorDash driver doesn't mean that your job is any less important to you or other people than any other job. It doesn't mean that you don't feel that you have a duty to go to work. And ladies and gentlemen, when you're not aware of an immediate, imminent danger, why would you do anything different than what you normally do? You wouldn't, because you don't have any reason to think you need to. So ladies and gentlemen, you're going to hear the evidence. You've heard a lot of questions in the last couple of days from both the prosecution and myself. You probably have an idea where each side lands on these issues. But you're going to hear the evidence. You're going to hear from people other than us. And you're going to be able to hear in their words what they thought about those days from November 26th to November 30th of 2021. And their feelings, what they observed, any concerns that they may or may not have had. The prosecution has asked you repeatedly to follow the law. I'm going to ask you to do the same thing. Please do follow the law. And I'm confident We are confident that if you do that, if you follow the law, that you will find James Crumbley not guilty. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Lehman. Should I give you a little break?
We have a little break.
I'm going to give you a little break, so you might have to do a little bit of setup in the courtroom, and then you're going to hear the first witness, okay? So for about 10 minutes, about 5 minutes.
All rise for the jury.
Darnell, Your Honor. May I get her in the hall?
Sure.
Oh, that's right here.
I did want to show you those opening statements, and those were the highlights right here on Live Now from Fox. Now we're going to listen to some witness testimony here on Live Now.
Have a seat. And would you state your name for the record and spell your first and last name?
Molly Darnell, Molly Darnell.
Okay.
May I proceed? Good morning. Can I call you Molly?
You can.
Okay. And Molly, I know you testified a couple times, so you know, keep your voice up. And if you want me to slow down or you don't understand the question, just let me know.
Okay.
Okay. Can you tell the jury what you do for a living?
I'm an educator.
Okay. And where are you employed?
I'm employed at Oxford Community Schools. I've been there since the fall of '98.
So that would be your whole teaching career?
That's correct.
Okay. What is your role now?
My role now is I am a virtual teacher with Oxford Virtual Academy. I'm a mentor teacher for middle schoolers.
All right, so do you go to the high school now?
I do not, no.
All right. Can you tell the jury what your role was and which building you worked at on November 30th of 2021?
On November of 2021, I was the International Baccalaureate Coordinator for the Middle Years program, which was a 610 program, as well as the English Language Arts coach, which was a 612 position.
Okay, so you didn't have, did you have instructional contact with students, or was it more teachers?
No, I worked with teachers, predominantly the English Language Arts department, but I worked with many other teachers throughout the 612 curriculum. It was like it's a coaching job, so instructional curriculum, that type of what's happening in the classroom at that point in time.
When was the last time you had a traditional teaching schedule?
A traditional teaching schedule. Might have been 2015. I'd have to really go back and look at my resume to know that.
Okay.
But in the fall of 2020, I did have a classroom. We went back face to face, and so we pulled all of our instructional coaches out to teach a few hours of the day so that we could spread students throughout the building and get students back instructionally.
Okay, so after COVID, the coaching faculty started to take more teaching assignments so that you could spread kids out.
Correct.
Do I have it right?
Correct.
Okay. In November of 2021, were there kids in the school that you knew, and if so, how did you have contact with them?
There were kids that I knew from the class that I had the previous year. There might have been, having been in the district for a long time, there were a lot of teachers who had children that were in that building. So I know a lot of them too.
Okay. I'm glad you brought that up. Does Oxford have a lot of faculty who send their children to the district?
Yeah, I would say many of our faculty send their students through Oxford schools, yes.
Okay. And the kids that you knew in that building that day, did you also know them from middle school or you just knew them?
Yeah, just knew them from knowing their parents or if I had them in class the year before. But there might have been a kid in passing that I met here or there. But for the most part on that year, I had no contact with students other than, if like a kid wanted to stop in and see me, or if we met in the hallway or...
Okay. But Did you have a traditional classroom on?
I did not. I shared an office. It was like a half classroom.
So was the classroom turned into 2 offices or an office?
Correct. It was a classroom turned into 2 offices. It was in one of the instructional halls, the math science instructional hall. And I shared it with 2 other coaches in the district.
Okay. You're the first witness. So the jury's not seen a map of the school. So I'm going to put that up in a minute. Okay. It's already been admitted. There's no objection to that. But before I do, can you just generally describe how the school is laid out? It's a fairly new building, correct?
It is fairly new. The main part of the building was opened, I think, in the fall of '98, the year that I started with Oxford Schools. And then I think it was the fall of '04 that we started, that it became the high school. So it's a fairly new building. There is like one main hallway that kind of runs up the center and it hugs into the courtyard. It almost reminds me like if you opened it in a map, you would see it almost mirrors itself in many ways, especially the area that I was in.
Okay, and your hallway were the hallways organized by subject matter?
Yes, we had like our foreign language hallway, our English language arts hallway, we had our math section, social studies, and then science wrapped around the side. Our electives were on the outskirts of the high school.
And how did the students and the faculty refer to bathrooms and exits? How did they describe them from one to the other?
It might have been like the exit by the staff parking lot. That's how I knew them.
Okay.
I know that there are numbers on all the doors. Numbers are not my thing.
It's your English. Where is this? Is there a senior
there is a
leisure area
yes.
at Oxford?
Yes. So right up that main corridor, which is like, if you folded it, there's like this one main hallway. Right in the center of the building is considered the senior window, and that is right in front of our courtyard, one of our courtyards.
And the hallways go subject matter. Did you typically find upperclassmen, lowerclassmen, or it was all mixed in all throughout the building?
Well, many of the seniors did hang out in that area. There were kids throughout the building. There was no area specific for like freshmen, sophomores, seniors.
All right. I'm going to show you now and the jury what's been admitted and marked as People's Exhibit 9.
Can I have this?
Yes, it should.
You should take 6 minutes.
Yeah.
Oh, that goes on last. It'll take a second.
Okay. Perfect.
You see it?
Yeah.
Can you tell the jury what we're looking at?
This is a map of the high school. And so you see where it says media center in the middle and then court right below it. When we were talking about that senior window.
Right there?
Correct. So that senior window is just south of court. Like that's the senior window, that window that is on the south end of court. No, go back. Yeah, right on like the south end of court. Sorry, south.
Okay.
Maybe I'm directionally challenged.
I think
I'm sorry, I am. I'm going to want to go north.
Okay, so what,
I guess it would be east.
What was the number for your classroom?
My number is 222.
Okay, and we'll, right there?
Correct.
Okay. And then what's in the middle area right there to?
Actually, sorry, I'm not 222, I'm 224.
Okay.
I was right next door to 222.
Do you see 224?
You can't see the number, but you can see between 226 and 222.
222.
Yeah,
okay.
There's a bunch of names written in that. That was all the coaches, myself, and the other coaches.
To the left of that, what is that area?
The other room on the other side.
That. Can you go to that little bridge? Yeah, done. What is this area? What's in there?
That area on the lower end is the science labs. On the upper end, there is I can see a bathroom to the right, a student bathroom. Mm-hmm.
And the senior area is up.
It's up
in the middle.
Yeah, it's right there.
Okay.
Yep.
All right. So I want to draw your attention to around 12:50 on November 30th, 2021. Do you remember that day?
I do.
Okay.
Did you have any kind of teaching assignment on that day?
I did not have a teaching assignment on that day. It was a Tuesday after Thanksgiving.
Okay. Can you tell the jury about the Oxford lunchtime schedule? Because it's a little confusing.
We run a 7-period rotating schedule, which means that kids meet for 6 class periods a day. The lunches have a split hour, so they have an A, B, and a C lunch. If they're A lunch, they go to their class the second half. If they're a B lunch, they go to class, have lunch, go back to class. And if there's a C lunch, they go to class, then they go to lunch.
Okay, and about how many minutes is passing time, generally?
I want to say it was 8 minutes.
And what did you typically do during passing time?
All right, everyone, we are going out to LAX area right now. We do not know if this is the flight in question, but there is a United Airlines flight that has issues with their tires that are having some trouble right now. And it was an international flight expected to go to Japan from San Francisco, but now that flight is being diverted to LAX right now. We're going to listen right now to Stu Mundell, who is high up above in Sky Fox.
I don't know if that's a missing a wheel. No, I can't tell. Oop. Oh, yeah, I think it is missing a wheel. What do you know? No, I didn't see any sparks. Yeah, I guess it is missing a wheel.
All right, we were listening right there to Stu Mundell, high up above in Sky Fox with this United Airlines flight. It was flight 35. It lost one tire after takeoff from San Francisco, and the flight landing at LAX. Number of customers and crew, 235 customers, and they had 10 flight attendants and 4 pilots for a total of 249 people on board. The flight was originally bound for Japan before losing that tire during takeoff. So they are going to be getting onto a new plane, hopefully relatively soon, and then back up in the air for destination Japan. You are watching Live Now from Fox, everyone. We are going to slide away for a 2-minute break. Stay right here with us. Always more to come. All right, everyone, we are going out to New York City right now. District Attorney Alvin Bragg is speaking at the podium. Let's listen.
A great office is our significant capability and expertise in white-collar matters, and the way we bring that expertise to bear to address street crimes. And we're seeing more and more in our practice, time and time again, street crime and white-collar crime intertwine, whether that is violent robberies followed by identity theft, illegal gun sales accompanied by financial fraud, or cryptocurrency linked to terrorism. And so today is one of those type of matters where we have street crimes and white-collar fraud intertwined, and it's another demonstration of why we're so vigilant in that intersection. We're charging 18 defendants across 4 separate indictments, 2 indictments for manufacturing ghost guns, a 3rd indictment for conspiracy to defraud the pandemic unemployment assistance program, including through stealing the identities of homeless persons, and a 4th burglary of a residence. I'll give more detail on each of the 4, but before I go any further, I want to thank the public servants who I'm privileged to work with side by side, and those who worked on this matter, and then our great law enforcement collaborators. So our team, some of whom are in the arraignment part, includes Assistant District Attorneys Michael Kelly. We've got ADA Stephanie Schaefer here with us, and ADA Valeria Golubchik also in court, supported, as is the case for so many of our matters, by digital evidence analyst Sophie Heyman, and analyst Henry Brody, and really showing our kind of interdisciplinary approach here, folks from our high technology analysis unit and from our rackets investigators and investigation bureau. And particularly on a matter like this, we are collaborating with others in law enforcement and cannot bring this type of matter without phenomenal law enforcement partners. And so we have with us from the New York State Department of Labor, Chief Investigative Officer Robert Burnett, and Senior Investigative Officer Carrie Sunghandon, pardon me. We really thank you for your partnership. We have from the Department of Labor, Office of Inspector General, the Assistant Special Agent in charge of the Northeast region, James Woods, and from the United States Postal Service Inspector General, Northeast Area Field Office, Assistant Special Agent in charge, Stephen Vargas. And so I want to thank them and their agencies for the great collaboration. I also want to thank our city DOI and DHS, who couldn't be here but were helpful on this investigation as well. So let me start with the 2 ghost gun alleged conspiracies. The first alleged conspiracy occurred from May 2022 through January 2023 with a DHS employee working along with another. They allegedly purchased hundreds of dollars worth of 3D printing machines, 3D printing materials, and ghost gun parts, many of them through eBay and Amazon, and doing so to build their own homemade weapons. They would text each other links of where to purchase the parts and then swap pictures and videos of the finished products. The second alleged ghost gun conspiracy occurred from May 2022 through January 2023. Similar swapping of information, again, to the end of printing and manufacturing ghost guns. Both of the conspiracies really underscore how the public can get their hand on these really dangerous goods. Really creating firearms from the comfort of one's own home with just a few clicks on popular websites like eBay or Amazon. The public can buy printing machines and gun parts for just a few $100s. So those are the first 2 indictments, the ghost gun alleged conspiracies. The third pertains to pandemic benefits fraud. And it grew directly out of the ghost gun matters. Using law enforcement techniques in those matters led us to a completely different form of illegal activity, and that's conspiracy to defraud the program, a critical program at a critical time in our country's history. 2 defendants coming together, allegedly working with 15 others to successfully submit 170 fraudulent applications to this pandemic program to the New York State Department of Labor. 5 of the defendants charged were DHS employees. So we allege that the DHS employees used their authority, used their positions working with our city homeless shelter agency to steal personal identifying information of shelter residents. This is that information they had access to by virtue of and under the authority of their position. So abusing their positions, we allege, to get this information. And as a result, many of the fraudulent applications that are charged within this indictment were applied for and on behalf of unsuspecting, unhoused individuals. Once the defendants had the personal identifying information, they would fill out fraudulent applications for pandemic unemployment assistance to the New York State Department of Labor. Once the claims were accepted, DOL would provide a bank check and that bank card, to the addresses provided on the applications. Oftentimes, the defendants would just use their own addresses and have the applications sent there. But eventually, they enlisted yet another public servant. This is a case that involves public servants on the local, state, and federal level. And so they eventually enlisted the help of another co-conspirator, a USPS letter carrier. And they would send the checks to addresses specifically on this defendant's mail route. The worker would then intercept that mail and then provide them to the defendants. Many of the other defendants in this scheme worked for government agencies, including NYCHA, the NYPD, USPS, and the MTA. In total, the defendants were able to submit 170 fraudulent applications to DOL, netting approximately $1.2 million. Stealing the identity of New Yorkers, many of them homeless, and defrauding a critical social safety net program during one of the most challenging times in our city's history is downright shameful, and we allege criminal. What's more, and I say this as someone who's been a public servant and continues to be one and cherishes and trusts that public trust put in us, many of the defendants worked in government positions of trust. This type of conduct by our public servants is unacceptable and, as we allege, criminal. That leads us to the 4th indictment, burglary charge. Perhaps not surprising when one is dealing in the proceeds of fraud. A disagreement arose as to how to divide those proceeds, which leads us to this 4th indictment. One of the partners, the alleged partners in the pandemic benefits fraud scheme, along with a fellow DHS employee, believed that another defendant was keeping more than his fair share, which I will put in quotes, of the proceeds from the fraud. So she enlisted her boyfriend and a friend who also were involved in the underlying application fraud to burglarize the residential apartment of one of their alleged co-conspirators in November 2020. This person began working later in time for the NYPD in the summer of 2022. She was ultimately fired by the NYPD when the NYPD learned about the burglary. And that is the overview of our 4 indictments. So I will just I know that's a lot of moving parts, and I will just sort of summarize. We start with a ghost gun investigation, which is something that we've been focusing on more and more with NYPD and our federal ATF, and very, very serious allegations about literally printing out firearms from one's home. And that street crime investigation grew into and developed into a very, very important financial fraud investigation where we see individuals defrauding a very important public program at a very important time in our country's history, and then a burglary arising from that. So it really captures what I said up front, what we're seeing about sort of the integrated and interlocking white-collar and violent crimes. And in here we have much of the conduct we allege being committed by those who are in public service, who we should and must hold to the highest standards. So in the DA's office here in Manhattan, we are connecting the dots literally every day, using every tool at our disposal to keep Manhattanites and those who visit and work in Manhattan safe, no matter what the harm. And so I again want to thank the outstanding team, which is working in court, many of them as we speak, and our great partners for what is, while some of these tools may be new, this is old-fashioned, great investigative work, which our partners have been doing. I don't want to date folks, but for a long time and doing it very, very capably. So honored to work with them, and as I said, really honored to work side by side with the great ADAs and professional staff here. I think we'll now take some questions, right?
Time for a few questions on this. Yeah. Just walk us through exactly how many of the defendants work in public service, what their jobs are, and did any of them, aside from the DHS employees, use their positions as part of this collective scheme, or what would happen to be out for the next worker?
So let's divide it into 3 categories. You have the DHS employees who certainly, we allege, abused their authority. And then you have, so that's sort of the front end of the fraud. And then delivering the procured fraudulent checks, you have the letter carrier who also, we alleged, abused his authority. The employees of the NYPD and the MTA, who I mentioned, I think we should hold them, and NYCHA hold them to high standards, but they did not, it was not I would say, breach of the public sense in a general sense, but they did not use their positions. The letter carrier is literally on his route, and pulling things out, and the DHS employees pulled the personal identifying information from databases, both physical and digital, that they had access to by virtue of their positions.
I just want to make sure I'm clear. The DHS employee you allegedly was involved in the gun operation is also allegedly involved in the fraud as well.
That is correct.
Okay. Do you have the name of that defendant?
I'm not at liberty at this time to share. When the arraignments are over, we'll be able to provide some more information. The comms team can get you some additional information.
Can you clarify if he's one NYPD, or if there was just one NYPD employee and that was the school safety officer?
It was just the position was a school safety agent, and I sort of gave a bit of the time that the conduct, when they learned about it, the person is no longer with NYPD. So yeah, that's correct.
Can you provide just a little bit more about how you got from those funds to this financial fraud, just a little bit?
Sure, I love the question. I can't give a lot, so I'll give a little bit. It grew out of, let me put it this way, which just may not be sufficiently detailed for you, but is what I can say. When you bring a serious charge like those ghost gun charges, you begin to then look into the background of the individuals involved. You take investigative steps, for example, a search warrant, for example, or something like that, which may, while the fruits of that were, you were looking for another crime, may lead you in another direction. So what I would say is this is just great old-fashioned law enforcement work where you start pulling at threads, you bring a great case, and you don't stop there. You don't stop just because you charged the one crime. You just keep pulling at the threads to see what are the other harms to the public, and that's what these great folks behind me did and the others who were in court.
Right. Real quick, so I know the arrangement ongoing. We're talking about 5 DHS workers, 1 NYCHA one USPS, one NYPD, one EPA?
You said that pretty fast. I think that's accurate. I think what we can do that's helpful is very shortly after provide a demonstrative that is going to be redacted for the moment and perhaps unredacted even shortly after we conclude. I think you got a couple on the back.
Last one? Yeah.
18.
All right, thanks everyone.
All right. The Pandemic Unemployment Assistance Program. Thanks so much. Have a good night.
All right, District Attorney there, Alvin Bragg, talking about several arrests involving ghost guns and fraud. You're watching Live Now from Fox, everyone. We'll take another 2-minute break. We're back for you, as always, on Live Now from Fox. Do want to take you out to Georgia, where there was a Stop the Migrant Hate rally, where some concerned citizens talking about what they say is hate-mongering with migrants.
Document to one of the most welcoming in the country, okay? And we worked hard at that. A coalition of churches, faith communities, chambers of commerce, you name it, broad GOP, Democrat, Libertarian, the most diverse coalition. Because why? Because they realize that we're a nation of immigrants, and the recent immigrants back then and now are just like our ancestors who came here for a better life. They braved life and limb. They risked life and limb to get here, and they built this country. This country was built on the back of immigrants and on the back of both forced immigrants, slaves, as well as willing immigrants that came here, like my Italian ancestors, who, by the way, I found out just a few years ago, came here, quote, illegally through Ellis Island. That's why their names were changed and so forth. So we're here to reestablish the welcoming environment that Cobb and Georgia has. The carpet is laid out to welcome immigrants and migrants, mainly because our chief executive in Georgia, as well as candidates for some unscrupulous candidates for public office, are once again spreading fear-mongering, hate-mongering, and misinformation about recent migrant refugees coming over the border, when really our state coffers, the surplus that our governor brags about and graciously shares with us, is due in large part to migrants and immigrant labor, as well as, you know, all of us working together. So we're one community, and we want to, again, establish this welcoming environment. We want to put the word out there to our immigrant brothers and sisters, migrant refugees, that we welcome you, and if anybody is attacking you, anybody is making it hard for you to be here, you contact us and we've got your back, okay? And we will share the correct information. In our open letter that we sent to the governor, we listed some of the correct information about the recent migrants, okay? And we're happy to answer questions about those. You've got copies of that letter. Thank you. So without further ado, I'm going to introduce some of our coalition members and speakers today. First, we'll have Dr. Ben, president of Cobb chapter of the SCLC.
Yeah, thank you very much, and certainly want to extend my appreciation to the members of the press who still find it of interest to come out in the streets with us as we share with you both good news and bad news with respect to dynamics in Cobb County and in the nation. I'm conflicted now, knowing that this weekend was the 59th anniversary, the march from Selma to Montgomery, led by none other than Dr. King. That still there is that underbelly that has not been decimated yet, that finds reason and strength to raise its ugly head. So when I think about the celebration of 59 years ago, and then in my own state, the leader of the state, namely our governor, has positioned himself to be on the front lines of really behaving in a manner that is, to be candid, an embarrassment to our state. A state that for years has grown its wealth largely on the backs of immigrants. For years, they have been here working this agricultural state and culling the products that can be exchanged for money, currency upon which the state depends. It is not only disrespectful, but it is absolutely deplorable that he would be in the mix of an increasing number of political leaders who does not recognize that and have simply taken a crane and pulled down that woman who sits in the Bay of Manhattan, Lady Liberty, who in fact is the historic symbol of what this country is supposed to be. So SCLC, Dr. King's organization, will do all that it can to make sure that those doors, those floodgates, don't open up here in the state of Georgia. We'll also be attendant of the national movement. That is important, and if anyone who hears my voice takes anything away I would simply want this in Cobb County, in Georgia, and in the nation. There is no place hate-mongering, fear-mongering, intimidation of those people who, in fact, like many of our ancestors, came in here through Ellis Island. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Ben. Now, we're going to have a representative of law enforcement at the Sheriff's Department, because all law enforcement agencies will tell you, and thankfully I've seen on some of your reports regarding the tragic murder at UGA of the young student there, I've seen you interview other law enforcement professionals who said that do not blame the migrant or Hispanic community, because the communities where undocumented immigrants live are the safest communities in America. That's the research, what it shows. So we have, thankfully, our Sheriff Owens has sent a representative, Mr. Carlos Garcia, to share a message of hope and welcoming.
Thank you.
Carlos.
Thank you. First off, my name is Carlos Garcia, and I am a member of the Cobb County Sheriff's Office, Hispanic Outreach for the Latino community here in Cobb County. And I am an immigrant and American by choice. I'm proudly to serve my community here in Cobb County. And this is it's been a long time since the Sheriff's Office and law enforcement agencies throughout Cobb, we've been working really hard to build trust and transparency among communities, especially immigrants and Latino and Hispanics communities here in Cobb County. We don't want we don't want history to repeat itself. We all of us want to live in a safe and secure community. But when we marginalize specific individuals for their legal status, we create an issue for everybody. Regardless, you're a citizen, American, immigrant, it don't matter. It's a public safety issue. But this is the reasons that I'm here, not just speaking on behalf of the Cobb County Sheriff's Office and Sheriff Craig Owens, but I'm also here speaking on behalf of the Latino Hispanic community, residents of Cobb County. And one of the messages we want to deliver today, working for the law enforcement agency, is that please do not be afraid, especially if you are a victim of a crime. Please come forward. We would like to hear from you. If you're a victim of domestic violence or any type of crime, we're still going to serve everybody regardless of their immigration status. Thank you.
Thank you, Carlos. Appreciate it. Now we're going to hear from Mr. Gabriel Sanchez, who's a candidate for public office and also a member of the Hispanic community who's directly impacted by this hate-mongering and fear-mongering. And I'll let him share the district he's running in, which is a very diverse one in Smyrna here. Thank you.
Thank you, Richard. Hello, everyone. My name is Gabriel Sanchez. I'm running in a Democratic primary for Georgia State House District 42, which includes Smyrna, Cumberland, Dobbins Air Force Base. But today I want to talk about, my story and my family, because, I'm a son of Colombian immigrants. I was actually born right here in Marietta, born and raised in Georgia. And I remember as a child seeing my parents have Tennessee driver's licenses, and I always wondered why that was the case. And it wasn't until later that I realized that in the state of Georgia, it's illegal based on your immigration status to have a driver's license, which is just, I don't know how people can expect someone to find a job or be able to do basic necessities like going to the grocery store without a driver's license. Our community faces so many hardships and so many obstacles already just by being immigrants on its own. And the fact that the state of Georgia and this country goes further than that to continue to marginalize our communities is just so sad to me, because our community gives so much to this state and to this country. The food you eat, the new house you move into that was built in the last few decades,
Come on.
That's our community. You wouldn't have that without us. And I just feel like, you know, taking advantage of a tragedy that happened in UGA like this and using it to push such a racist anti-immigrant agenda is so disgusting, and it has no place here in this state. We need to have representation that truly represents our communities and understands the human value of people in our communities. And, you know, I just really want the lies to stop. The lies that the immigrants cause crime. It's a complete and utter lie. Instead of lying, we should be trying to look for solutions to this problem to make sure that every single person in Georgia has equal rights under the law, regardless of their status, regardless of their race, their gender, their sexuality. That's what we should be fighting for. And honestly, the only thing I can think of the reason they're doing this is because it's a distraction. It's a distraction from the failures of the state of Georgia to really talk about and solve the economic issues that our people are facing, both in the immigrant community, but also in all communities. It's not immigrants' fault that your housing prices are going up. It's because of corporations and huge landlords coming in, buying up all the property and making it unattainable for regular people. It's not immigrants' fault that healthcare is so poor in this state and it's cost so much. It's because of big pharma insurance companies. It is not immigrants' fault that you're paid a low wage or don't have access to healthcare or, you know, can't form a union because the corporations don't want you to do that. And in fact, many big corporations have been illegally trafficking people into this country in order to exploit their labor. So we need to stop letting them distract and divide us, and instead us come together to fight for the issues that we all care about. Because that's what we need in this state and in this country, and that's what I want to fight for as well. And so I thank you so much for this press conference, Richard. It's very important. And I want to make sure that we all can come together and look at our fellow man and recognize the common issues that we all have and not let ourselves be divided. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Gabriel.
Good words.
And I want to emphasize a couple of quick things. One is this is not a partisan issue, okay? For 15 years, there's been bipartisan efforts, starting with Kennedy and McCain 15 years ago, to bring about comprehensive immigration reform, sensible laws to enhance and control immigration, okay? But all of those efforts, the Bush family have tried, okay, on both sides of the aisle. They've been fought down by extremist, right-wing, I have to say it, white supremacists that have commandeered the GOP, and they fought down every bipartisan effort to bring about reform, legal reform. The other thing I want to say is we have a large community of not just Hispanic immigrants, but West Indian, African, by the way, Russian and Eastern European that look more like me, okay? Why are they not demonized? Okay, so let's, you know, I mean, I hate to say it, but there's a race, white supremacist issue here that conspiracy theories that, you know, white people are trying to be replaced, okay? So we just want to dispel these I would say facts, but they're not facts at all. Okay, our next speaker is Pax Riddle of SCLC and the Cobb Public Safety Coalition.
Yeah, my name's Pax Riddle. I'm here representing Southern Christian Leadership Conference, but also the Cobb Coalition for Public Safety. And as these folks had said earlier, we spent many years here in trying to resolve some issues regarding immigration. And one of those was working very closely with our police departments and our sheriff's department regarding this 287G issue, where prior to that time, certain police officials would stop and hassle folks who looked like they might be an illegal immigrant and check for papers and all that sort of stuff. We got rid of all of that, and there's a reason for it. Because police departments were very concerned that the immigrant communities were afraid to report crimes to the police department. And the police department needed their help in resolving these crimes, especially crimes against persons where somebody got hurt or domestic violence and what have you, in order to catch the perpetrator. But everybody would remain mum. So I know nothing, because they don't want to interact with the police department. So the police departments of the county have worked very hard now for a couple of years to get rid of that. To wit, recently, an example would be Chief Bill Westerberger had a town hall in Kennesaw to talk about public safety, and there was a large Latino turnout. And a lot of these issues got resolved, and folks were still thinking that shouldn't we be afraid of the police? They were hearing a lot of rumors. There's a rumor mill, conspiracy theories about what the police department is going to do to you if you are pulled over. They're going to steal your money. They're going to do all these kinds of things. So this is a constant effort that law enforcement is trying to build a bridge with these immigrant communities so that they will feel like citizens and cooperate with things as they go. So here we are now with another bill in the state legislature that wants to overturn this, and again require sheriffs, deputies, and police departments to start hassling people again about their paperwork. We don't want to go backwards. We've already been there, and everybody's trying hard not to go there. Okay. The other issue about immigration, and I think it's important that we say, no, yes, there needs to be work that needs to be done at the border to fix a lot of problems. And recently we had a bill that came forth to do that. And certain members of Congress, as you all know, refused to listen to it. So if they don't want to fix it, they shouldn't be complaining about it. But one last issue, I did see an interview a couple of weeks ago with Chairman Powell of the Federal Reserve. And as you recall, President Trump appointed Mr. Powell to that position. And his comment was that one of the reasons, the major driver for our economy in this country that keeps us going, the reason our GDP is much higher than the rest of the world at this point in time, is immigration. This is from the chairman of the Federal Reserve, okay? Immigration has been the major driver for economic success in this country because of our aging population. A good example, Japan has this same problem, an aging population. They're in big trouble. Their GDP is down next to nothing because nobody's immigrating to Japan. They don't have any immigration, okay? So we have to have these young people coming in. So those were my comments. Thank you.
Thank you, Pat. Thank you. Jeff, would you introduce yourself?
I'm not going to speak today, but I'll just introduce myself. I'm Jeff Jones. I'm a Unitarian Universalist community minister, and I'm here as a person of faith. And I think faith communities as a whole support what the immigrants need, their journey, their struggles, and want to welcome them with an open heart. And that's what I'm here for. Blessings to you all.
Thank you, Jeff. Thank you. Okay, sorry, now we'll open it up for any questions.
Emily Pearson from WABE. Do you all, what do y'all think the effect of the election year is on the rhetoric that we're hearing in Georgia?
The election?
Yeah.
You want to take that?
I'm glad you raised that question, because behind the question is always really the driver. Bashing immigrants now, bashing descendants of slaves at an earlier time, okay? In other words, finding some neck around which the tag can be put quote on it, "You are the problem," is a tried and unfortunately true approach to keeping people divided. My sense is we're in an election cycle where, from where I sit, there is a major transition on its way in 2024. A major transition. And I think that the politicians know that, and they are pulling out everything they can to prevent that from coming into reality. Thus, where is the scapegoat? Them. Okay? And them, them is really the rise in the political attacks on this wave of immigrants.
Thank you, Dr. Ben. Go ahead, Larry.
Larry Johnson, Cobb County Courier. I was wondering if y'all have any idea or indication of how likely it is that legislation is going to pass that forces the sheriff's departments to re-implement their 287G programs.
Well, speaking with the sheriff, that is something that he will have to address that when the time comes.
Right. Excuse me. My opinion is that when you pass an unjust law, whether it passes or not, but if you pass an unjust law, then it's not a law at all. As a matter of fact, somebody with better credentials than I said that, Dr. King. Okay? And so this legislation, in the past, by the way, passed unjust laws, and guess what? Law enforcement refused to enforce them. District attorneys refused to enforce them. So it's just, again, dog whistle politics to say we're targeting, scapegoating these people. So
you're watching Live Now from Fox, everyone, as immigration obviously will be a big talking point tonight at the State of the Union. And again, our live coverage starting at 8 p.m. Eastern right here on Live Now from Fox. And you can see the countdown is on right there for the State of the Union address. We want to continue on with more Congress members talking about key issues before the big speech.
Blood on their hands. They should say her name and apologize to her family. The primary responsibility of the government is to protect the American people. Instead, Biden has opened our borders to an invasion of military-age men and put American lives in danger. Today, we have the opportunity to vote for the Lake and Riley Act to ensure that this never happens again. I urge my colleagues to vote yes, and I yield back.
Members are reminded not to engage in personalities toward the president. The chair recognizes the gentlewoman from California, Ms. Waters, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In less than 12 hours, President Biden will deliver his State of the Union address and lay out his top policy priorities for our nation. Last week, I sent the White House a request that the National Affordable Housing and Homelessness Crisis be included as part of the State of the Union address. And I was very pleased to hear this morning that housing will, in fact, be included in the address. Mr. Speaker, I don't have a special guest. All of the people of this country are my special guests today. I'm speaking to them about this critical issue of housing and the need to take the people off the street. Unfortunately, the homeless on the street and in tents and broken down RVs will not hear this message tonight, but they expect their members of Congress that they elect to office to speak up for them. I speak for them. I fight for them, and I expect everybody, Democrats and Republicans, to fight for the people in America who are homeless, who are looking for better and decent housing. While the Biden administration has helped our nation achieve one of the strongest labor markets with record job creation and a record number of small businesses forming, we simply cannot talk about the state of our union without talking about the state of housing in this country. Housing is a critical part of every person's well-being, the largest part of family budgets, and a major part of our economy. Yet, rising housing costs continue to make up nearly 70% of core inflation, outpacing modest wage gains. To put it in plainer terms, Americans are making more money, but housing costs are so extreme that the extra money in their pockets still isn't enough. Indeed, more renters and homeowners are paying a greater share of their income on housing than ever before. Since 2020, home prices have skyrocketed by 47%. Rents have increased by 40% during that same time frame. It's no wonder that families in nearly every income bracket are feeling the pain of one of the worst housing and homelessness crises in our nation's history. Today, a record 653,100 people are experiencing homelessness nationwide, as we saw a sobering 25% spike in the number of people who are experiencing homelessness for the first time in their lives between 2022 and 2023. I'm talking about people we call our neighbors, family members, students, teachers, and frontline workers, elderly Americans who should be enjoying retirement, are one of the fastest rising groups of people experiencing homelessness. This is simply unacceptable. While the state of our nation's housing is bleak right now, this doesn't have to be our future. We know how to solve the housing crisis. During the pandemic, Democrats secured unprecedented levels of housing relief through bills like the American Rescue Plan Act, which promoted equitable economic recovery, spurred more development of affordable housing, and helped nearly 3 million people experiencing the risk of homelessness. Over 12 million people successfully avoided eviction or foreclosure thanks to these investments. In short, Democrats prove what we can accomplish with substantial targeted investments in housing, and we should use this as a blueprint to finally end this crisis. During this Congress, however, people on the opposite side of the aisle, the Republicans, have tried to defund federal housing programs and even passed a bill to make home ownership more, not less expensive. As the top Democrat on the House Financial Services Committee, I commit to press the fight in Congress to secure robust investments in fair and affordable housing. I've introduced my groundbreaking housing bills, again, including the Housing Crisis Response Act, the Ending Homelessness Act, and the Down Payment Toward Equity Act. These bills would help create nearly 1.4 million affordable, accessible, and resilient homes, reduce housing costs, end homelessness, and revive the dream of home ownership for all. So I'm looking forward to hearing President Biden's State of the Union address, and I hope that housing is highlighted as a major policy and not just a passing mention. And so, Mr. Speaker and members, you're going to hear a lot about housing.
Gentlelady's time has expired.
I'm not going to give up on housing. I'm going to speak to every member of
Your
Congress
time has expired.
about voting for housing to end this crisis. You can keep pounding.
Gentlelady's time has expired. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Florida, Mr. Gates, for 5 minutes.
I was so furious but not surprised when I saw the Bloomberg News report that the Biden administration is now considering draining $200 million out of Army reserves to send more money to Ukraine. The move would target reserve funds that this House has authorized and appropriated for this particular purpose, a purpose that is worthy, certainly more worthy than continuing involvement in the conflict in Ukraine that could lead to tragic escalatory accident. And I can't even believe this is a controversial view to take on this floor, but I believe that the U.S. Army reserves should actually be for the U.S. Army. And by the way, it's not as if we don't have needs for our Army. How about the families of our soldiers? Right now, childcare is a real problem. We've got Army soldiers that are driving an hour and a half or more each way just to drop off their kids at childcare. We could invest that money in our military families. I could take you to the Army town of Crestview, Florida, in my district, where the school counselors who are still helping Army families deal with the lingering effects of just deployment after deployment after deployment. They could use more resources. They tell me, Congressman, if we had more resources for these Army families, they could improve quality of life and improve mental health. And not for nothing, but the Army was taking a leading role in hypersonics for our country, where we have fallen behind China. If we got an extra $200 million laying around the Army, how about we invested in making sure that with hypersonic weapons, we can hit a moving target? I don't know, like China can. But no, indeed, we see this attempt to drain resources away for Ukraine. When Joe Biden talked about campaigning for the soul of the nation, I just assumed it was our nation, not Ukraine, and Ukraine is no Garden of Eden for democracy. Senator Lee pointed out in a report that the CIA had to directly confront Zelensky about his own personal corruption. In Ukraine, they've canceled the presidential elections. Call me old-fashioned, but I actually prefer democracies that hold elections rather than canceling elections. And while there were many concerns about the death of Navalny appropriately, people forget the fact that Zelensky jailed a journalist, Gonzalo Lira, and that journalist died in a Ukrainian prison. So tonight you will hear President Biden come into this House. And the one thing that President Biden has in common with the American people is that both were far better off 4 years ago. Joe Biden physically and the rest of us economically. Now, as a member of the House Armed Services Committee, I will call for an investigation of any efforts to drain U.S. reserves to go and fund this war in Ukraine, and I would invite my fellow members of the Armed Services Committee to join me. And Democrats, you know what this reminded me of? When all the Democrats were crying alligator tears about President Trump using DOD money to go fund the wall. And you may accuse me of hypocrisy now, because I supported President Trump in that endeavor, but I don't like the Biden administration going beyond what we set forth with our Article 1 powers. But at least if I'm being a hypocrite, I was doing so for the defense of America's borders and America's interests, to stop an invasion that is killing hundreds of thousands of people through the introduction of fentanyl, and an invasion that is diminishing the economic prospects of working people in this country. When they're hypocrites, Mr. Speaker, they serve as hypocrites so that they can go and fund the pensions of government workers in Ukraine. And not for nothing, but it wasn't that long ago that we found a person connected to the defense industrial complex in Ukraine exiting the country with $1 million in U.S. cash in a shoebox. The corruption is real. America's interests are illusory, and we should never drain $200 million out of our family, or out of our Army, that should go to military families, that should go to soldiers, and that should go to America's capabilities. It is America's capabilities that will define whether or not we hold the high ground, not which guy in a tracksuit is running Crimea. I yield back.
The chair recognizes the gentleman from Pennsylvania, Mr. Muser, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, there are real concerns throughout our nation about the violence in our streets. There has been a failed social experiment on the part of the left that has resulted in high levels of crime. Left-wing officials, Mr. Speaker, have defunded and discredited police forces across the country, as well as appointed and elected liberal prosecutors who are not prosecuting. The facts don't lie. Here in Washington, D.C., the city has cut $100 million from the Metro PD's $600 million budget since 2017. And the prosecution rate of arrests in the nation's capital has been around 30% in recent years, whereas a short time ago it was upwards near 70%. So it should be no surprise that violent crime is soaring in Washington, D.C. Carjackings, for instance, were up more than 100% from last year, which was at an all-time high. But Philadelphia, New York, Chicago, they're all the same. Crime has gotten so out of hand in New York City, the governor just deployed 1,000 National Guardsmen to help secure the subway system. But it's not just in the cities. This radical ideology has expanded into the suburban communities, and crime has come along with it. Just this week, I met with members of the Fraternal Order of Police. They shared with me their concerns about the rising anti-police sentiment and detailed the skyrocketing violence against law enforcement officers. Last year, Mr. Speaker, tragically, 378 police officers were shot in the line of duty, 46 of whom were killed. And this was up from 323 officers shot in 2022. Disgraceful. One piece of legislation to address these issues is my Holding Prosecutors Accountability Act, which has been endorsed by the National Police Association. It would force ideological prosecutors to do their jobs by mandating they prosecute at least 67% of violent crimes. If they don't, their jurisdiction will lose access to federal DOJ grant funding. It would also require prosecutors' officers to serve highly populated jurisdictions and publish their prosecution rate data. Americans deserve to know if their elected prosecutor is deliberately releasing violent criminals back onto the streets. And, Mr. Speaker, this ideological social experiment starts at the top. Joe Biden and Vice President Harris have not shown support for law enforcement. It's that simple. Just look at their criticism of the border agents that were on horseback, who they accused of whipping migrants, despite knowing that that was categorically false. These border agents were doing their jobs. There was no whipping that took place. And when the truth finally came out, there was no apology from the White House. And when Vice President Harris had the opportunity to disavow the defund the police movement during an interview on The View, she refused to answer, showing an utter lack of support for the brave men and women who protect and serve our communities. This is, Mr. Speaker, a stark contrast from the former president, who would speak strongly in favor of police officers and backing the blue. President Trump sent a clear pro-law enforcement message, but now, under President Biden, we're dealing with rampant smash-and-grab situations, crimes, migrant crime due to our open borders, out-of-control violence in our streets, and gangs riding around on dirt bikes, victimizing innocent citizens and small businesses. We have a serious issue before us that has been created over the last 3 years, and as a society and as elected officials, we need to come together to correct course, or the American people must elect those that will make national security and public safety job one. Mr. Speaker, under the past Trump administration, there was no invasion of the Ukraine, there was peace in the Middle East, and there was less tension between China and Taiwan. As well, the terrorist state of Iran was defunded because of the strict sanctions on their oil exports. But today, Biden's weaknesses on the world stage has plunged the world into chaos. We're now dealing with a horrific invasion by Putin into the Ukraine. The Middle East went from peace to chaos, with hostage-taking, massive slaughters, and death. And many parts of our neighboring country, Mexico, have turned into gangland due to the border policies from this administration. Further, our relationship with China is one of disrespect, no respect. And Iran is now enormously well-funded and responsible for the bulk of terrorism that exists worldwide, from Hezbollah to the Houthis to Hamas. Despite this, we have an administration that has an irrational affinity for gaining some sort of deal or agreement with the terrorist state of Iran. And perhaps what's worse, Mr. Speaker, there is no plan to take corrective action once again. It's just more of the same. And they're asking the American taxpayer to fund the results of the Biden administration's disastrous geopolitical policies. As former Secretary of State Mike Pompeo put it, this is an America that is on its back foot. Our friends don't trust us, and our adversaries insufficiently fear us, Mr. Speaker. I could not agree with him more, and I yield back.
Pursuant to call.
You are watching Live Now from Fox. Well, the countdown is on for the State of the Union address. Of course, we will have your coverage right here on Live Now. We are going to take our first break of the hour. Stay right here with us. Always more to come. And today, Secretary of State Antony Blinken meeting with the Swedish Prime Minister, doing a joint news conference. Let's listen on Live Now from Fox.
This has been a little bit of a road, but I think we've known from day one that we would be here today, and now we are. This is a historic moment for Sweden. It's historic for our alliance. It's historic for the transatlantic relationship. Our NATO alliance, our defensive alliance, is now stronger and larger than it's ever been. But I think if you step back and think of where we were 3 years ago, none of this was foreordained, and in fact, none of this was foreseeable. Sweden had a 200-year-old policy of non-alignment. And before Putin's re-invasion of Ukraine in February 2022, if you looked at the polling, less than 1/3 of Swedes supported joining NATO. This was part and parcel of Sweden's history. And then everything changed. After the invasion, 3/4 of the Swedish people made clear their desire to join. Swedes realized something very profound, that if Putin was willing to try to erase one neighbor from the map, then he might well not stop there. And if he was allowed to proceed with impunity, not only would his aggression potentially continue, but would-be aggressors everywhere would get the message that it was open season. And so the Swedish people stood up not only for their own country, but stood up to the common responsibility that we share to try to make sure that the very foundations of the international system that we all rely on to have peace, to have security, to have opportunity, when they were challenged, we were there to defend them. Sweden was there to defend them. And I think what this tells us even more profoundly is the reaffirmation of Sweden's democratic character. Change driven by its people, by its citizens. There's also no clearer example than today of the strategic debacle that Putin's invasion of Ukraine has become for Russia. We see a Russia that is now weaker militarily, economically, diplomatically. Its standing in Ukraine has changed dramatically, whereas before 2014, the first invasion, people were open to positive relations with Russia. Now virtually the entire society, and not just today, probably for generations, is turned against Russia because of its aggression. And fundamentally, our alliance is now, as I said, both larger and stronger than it's ever been. And we see again and again and again that everything Putin sought to prevent, he's actually precipitated by his actions, by his aggression. And there's no clearer example of that than Sweden becoming a member of this alliance. But even once that decision was made, none of this was easy, none of this was obvious. It's taken 2 years, nearly 2 years, of tireless diplomacy, together with the extraordinary Secretary General of NATO, Jens Stoltenberg, to achieve ratification by every NATO member. And again, the determination of Sweden's leadership, the extraordinary diplomacy that it's exerted, making sure that every question was answered, every challenge was met, every obstacle was overcome. That's what brought us to today. Now, some doubted, did we get here? We never did, and we are here. This, of course, is also built on an extraordinary foundation of partnership between Sweden and NATO that goes back many, many years. Sweden's long been an active partner with NATO allies, training together, exercising together, working together. And fundamentally, the reason this is such a strong, powerful fit is because Sweden embodies and promotes the core values that are at the heart of NATO: democracy, liberty, the rule of law. And it also brings some unique capabilities to this enterprise. Unique capabilities in the Arctic, the Baltic Seas. And this year, of course, Sweden will contribute more than 2% of its GDP to defense and continue to show the way for all NATO members. If you go back to 1949, at the signing of the NATO treaty, President Truman said this, and I quote, "In taking steps to prevent aggression against our own peoples, we have no purpose of aggression against other peoples. We hope to create a shield against aggression and the fear of aggression, a bulwark which will permit us to get on with the real business of government society, the business of achieving a fuller and happier life for all of our citizens." That is fundamentally what this enterprise is all about, what NATO is all about. It's making sure that together we are creating an environment in which our people are safe, secure, and can meet their full potential. Today, we have fortified the shield against aggression. We brought more people under its protection so that together we can focus on the real work of delivering for our people. With that, Mr. Prime Minister, the floor is yours.
Thank you so much, Mr. Secretary. Anthony, thank you so much. Today is a truly historic day. Sweden is now a member of NATO. We are deeply grateful for the overwhelming bipartisan congressional support for Sweden's accession and for the strong leadership from the US administration leading the way on ratification and security assurances. I would personally like to thank both President Biden and you, Secretary Blinken, for your invaluable efforts and personal commitments during the accession process. I would also like to thank all NATO allies who have supported our accession and welcoming Sweden as a 32nd member of the alliance. We are humble, but we are also proud. We will live up to high expectations from all NATO allies. United we stand. Unity and solidarity will be Sweden's guiding light as a NATO member. We will share burdens, responsibilities, and risks with other allies. Today is, as Secretary Blinken said, it's a victory for freedom today. Sweden has made a free, democratic, sovereign, and united choice to join NATO. There is an overwhelming support in our parliament and among our people. That is a strength, both for Sweden and for the alliance. And as a strong democracy, Sweden will stand for the values in the Washington Treaty, signed just a few blocks from here 75 years ago. Freedom, democracy, individual liberty, and the rule of law. Sweden is, as was mentioned now, leaving 200 years of neutrality and military non-alignment behind. It is a major step, but at the same time, a very natural step. Membership means that we are coming home to the Alliance for Peace and coming home to the Alliance for Freedom, to which many democracies already belong. Also home to our neighbors' security cooperation. Home to the circle of...
All right, you've been listening in to a joint press conference between U.S. and Swedish officials. That big news today, obviously, about Sweden joining NATO, becoming the alliance's 32nd member. We are going to wrap up with our international headlines for now and pivot stateside. We want to cover another important story that took place earlier in the week. We are still following this situation out of Philadelphia. Investigators in Philly continue to piece together evidence surrounding a shooting at a SEPTA bus stop that injured 8 high school students on Wednesday. We do want to get the latest on this story. Kelly Rule, Fox 29 Philly 9 reporter, standing by for us. Kelly, is there anything new you can share with us tonight?
Well, Austin, I'll start with a little bit of good news. So 8 of those students attended Northeast High School, which is right behind me. One of them was critically wounded, a 16-year-old boy. He was shot 9 times. Police did give an update today that they spoke with doctors, and they are feeling optimistic today that he will be upgraded to stable condition. Obviously, he has to get through today first, but that was one bit of good news. Meantime, investigators say they are getting closer to who is behind this shooting, why, and if it's connected to other incidents. A Philadelphia police SUV with lights on sits at the intersection of Rising Sun and Cotman Avenue, a busy intersection with fewer foot traffic this afternoon as students with Northeast High School learn virtually.
I think you're going to see more officers in those corridors around the schools and in the SEPTA routes starting today.
The increased patrols come after police say 3 people got out of a blue Hyundai Sonata with paper tags and fired more than 30 shots from 3 different handguns on students standing at the bus stop on Rising Sun just before 3 p.m. yesterday. 7 boys and 1 girl between the ages of 15 and 17, all Northeast High School students, were wounded. A 16-year-old boy, possibly the intended target, was hit 9 times.
Right now, he's in the hospital, and he needs people to keep him in their prayers to move along.
Fox 29 was there as police located the Hyundai Sonata last night without paper tags on West Fern Street. Police said today the vehicle was stolen from the city's 7th district on Saturday, the license plate removed, and when police went to make that report, they found a stolen Kia Sportage parked in its place, both cars being processed for forensic evidence. And police say they are looking at all evidence and social media to see if the shooting was connected to or in retaliation of Monday's deadly shooting in Ogons. Imhotep Charter High School 17-year-old Damon Taylor was killed, a 15-year-old boy wounded, and 2 women riding a SEPTA bus were hit with gunfire.
These are individuals shooting at a crowd of kids. I mean, total between the 2 incidents, 11 kids were shot at. That's really concerning. So we need people to see that, be as angry as everyone else is, and let us know who did this so we could end this rather quickly.
The school district of Philadelphia made trauma counseling available to Northeast High School students and staff, and at several other schools where they say students witnessed the shooting. Police also had a presence outside the high school this afternoon for a few in the building for counseling.
They are shocked, they're saddened, some are still processing and don't have the words, right? Because it's just, not only did this happen, but this is a continual cycle that we've been on with.
And the district says they will continue to make those resources available. Northeast Philadelphia High School, where those 8 students attend, will be virtual again tomorrow. And of course, the police department is just asking anybody with additional information about either shooting to come forward and contact them. Austin.
Kelly Rule reporting for us live in Philadelphia tonight. Kelly, thank you. Take care.
Thank you. You too.
Let's slide away for a real quick commercial break. We're going to hit some international headlines on the other side. That's in 2 minutes. Welcome back in Live Now. I'm Austin Westfall. Today, the State of the Union going to be taking place. Andrew Kraft will be sitting at this desk, guiding you through much of the night and much of the top stories that come out of the State of the Union address. One thing we'll be watching closely is how President Biden handles discussing the Israel-Hamas war, the Ukraine-Russia war. Those are obviously some of the international headlines we're going to be following tonight as we watch Biden's remarks closely. We also heard from some of the leaders within Congress earlier today. We heard from both Chuck Schumer and from Mitch McConnell both. Let's hear a little bit of what McConnell had to say earlier today in the Senate. Let's play this out.
Overall energy price up nearly a third. Time after time, when given the choice to lead or to outsource his work to left-wing activists, President Biden has chosen the latter. He's handed his base a blank check for a wish list of social engineering and left the American people to foot the bill. Meanwhile, he's poured gasoline on the fire of left-wing pro-criminal anti-police rhetoric across the country. The Biden administration has packed its Justice Department full of left-wing activists working overtime to tear serious crimes right out of the criminal code. A couple of years back, a district attorney in Massachusetts declared she wouldn't prosecute crimes like breaking and entering or drug possession with intent to distribute. President Biden rewarded this behavior by making Rachel Rollins one of his first U.S. attorneys. Across the country, on this president's watch, left-wing prosecutors have turned repeated offenders into the streets repeatedly. In President Biden's America, violent criminals have learned that they won't face serious consequences, and of course, they're acting accordingly. At the same time, left-wing activists bent on attacking the federal judiciary found an ally in the Biden White House. The president's tried to give life tenure to a judicial nominee who identified himself as a wild-eyed leftist, another with a history of supporting terrorist sympathizers, and even one who had worked to undermine a teenage girl's claim of sexual assault. President Biden hadn't just tried putting the wrong people in our nation's institutions. He spent 3 years undermining the institutions themselves. His Attorney General slow-walked urgent security measures to protect the Supreme Court justices and their families from angry mobs. And his administration even stood up a commission to explore court packing. A terrible idea that hasn't gotten any less terrible since it was killed back in the 1930s. So, Mr. President, the rule of law is less stable on President Biden's watch. The streets of our major cities are less safe. And of course, our borders are less secure. 3 years ago, illegal immigrants arrived at our southern border in shirts wearing his campaign logo, insisting, as one put it, that, quote, Biden promised us that everything was going to change. Everything was going to change. Well, they were absolutely right. Since President Biden took office, nearly 10 million people have crossed our southern border illegally. His administration has abandoned CBP and ICE to contend with the highest daily, monthly, and yearly totals of illegal arrivals on record. As soon as he took office, the president tore up common sense authorities he could have used to maintain a secure border. Instead, he spent years pretending that functionally open borders didn't amount to a crisis. The only campaign promise President Biden appears to have kept is the one he made on the campaign trail to people hoping to cross our borders illegally. We immediately secure the border, surge to the border, all these people who are seeking asylum. By contrast, it's difficult to think of a pledge the president abandoned more completely than his campaign promise to restore respect for America on the world stage. Today, the credibility of our commitments is in serious doubt. The West is confronting the most dangerous moment since the fall of the Berlin Wall, but our commander-in-chief his first instincts appear to be hesitation and self-deterrence. President Biden's failures pose embarrassing questions for America and our allies and partners. Are we safer after his disastrous withdrawal from Afghanistan? Do allies still take our word? Did the president's self-proclaimed fear of escalation force Putin to back down from his own brutal escalation in Ukraine? Or did it give the Ukrainians the critical weapons they needed when they needed the most? Does America's closest ally in the Middle East feel like it can count on America's total support in its existential fight against genocidal terrorists? Did the world's most active state sponsor of terror think twice before targeting Americans, like the Georgia guardsmen killed and Kentucky soldiers injured in the Tower 22 attack in Jordan? Does Iran hesitate to stick its proxies on Israel or threaten commercial shipping? Did the Biden administration's climate diplomacy with Beijing close any meaningful gaps in strategic competition with our top adversary? Did it reassure our allies and partners in the region that we understood the importance of hard power? The answer to all these questions is a resounding no. President Biden's 3 years in office have left American leadership a weaker brand and our resolve less a fearsome asset. And we'll be dealing with the consequences of his failures for years to come. Around the Biden administration's 100-day mark, I warned the president that it wasn't too late to change course and start governing as the moderate he promised he'd be. Needless to say, certainly didn't take my advice. And he didn't take the American people's sterner counsel either. When they demanded change at the ballot box the following year, well, this fall, the voters have a chance to issue a further course correction, one with a bit more finality. Tonight, we'll hear from a president who's failed in the most basic responsibilities of government. He'll come to the Capitol with a record of historic inflation, surging crime, open borders, and weakness on the world stage. Then, of course, the American people will witness a stark contrast. They'll hear our colleague, Senator Britt, tell her story and offer a very different assessment of this moment in American history, one that embraces what makes our nation great. I'm glad for the nation to hear directly from the youngest Republican woman ever elected to the Senate and one of our conference's brightest stars. Overall energy.
All right, McConnell wrapping up his remarks there. We're going to take another quick commercial break. On the other side of that, we're speaking with national security analyst Hal Kempfer about a story that deals with international news. A U.S. Army intelligence officer has been arrested and charged with selling secrets to China. We're going to break that down in 2 minutes. Welcome back into Live Now from Fox. I'm Austin Westfall. Let's turn to some international news. A U.S. Army soldier from Fort Campbell was indicted on charges of selling national defense secrets to China, the U.S. Attorney for the Middle District of Tennessee announced today. Corbin Schultz was an Army intelligence analyst with the 1st Battalion of the 506th Infantry Regiment at Fort Campbell, and he's charged with 6 counts, including conspiracy to unlawfully communicate defense information, unlawful export of defense articles to China, and bribery of a public official. To discuss, we bring in retired Marine Intelligence Officer Hal Kempfer. As always, Hal, good to see you. Help us break this down. What do we know so far about this? What exactly was released to China?
Well, they're revealing some of it, Austin. Basically, some of it had to do with the laydown of defenses in Taiwan. That's one of the things that's been brought up. Also, some of the weapons technology involved with things like HIMARS. Interesting, they went through, we don't know a lot yet, but they did go through kind of a list of things that his handler wanted. Some of it had to do with U.S. weapon systems going over to Ukraine, which indicated that it was certainly to a service that was allied with Russia, because that's where that would end up. Supposed to have been, it was talking to someone in Hong Kong, that would be China, and it would make sense. The Chinese have a very extensive global intelligence collection system. They do a lot of human intelligence around the world, and they're constantly trying to penetrate U.S. government, U.S. military to try and get sources. So it was probably Chinese intelligence from everything indicated, although they're not saying absolutely it was Chinese or it was MSS or whomever it was in the Chinese intelligence services. But that's what it looks like. But this could be a very serious breach. And this comes right on the heels of Airman Teixeira's basically pleading guilty on the things that he did, which also compromised U.S. intelligence. Right now, the Air Force, the Army, all the services are looking at their personnel and saying, what is going wrong that we have our service members working for foreign intelligence organizations or releasing highly classified intelligence for some other reason.
So how valuable is this type of information to China? Like what exactly could they do with this information?
Oh, it's invaluable to China. The stuff on Taiwan, particularly if they talk about some of the outer islands, it depends on what he has, what he had access to. But he was working on what they said was a Hunan assessment group, which basically indicates he was working on Chinese intelligence issues. And that as part of that, he was looking at a variety of things, some of our most classified intelligence, if you will, of what's in that area. And keep in mind, we're looking at what the Chinese have, but we're also assessing what other actors have in the area. We want to be aware of what our ally Taiwan has. And so he was probably providing intelligence for China that they wanted, which deals again with the U.S. weapon systems, any allied or other weapon systems that are out there, and certainly how the Taiwanese forces are arrayed on the ground, in the water. And from what little we know of the indictment, it appears that these were exactly some of the things that he was providing to them.
And this is the last thing I'll ask before we go here. We focus so much on Israel-Hamas and Russia-Ukraine, Hal, but where do tensions stand on the China-Taiwan front?
Very tense. You may have seen, and it's been almost kind of buried in the news, but there's been some very tense things going on down around the Philippines with China